World, we're live. This is our 37th month in a row, well, actually 38th month in a row, holding a monthly jam that we've been running. You know, it's basically put on your sweater, it's fall, comedians and improvisers, virtual extravaganza. So basically to open up, me and Caroline, a lot of times we'll rabble or we'll jabber or
banter, Andy.
Yeah, we do the bantering.
We banter.
So today we're not going to do the banter, but I'm going to interview Caroline. So I'm going to end up cutting this off, and in the beginning of the year, try to go up do different podcast styles. So this is going to be in the virtual extravaganza, but also in one of those. So I'm just looking for my timer here, and then we already started, so that part's not out. So I do need to.
Are being timed? All right. Ooh,
yeah, I'm going to time it. Perfect. All righty. So what's up, Caroline? Lina done? So.
Not much. Trying to stay warm. My apartment is cold.
So. All right. Well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
But okay. So I do, for some reason, I have this all written here, just everything that I just said on this part, which is the wrong stuff. I'm just saying how I got everything so organized, but apparently I did not. But just to get it started focusing, for you've been doing improv for quite a bit now with me, which I definitely appreciate. When was the first time you actually ever started doing improv or any acting person or in shows or anything?
So the first time I actually started doing any sort of acting stuff was drama club in high school. So I was in drama club, started my freshman year. Never had any big parts, absolutely horrible stage fright. But then improv, there were a bunch of people I was friends with in high school who, I don't know how they found out about improv, but they found out about it. They decided they want to do it. And there was this one English teacher who would let us come into her classroom after school and do improv. She did not run. It was not I don't think it was ever an official club. She was just kind of yeah, fine. And we were able to go in there and do improv for a bit while she graded papers. So that was my first introduction to improv.
Okay, and did you all did somebody actually know the certain basics that they did take lessons or not really?
I honestly think it might have been they watched Whose Line Is It Anyway, thought it was funny, because the games I remember us playing were very much short form. Park Bench was a big one we played, questions game, stuff like that. So it was very much short form. So I'm guessing somebody just happened to see Whose Line Is It Anyway and went, that looks like fun. I should tell everybody else about it.
Okay, well, that's definitely cool. I mean, to me, Park Bench is not one of my favorite games. As you would know, I haven't done that very often. Actually, very, very scarce. It's one I would do it every so often in person, never did it online. And to me, I'm not going to give negatives on it, but there's reasons why I don't do that game. But going with your thing, when was the first time you ever started doing long form improv that you were introduced?
Probably when I started taking your drop-in classes, because you would do a mix of long form, short form games in your drop-ins. And then I did end up taking magnet classes. And of course, that's way more long form. That was what? Oh gosh, I don't remember when I took those. Maybe 4 years ago, I took magnet classes or started taking magnet classes. Yeah, but that was when it wasn't until I was a elder adult started doing any kind of long form.
So yeah, so what I would say is I always feel like the world should assume, but I guess that there's no reason to assume that with Caroline, anyone that's ever watched the show does know Caroline, Lina Dunn, but it just comes down to with Caroline, she does stand up. She does stand up a lot of times in our shows. So it's probably more of sit down instead of stand up. Well, she does it at Zoom, but it's just, she's excellent. I've seen her in a comedy club. She's done an amazing job. And so she has a great skill, which to me, I don't even know if she realizes how great of a skill it is. I do think Caroline can easily be an actress. I mean, I'm glad that she's here and not there. because she's a huge part of this improv team that we've been performing. She's the first member ever on our improv team that we put together. She used to take my drop-in classes in New York City. And so once we started in New York on February 15th, 5.5 or 6.5 years ago now, timing does throw me off. So it's either over 5.5 months or over 6.5 months, but I mean, 6.5 years or
not
5.5
months.
right. So, but yeah, so basically, you know, so now we do have our team where it's scattered around the world because of what COVID opened up the doors on. But we took a negative thing and made it a positive. So that's how we started doing this show. And this, again, is our 38th month in a row running it. So with Caroline, want to know, as a child, what was a game you liked to do? And I'm talking about as a young child. What game did you like to play or perform? Yeah.
All right, that is a tough one. Well, you know, recently over the summer, I got to go back and visit my local county fair, which I used to raise goats. So I would spend a whole week at the county fair with my goats. And when we were at the fair, of course, a lot of times you're sitting around for hours, and we would play card games. And one of the big ones we would play was Spit. So that was a big part of my life as a kid, was playing Spit and being good at playing Spit.
Yeah, see, I would, if I knew that, I would have definitely played you in Spit. I love Spit. I used to be.
Well, everybody has different rules though. Like every single place, every time I've played it with groups, like outside of that was the main group I played it with, was other 4-H kids. And so we had our set of rules, but then you play it with, like, I would go to play it with my cousins and they would be like, no, like you have to alternate colors. Every single time you have to alternate colors. Like you can't put a black card on a black card. It has to go black, red, black, red. We used to play doubles, like you could stack cards. So if you had like 3 queens, you could stack cards and you could put down 3 queens at a time. Other places like, no, you have to like try and put down a queen and like alternate it. So, you know, everybody has their own rules. So you have to like kind of talk about it beforehand. Otherwise you really are playing 2 separate games. That
is definitely true. And I'm listening to the rules. You said like we played like 3 different ways. And I always told people we'll play it the way you want, because I like to beat you in your style. But you didn't sound like you were playing Spit. It sounded like maybe you were playing saliva or something. Because I never heard that rule, that you put all 3 queens together. What the?
Yeah, that's like, that was like our styles. Like you could like stack them up like in your, I can't remember what we would call it, your hand basically down at the bottom. Is you could stack up like 3 queens and like bam, 3 queens all at once.
That's another game, but that's not Spit. But anyway, that's all good. So yeah, but okay. So were you a Barbie doll lady?
Oh yeah, lady. I was never a lady.
Young lady.
I was a
girls like to be called young ladies.
Yes. Definitely played with Barbies. Also played with Legos. Did kind of a wide range of, you know, things. But yes, definitely had Barbies. Yeah, that was and I haven't seen the movie yet.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
I have not yet. I have not, you know. I will at some point. But definitely played Barbie as a kid a lot.
Okay, cool. Did you play by yourself? Did you play with your sister? Did you play with friends, or all the above?
All of the above. All of the above. You know, a lot of times, you know, me and my sister would obviously play together a lot. You know, and then I had other friends where, you know, they'll come over, I go over there and we would play Barbies together. You know, my closest group of friends as a kid, we don't really call ourselves friends, we call each other cousins, which gets very confusing for some people, but it's not that confusing. We were a mixed group of guys and girls. So, you know, you would have Barbies interacting with Beanie Babies, and then you'd have Legos somehow getting involved. So it was a mixed group of things all happening at the same time.
Okay, no, I definitely could understand that. I mean, you know, with my sister, she'd have her Barbie, and I would play with all my superhero dolls and cars, and just, again, by myself, play what's what. But it's just the mind of a child. That's what's sensational. And that's why I say the best improvisers are kids. They don't know it, and people don't realize it. But that's all we're doing, is bringing back our childhood and bringing it in real life when people performing, even though it's acting without a script. That's sensational. So like I say, with Caroline, I just think I don't think it's hidden, but it's definitely not hidden because I say it all the time, but I do say it because I mean it, that I just think Caroline's like a great talent. I think she's an amazing individual just in general. She's a great person, but a great individual. I would tell any agent, like, I would sign her up in a heartbeat if I was an agent, just not an agent. I wish I knew how to be an agent because I've seen some very good talent, but again, Caroline's right there on the top of the board and there's nothing else to me to think about. I mean, she has a great look. She can act different ways, which is spectacular. So that's always awesome. So I am going to ask you, as a child, who was your favorite comedian? And as an adult, who's your favorite comedian?
Comedian as a child, as a kid, like a kid, very sheltered. So didn't really have comedian favorites, although I would say probably would have to be Steve Irwin. Not that he like meant to be a comedian, but he was very funny. And loved Crocodile Hunter because I mean I love animals, so that was always great.
Love animals, but Crocodile Hunter, that's not someone who would love animals. That's someone who kills animals.
But he didn't like kill them. He was like, "Oh, we're gonna rescue this crocodile, and I'm gonna wrestle it." And they're like, "Oh, okay." And like, you're just watching him run around, giving you facts about animals. As an adult, my favorite comedian, I have a few, but I think my solid, probably Greg Davies. He's a English comedian. And I think what I like so much about him is he's had a very odd life. And I often get told by people that I have an odd life. So I think like I connect to that in a way where it's just like, well, that's weird. That doesn't happen to everybody. And I'm like, oh, okay then. Oh, you didn't all grow up raising goats? Okay then. All right. Okay. This is different. Okay.
So I'm sort of curious because you do say you raise goats. And I know one time I was saying how you talk about New York City and you raise cows, but you told me it wasn't cows, it was goats. Did you only have goats? No chickens, no ducks, no?
I only raised goats. Now, my sister got into chickens, and my parents since still continue to have chickens. I never did chickens. I just had goats. I have at times taken care of the chickens. I have taken care of a variety of animals because, of course, once you're in that like kind of community, like people say, oh, hey, can you come to my house and take care of these animals and those animals? So I've taken care of bunnies. I've taken care of llamas. I've dealt with pigs. Not my favorite. I've dealt with other animals. But I personally, myself, only ever raised goats.
Okay. So do you consider yourself an expert in goats?
No.
Oh, you don't?
No. I don't consider myself an expert in anything. I have dabbled in a variety of different things, and I know a lot about a lot of different things, but I, what is it? A jack of all trades, expert of none. So I know a lot about goats. I know a lot more than the average run-of-the-mill person, especially here in the New York City metro area. I am not an expert in goats. My sister, yes. Me, no.
Okay. I mean, that's surprises me because I know you talk about goats a lot. I thought you were an expert. I would consider you, but I guess you probably know a lot.
You would consider me an expert in goats, but you are from New York City. If I go back to my old 4-H community, I am probably the least expert in goats in that community. I know the least out of most people because lots of them have continued raising goats or continued somehow in the agricultural field. So they know a lot more than I know, but I know a base level about goats.
Okay, so that's interesting. Here's something. Have you really ever failed in your mind in something? and you don't have to tell us, but what is something that you don't mind sharing that you think you failed in what life is?
Oh, easy. Riding a bike. I can't ride a bike. But it's now gotten to the point that I am afraid of bikes, which sounds ridiculous. Yeah, as a kid, like my dad tried to teach me how to ride a bike, but me and my dad speak very different languages. Not like actually different. We both only speak English. We're both monolingual English, but the way we utilize the English language and connect to it is entirely different. So my dad tried to teach me how to ride a bike. It did not go well. I have at different times, I attempted at one point to teach myself how to ride a bike. And it didn't go very well. I have since had an experience with a two-person bike in Colombia that re-traumatized me to the biking experience. I don't know if you've ever been to Colombia, but there are no laws on those roads, from what I understand. I was in a taxi at one point and they just went into the other lane. Like they were just clearly driving on the wrong side of the road, like for like a mile. And I was freaking out. So riding a bike there was just like, it was in the middle of a city. I was like, I can't ride a bike. The bike seat broke while we were riding it. So it was sticking straight up. So I started having to like stand and pedal for a while. It was just awful. And then I've had several bikers in New York City almost hit me with their bikes. So now I'm just like, bikes are the devil and I don't like them and I don't want them anywhere near me. So yeah, I have failed around bikes. Maybe I'll try and learn how to ride a bike again at some point. But I don't know.
That's
I
interesting.
start crying immediately, so it's a big problem.
My sister, I taught how to ride a bike when we were kids. I mean, but I taught her how to ride a bike as a teenager. She was a kid, and taught my friend as a young adult, like yourself. I was a bit younger though, that I taught him how to ride a bike, but she had no clue. And I was surprised it was that easy to teach. But I think it's a piece of cake. I haven't ridden a bike in a long time, but they say once you learn a bike, you never know how to.
That's what they say. And I'm like,
don't know if it's true or not, but I mean, I would figure I could grab a bike and it's a piece of cake. Well, I actually did ride a few years back. That's not true. The bike just from one spot to the other, but that's not true. I forgot I used a city bike thing, which was actually really cool to do. But what I did want to ask you is, what is your favorite compliment you have ever gotten? And it could even be from a family member. What is your favorite compliment that somebody gave you and why, that you don't mind sharing?
When you said that, the first one that came to mind, and it's not exactly a compliment. I used to work with kids with autism and I used to run a social skills group. And so I was working with this kid, he's probably like 6 or 7, little kid. And at one point he just looks at me and he goes, I am a short child and you are a long adult. And I was like, this is the best thing I've ever heard. A lot of they weren't compliments, but a lot of things were said to me in those groups. I had another day. I usually don't tell the kids my age. But this day it was a really rainy day, kind of like today, at least if you're in the New York City area, it's gross out. The kids were just all super off and they weren't really engaging with each other, right? But for some reason they decided to start trying to guess how old I was. And I was like, well, at least you're talking and asking questions and we're engaging with each other and this is social skills, so let's go for it. And the first age they guessed was 16 and I was 28 at the time and I was like, this feels really nice. The next age they guessed was 86. So that wasn't as nice. But it was also a very large age gap. So that game stayed for a while. So we played that game for probably about 10 minutes before they were at the right age, which was great.
Interesting. Definitely wasn't the way I was thinking it would go, but that's cool.
No, but best compliment. Yeah, that's probably not what you were thinking, but that's where my brain.
Oh, that's definitely cool. Nothing wrong with that. So what was I putting here? So yeah, so basically, oh yeah, your friends, again, you're a great individual, you got many talents, as in just being a people person in general. For those that you like, when you don't like somebody, they're probably crap out of luck. But in general, what is something that would surprise most of your friends about you that they wouldn't know about? Or are you okay, comfortable revealing it? I mean, it's
I think the
probably a
harder
select
part
people.
is uh, figuring out something that most of them don't know. Um, I'm a very, I'd say I'm a fairly open book. Yeah, I don't have a filter. Most of them, that doesn't surprise anybody. So I'm pretty out there with stuff. I can't think of
Can you
anything
think
that
of
would
anything? Okay.
surprise a lot of people.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely understandable. I mean, maybe you're just that much revealing. I mean, again, everybody usually has something that somebody wouldn't expect from, like, no, that's you. Wow, surprised you would do
Well,
that.
I think the problem is, right, like I've said so much, because again, no filter. I've said so much to so many people that like there's probably things that certain people know about me that other people don't. So it's like, oh, this nugget would be surprising to this group of people, but not so much to this group of people. But then not also to this other group of, like, I feel like, but like overall, I'm like, there's not like one thing I could reveal and it's like, ooh, and everyone's surprised, like there's just not that one thing that I have. I would surprise everybody.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. I'm gonna ask this, and I'm sure, and I know you definitely told me before, but I have no clue what it is as I'm looking at it. I'm gonna say the wrong thing, but your Instagram, is it?
Yes.
You
Are
know,
you
done.
asking about my Instagram name?
Yeah. So are you a San Francisco? I know you're not a sports fan in general, so it's not for the San Francisco 49ers. So what is 49? And I know that's not your age. So what is 49?
Yes, the 49 in there. So when I was a kid, my aunt, actually my godmother, and then lots of my mom's family does it as well, but I specifically remember it the most coming from my godmother, was she would call me a Carolina 49er. That was just like my mom and her whole family, like nicknames all day. Like there are 1,000 different names that every single person has. So one of mine was Carolina 49er. So when it came time to trying to like make emails and stuff, and of course you have to include some sort of a number because somebody else already has that name, of course. For me, I was like, well, 49, then I realized afterwards most other people were doing like the year they were born or something, but I was like, well, this number means more to me than the year I was born because this is what I was actually called. And so here we go, Carolina 49er.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, my one email has 6'9" in it, but that's for the Mets. That's not the year I was born, but like sometimes people say it's either
I thought when you first gave me your email address, I was like, Andy, raunchy. Ooh. And then you were like, no, and I was like, it's the Mets, and I was like, no.
Yeah, so I put it for the Mets. It's got the Mets nickname on it, but it was 6'9". I tried to get 8'6", but somebody originally took it when I first put it in my email. So then I went to 6'9". Didn't even think twice about it. Those are the only 2 years they won the World Series. So I kept it just because now it's pretty much the only email. Well, it's not the only email I had because it's not the only one I have now, but it's the one I use more than any other of them. But a lot of people probably think that he's a sick bastard or what's what. But and others will just think that's the day of year. But I've had people actually pinpoint that, oh, you're a Mets fan, which I love because that's the Mets nickname with the year. But not many people have, but select few have, which is awesome. So not here to talk about myself, time to talk about Caroline Dunn. So with Caroline, just out of curiosity, do you know, I mean, I know today, later on tonight, Caroline will be performing stand-up. Do you know what time of that's at? Like 5 something?
I do 5:58.
5:58 p.m. Eastern time, because we're old world. So we need to say Eastern time. That's a big thing to tell people. So, and it's, yeah, I'm not gonna, so with your thing, what was the question I was gonna ask you now? Holy crap. Oh yeah. So are you planning to perform anywhere in person? Like even if it's just a stand-up where, you know, you do 5 minutes or what's what?
It is my goal to. Have I planned it out? Absolutely not. You know, over the summer it was I worked as a children's educational entertainer talking about dinosaurs, and there was a lot of that over the summer. And I just got back from a week in Boston working, so I haven't really planned anything as of yet. But that is a goal, is that during the fall at some point I will be able to actually go and do the thing.
That's awesome. Okay, that is great. So what I will say, you got to realize like that to me in general shouldn't be a big plan, because that's like, I even know the right people that if you want to perform, I could get you to perform. One guy that he does it every week, he runs shows and all, you could always perform if you want. So let me know. We can get you 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I think I'm so nervous, right? So I started doing stand-up. I took a class in stand-up in the fall of 2019. And I did my first stand-up show in like December of 2019. And so my goal was to then, I was like, well, I'm going to start doing shows in person. And then, well, lovely little pandemic. So I have done one in-person show since the pandemic, and I get so nervous because stand-up is not like improv. It's not. And it re-triggers all of my, as I said before, right? I was in drama club all through high school and I never got a big part. And a big part of that was because I had such bad stage fright. And that exact level of stage fright comes back. I can do presentations. I can talk to hundreds and thousands of people. I've done it if I'm doing a presentation, but stand-up is a whole different beast than improv, than acting. It's so different. And so like, yeah, there's a lot of lovely anxiety that goes on.
Oh, what I'll say is the reason that it surprises me just in general, Caroline, she performs on our online, because doing it online, even though you're not getting the audience feedback, they're not right in your face, you're actually showing it to more people. You're showing it universal, where you're not in a,
but I
even
don't
if you're in a room,
them, you know.
But again, you're not in a room. If you have 50 people in New York City, that's a great room. They're in your face and then you're done. Where here, you got people online from all parts of the world that get to see you. And it's a lot more than 50 people. So it's like, and
I'll have to see them. They're there. I'll have to see them though. It's fine. It's good. I'll have to see them.
But you see, like, so now, and again, like Caroline, I know she's been doing actressing, you know, not actressing, that's in the wrong way, but you know, like
that's it. That's what I've been actressing, everybody. I've been actressing.
But I'm saying in general, like, you know, she's been acting and, you know, just trying to get things going forward to get whatever. And I know she's a great actor. I've seen what she can do. So by knowing that, like, I would think that give you more confidence to go out there and just, hey, let me be, because again, you do a great job when you do your shows. When I saw you in person, you did a great show that had a great amount of people. So
yeah, it's I don't know. It's the level of anxiety I feel around stand-up is entirely different than the level of anxiety I feel around other activities that are seemingly like it, but for some reason it's like, I don't know. I think it's because stand-up is so I guess like personal, right? Like you're talking about yourself, whereas with like acting or improv or doing a presentation, you're talking about something else. You know, you're talking about whatever the presentation is about. You're talking about whatever the like you're talking about something outside of yourself, whereas stand-up is very like personal. And it's like, well, if people don't laugh, if they don't connect with it, then they don't like me. And I'm one of those people who really likes being liked. I mean, I think most people like being liked, but you know, I really like being liked. So it feels entirely different to me.
Well, you're a very likable person, so you have that like welcome to, as in like it's not like your performance is going to tear people away. Like, oh, she's awful. Because I've never really seen you do a bad act. So that's the thing. Like again, we've seen you do better and then not as, but you've never done a bad act. So like to me, comics to me, just like the same thing with improv, but comics in general, even though they're selected slightly different in a lot of ways, but the thing that you could bring into it is you can't please everyone. That's just the fact. If you don't bomb on stage, you're never going to be that successful. It's just about everybody that's super successful has bombed to an extent on stage. So you need to show off that big bomb. Just go downhill. Now just messing with your fight.
Yeah, I just got a bomb. All right.
So, but what I'll say is just because I'm looking at the timer, I know the time's almost up, but if right now somebody just say your life story is being done. They're doing your life story. Who is going to play Caroline Lina Dunn in the Carolina story or the Caroline story? Now I'm messing up your name, but okay.
I don't know. I would hope it would be me, right? I'm working on being an actress, so I would want it to be me.
Well, what if you couldn't make the part?
Because I couldn't play myself. I don't know. For some reason, I've always thought Tina Fey. You know, which would be interesting because obviously we are not the same age. And it's not like she would play the younger version of me because she's older than me. But yeah, I think just, you know, having her seeing her do so many different parts, and especially like Liz Lemon in 30 Rock. I've been Liz Lemon. I've done that Liz Lemon. So I feel like that would be a pretty easy casting choice.
No, I mean, I could definitely see Tina Fey like being you, no question, because she's just so talented. I'm a huge, enormous fan of Tina Fey, and I'm an enormous fan of yours, no question. And obviously 20-year difference between the two, approximately, but they're both great. And I mean, it just comes down to, I could easily see her playing it just without the glasses, and she could do that a piece of cake.
Well, I had glasses for a long time, Andy. There's contacts in here right now. These are my natural eye color. People ask me that all the time. These are my normal eye color. But yeah, I cannot see very well.
Okay, that would not have known that. But I mean, well, she's told me before, but you know, she usually has this. So, but thank you for Caroline Dunn. She will be performing later tonight. I'm actually looking right at here, the report. So at 5:58 p.m. Eastern time, on and off of approximately that time. She'll be performing, then she'll be performing later on with the professionals at 6:47 p.m. Eastern time. So that'll be a lot of fun. We do have the next act, two young gentlemen that we actually will probably help him some of his scene. Gonna need some help. Would you like to introduce him? I don't know if you have it in front of you. I think you do.
Right? Yes. Up next, we have Capelwave.
Do you hear us? Okay, perfect. Okay. We can't hear you. Are you on? See if we can.
I mean, what's up, docs, technically.
Okay, so just let us know, because I know you needed people afterwards, but we'll let you do it, and then you'll call us up when you need the improv.
I would be happy if you guys stay on camera, and if you by miracle, if you laugh at my jokes, I would love to hear it. So just stay on camera. Any both of you, non-pressure, but anyways.
Sounds good. Camera. Oh, perfect.
All right, guys. What's up, docs? I'm hailing from the land of leopards, elephants, and crocodiles. No, it's not Australia or Florida, but it's like Amazon in a smaller package. It's a smaller country called Sri Lanka, which is right below India. And this is my fancy mic, which is also can be a prop gun, but can also be a sword. It's just my emotional support tripod, technically. My full name is Kapildev Kanavati Pillai, but Cap is fine because I realized long ago that my full name is a literal health hazard, even to people who actually the first guy to actually pronounce my full name ended up in a hospital with a hernia in his stomach. So it's good that you go with a tap. It's just a safety precaution. I actually love the fact that we're doing a lot of things virtual. I get to meet a lot of good people all around the world. It's amazing. But the thing is that I always get this, actually meet people, new people, and they usually say like, "Oh my God, your English is so good. Who's your acting coach? Come on, tell us your secret. We want to know." And they're always disappointed because I usually say, "Lady, I just watched a bunch of cartoons and learned English from them." So technically, Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd or Mickey Mouse would be my accent coach. But yeah, that's actually true. My mom got me a DVD player when I was 10, and my English grades just went straight up. And she was so proud of that because the reason is you have no idea how much social credit you get when you can speak English without a native accent in actually a non-English speaking country. Everyone assumes you're going places. You must be this intelligent kid. And my mom is so proud of the fact, because I can do that, she put up a picture of Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse right in our prayer room, actually. Yeah, it's true. It's Lord Shiva and Ganesha, and then it was Mickey and Bugs right there. To be honest, I would have preferred it was Lola Bunny. That would have been great for my teenage years, but that would be pushing a little. So I'm happy with Bugs and Mickey Mouse. But the thing is that my mom didn't fully understand that Disney doesn't just, teaches you English. No, it not indoctrinates you into the Western cultures. It gives you crazy ideas like, having a dream instead of a career. That kind of wacky things only Western people do. And my mom was clearly not ready for that because at the time when I was 16, I was about to start my advanced levels. It's like your educational path that you take and then leads you to your career. So my mom sat me down and she was about to give me the talk. No, not the birds and the bees talks. No, we are South Asians. We don't talk about sex until marriage. So it was about the educational talk. And my mom was like, "Son, you're about to start your A-levels. This is the most important decision that you'll make in your life. And I know you're my brilliant son. I know you're my brilliant boy. You can speak English so well. I know you want to be a doctor, okay? And just like I wanted, you want to be a doctor. I know you want to do that. If you want to do that, you have to choose the bio stream, okay? But here's the thing. I believe in freedom of choice, okay? I believe in making children choose what they want is the best idea. And I know you want to be a doctor, but still, if you have like other options, you can always be an engineer, okay? It's no problem at all. Just choose the mathematics stream. You'll be fine. Even not engineering, why not finance, business stream? You can work in a bank. That's also great for me. So what do you want to do with your life, my son? Tell me." And I was like, stood up. Like, "Mom," I looked her in the eye. Like Mickey said, in life, you have to follow your heart. And my heart wants me to become a Hollywood actor. A few moments later, my mom threw out Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse right in the trash out of my prayer room. It was not staying there after that. "What do you mean you want to become a Hollywood actor? What do you mean you want to follow your heart? No, the heart is not the thinking of it, okay? You listen to your brain, you're thinking of it, okay? That is why you need to study biology. Oh, just listen to me. Why shiver? I'm such a stupid child." And yeah, that basically how my 16-year birthday went. And it doesn't really help that when your friend, who actually did not have that much of a great English and all, became a doctor anyways. And your son is now 25 years old, doesn't technically have a career. I mean, he's not just an actor now, but he has some other exploits like a YouTuber, comedian, improviser. So basically no career, but just have a lot of different hobbies. So that's always fun at family gatherings in our South Asian family. And yeah, that's basically my comeuppance as a stand-up performer. And thank you for listening to this, and thank you for giving me a chance to do my stand-up, guys. This is my probably third or fourth show doing stand-ups, and don't be weirded out by this tripod.
Oh, definitely a great job. You got 30 minutes time. You only used a little over 5 minutes, but I know you wanted to do some improv also.
Yes, I want to do improv. I want to do voices. Although voices, I'm going to be a little bit slowed down because I am recovering from a flu. So it's not just the land of leopards, elephants, and crocodiles. It's also the land of monsoon, mosquitoes, and the flu. So let's start with some improv games. I've actually made up an improv game myself. I did it in Monday Night Improv, which is a Malaysian group that I perform with on Monday nights, which is based off. Do you guys watch the sitcom How I Met Your Mother?
Saw some of it.
Okay, so there is a character in that sitcom. What about you, Caroline? Have you seen it?
Oh yeah, I've seen it all several times, actually.
Great. So you would recognize this character. So I made up this whole game, which is technically the game Barney Stinson's Improv Legendary. So the idea of the game is that I will give you a very unfavorable situation, but you have to make that situation a legendary situation, a most favorable situation to you in the form of a monologue. I will give you 1 minute, and I will give you a very ridiculous situation, and you're gonna have to make that one a great scenario. So let's get our suggestion. So who wants to volunteer first for this?
Ladies
Barney
first.
Stinson?
Thanks, Andy. I'll go first.
Yes, ladies first. That is proper. That's keep in touch with Barney's code. Okay, so the first suggestion is that you are about to fight a bunch of lions while covered in barbecue sauce. So let me start the timer. Timer here. So you have 1 minute to make this unfavorable situation legendary. And you can also include the word, if you can, legend, wait for it, dairy in your monologue. So here you go. 3, 2, 1, improv.
Best idea ever, guys. All right, so we're gonna get barbecue sauce. We're just gonna cover our whole selves in barbecue sauce, right? And don't think it's gonna stop there, because then enter lions, because you know what lions are? Big cats, which means, you know, big pussies. Yeah, you see where I'm going with that? And then, you know, barbecue sauce. Lions don't eat barbecue. Like, they've never even smelled it before. They're not from the South. They don't know what that is. Oh, hey, y'all. They don't say that. They're from Africa, so they don't even know what barbecue sauce is. So they're not going to attack us, but they are going to lick us, because, of course, we're using Sweet Baby Ray's, because what else you can use but Sweet Baby Ray's, right? So they're going to lick us all up and down, right? And that's going to be the best bath ever. It's going to be a legend. Wait for it, because you haven't quite gotten all the stuff licked off of you yet. Dairy bath. Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
Perfect time. Wow, you actually nailed that in the perfect, like 5 minutes, 5 seconds almost. You nailed that word. That's awesome. So Andy, you will be our next Barney Stinson legendary improviser. And your weird scenario is that you just got bitten by a zombie. Yes, you are patient 0. So you have 1 minute to actually make this unfavorable scenario favorable. I mean, technically legendary. So if you can include the word legend, wait for it, dairy in your monologue, that will be awesome. So your time starts in 3, 2, 1, improv.
So, you know, I'm kind of bitten from a zombie, and, you know, it's basically a bit legendary zombie, and, you know, it's like into our minds and all this stuff. I'm kind of forming into that, you know, thing. I'm trying to fight it, but, you know, it's getting into me a bit slowly, but that's fine. The whole thing is, I'm starting to feel a little craving, you know, brains. Oh, Jesus. You know, they say you are what you eat. I've never been too smart, but I don't really looking for a smart brain. I just need any brain, a human brain. So it's not any brain, but, you know, yeah, I'm trying to hold back. Oh, man. But yeah, I'm seeing the beautiful head over there. Yeah, I understand. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Again, it's the head. That's the key. I need what's inside it. I don't care about the outside. It's just about the brains, you know. Yeah. I'm trying to understand. I like brains. Yeah. I feast off brains. You know, it's salivating. Oh, I kind of like feel like Homer says, brains.
And time. You are, in fact, the most legendary zombie, my friend. Barney Stinson's would be proud. So if you guys have any unfavorable situation for me, or we can use the generator that I have, but if you can come up with something, I'm all ears.
You have been pulled over by the police and you're currently covered in an illicit substance.
Oh. Okay, let me start my own timer. And 3, 2, 1, go. Good evening, officer. I know this looks bad in your situation, but is it really? I mean, is it this? You can be anything, you know. I mean, you can't just, you know, presume this is, you know, alcohol because, you know, it could be something else that actually does smell like alcohol because you can't drink and drive. But there is no law that says you can't cover yourself and drink and drive. And you can see I'm clearly sober. Oh, I know this is a weird idea. I know you might be thinking, what kind of a person who would, you know, cover himself with alcohol and drive? Because it's COVID-19, okay? I just like to feel safe, okay? That's why I rubbed it my alcohol, okay? It is a legendary idea. I'm gonna recommend this to the CDC. I'm gonna recommend it to the World Health Organization, okay? Because this is the best way to stay safe in COVID-19. It is legend. Wait for it. Dairy. And that's time.
Great job.
Okay. Thank you. That is my actually Barney Stinson's game, but we have other games we can play, which is a game, I think it's named Goalie, or it could be named 3-Line Story. I have no idea, so we're just gonna name it Goalie plus 3-Line Stories. Anyways, in this, we're gonna have to actually use different types of voices and characters and all those weird stuff that we do on improv. So there's going to be one goalie, which is in this turn, it's going to be me. And one of you will approach me with a different character, any sort of character with any sort of voice or accent that you feel like. And I would have to get inspired by your one line, and I will respond to you with my own. Then you will respond to me with another line, and that's it. That's the end of the scene. And we move on to the next person. I will be the goalie for both of you. So who wants to go first? Is it still ladies first, or is it this time we're going to give Andy a chance? Age before beauty.
Yes, there you go.
You point at me after
Okay.
age for beauty.
Well, ladies first, I'm saying. No, it's
I mean, if it was, I mean, like I'm 25. I don't know. Anyways, so who, ladies first or age before beauty? What guys?
Ladies first, let's do it.
Okay, so 3, 2, 1, improv.
Now, y'all just have a wonderful smile there. I am just so enjoying that little smirk coming out below that there. Is it a mustache or a beard? I don't know.
Oh, shucks, Mary. I'm just flabbergasted that you made this kind gesture. But I am robbing you.
Oh, now, sweetie, this is not a good look for you. The mustache, the robin's normal.
And see. And then Andy, hit me with your own weird character.
Okay, excuse me. I just want you to pass me over my yo-yo over there. Just pass me my yo-yo, please.
No, it's my turn to play with this yo-yo. Okay, you're not getting it. It's mine.
I'm gonna take the yo-yo and walk it as a doggy and let it pee on you. Yes.
And scene, and I am peed on next. So I like the fact that it ended there. So who's going to be goalie next? This time I'm going to make Andy goalie, and this time I will go first with a different character, and then followed by Caroline. Hello, do you have what you call medicine for my illness?
I do have medicine here for your thing. So here you go. Here's some herbal tea. It is the best medicine for you. And here's some Jameson with it. Oh, yes.
What? You know these are leeches, right?
And scene. And then Caroline, you can approach Andy with your own weird character.
Well, Belvedere, I'm quite excited that you've come over today to share with me this tea that I made. It isn't poison.
Well, I appreciate you giving me that tea. That's not poison. Just a little curious why you said it's not poison. Nobody's ever given me tea that is poisoned.
Well, because I wanted to make sure that you knew there were no hard feelings for you stealing my prize last weekend at the house auction.
And scene. And we do have a murder mystery on our hand afterwards. And now, Caroline, you are the goalie now, and we will approach you with our weird characters. Andy, would you like to go first?
Sure, why not? So, I just want some tapioca, please.
Well, we don't have any more tapioca. You're gonna have to go with the rice pudding.
I do like rice pudding, but my taste buds wanted some tapioca.
That is wonderful. It's like the trolls talking, but not the internet trolls, actually, not the real life trolls. So I would approach Caroline with my own weird character.
Oi! That crocodile fellow is back and he's trying to hug my tail.
Crikey! We've got to get you out of the water there, Steve. If you stay in the water, he's definitely going to do the death.
Too late. He's blending it. I'm going to kill him. And I know it's not going to look good.
And that is the short biography of Steve Irwin. I heard you guys talk about him a while back. Okay, so we have few time and we can actually have more improv games. I'm glad the fact that I got to do my voices without actually coughing, which is a good thing for me. Okay, the next thing is Scenes from the Hat, technically. And yes, I did see improv. What's that show called? Whose Line Is It Anyway? That's my first. Yeah, that's my first introduction to improv. And I just hopped on David's show. I had no idea what I was doing. Still don't either. Anyways, okay, so we are going to play the world's worst. So our first scenario is going to be worst things to say when you're about to get an award. So we can go in round line. It doesn't matter if you don't have a good joke or a good impression or a punchline. You just go with whatever that comes to your mind. So I will go first and then followed by Caroline, and then it would be Andy. It's not at all alphabetical order. It's like a jump. I mean, like backwards, it makes sense. Anyway, okay, the worst thing to say when you're about to receive an award. Oh, I have an award. Thank you. Thank you. I really don't deserve this. I mean, really, they said the wrong name. This is not supposed to be me. And then Caroline.
I am so honored to get this award for. I can't read what it says. What was this for again? What is this?
Well, I'm not going to thank anyone for this award. Just simple put, I won. I was the best. That means you were all the worst. I deserved it. So who should I thank? I thank me, myself, and I. Great job.
And we do actually thank you for it. Well, we go another round in the same scenario. I would like to accept this gracious and the most important award in my life. It took 90 years to do so. I will never let this. Somebody broke that.
Oh, thanks, kids, for this best mom in the world mug. I have some important news though. I'm putting you up for adoption.
Well, thank you all for this award. It is the world's greatest nose picker. You know, I used to put it all over my wall. It would hold up my posters and everything, but without the posters. You know why? Because the booger design is so great and sticky. And some of those, you know, it's not always easy to get your finger out once you get it up there, but oh, it was well worth getting this award. Thank you all.
You just brought flashbacks to my earlier today's week. Anyways, okay, let's go to the next scenario. Okay, the next scenario is that world's worst fast food restaurant. Ooh, this is going to be a fun one. So this time we'll go in the reverse order. So it'll be Andy, Caroline, and then it'll be me. So you are the world's worst fast food restaurant.
All right, well, you get for what you pay for. The reason it's so cheap is, listen, we got cockroaches, rats, and, dingleberries. It's all in there, don't worry. It's cheap, so it's worth the price.
Welcome to McDonald's, where we'll shove stuff in your holes till you tell us to stop. May I take your order?
I mean, they probably do exist, I think. McDonald's employees probably. Yes, we would really like to actually introduce our great dish that we just invented, pure salad. No meat at all or oil. It's just pure good salad with fruits. And then another round.
All right, so here you go. This is just it's not broccoli, it's just leaves, but the whole thing is it's so good. Some people pee on the leaves, it's just let's be human nature. You are what you eat, so you eat what you are, I guess. There you go. Enjoy.
That might happen in the future.
Welcome to Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin' our balls in your coffee. We've got a sweaty caramel. Is that what you're looking for?
Okay, that I don't want to happen ever. Okay. Yes, this is a whole chicken. You just eat it raw. Okay, that's what manly people do. Welcome to Popeye's Manly Edition. All right, I think we have 2 minutes probably, so we'll do some other scenarios if it's okay.
You actually still got 7.5 minutes. You're still good. I'm timing you, but yeah.
Okay, then that's wonderful. So the next thing is worst thing to say at a wedding. Worst things to say at a wedding. This time we will follow the order of Caroline, and then Andy, and then me.
Wow. You went with white. And I can see you didn't lose all the weight.
That bridesmaid is getting kicked out.
Congratulations. I'm so thrilled. You two make such a great couple, and your husband made the right choice, because me and you, we used to make out a lot, and I used to have you in between the sheets, and oh man, I miss those memories. You are great. You're a lucky man.
Best man's best speech ever. Oh my God, what happened? All right, so the second round begins.
I'm so sorry. I didn't want to come to the actual ceremony because boring, all that stuff. But I definitely wanted those free drinks. So I'm just gonna hop over to the bar now.
All right, so we're very happy to welcome you into the family. Congratulations and everything. We heard you were worth a lot of money, so you're gonna have to go into that broken elevator. Don't worry about it. Life is short. Enjoy your trip.
Murder Mystery 2, Death at a Wedding. You may now kiss the bride. Nice. How about you touch her breast a little bit, okay? Let me get that on film. Okay, that's a bit naughty. Still. Okay, the next scenario is... okay, what did I put? Okay, you are... Wait, that's not it. Where does my suggestions go? Okay, anyways. We can try another game instead of looking for suggestions, actually. Another game is, it's kind of like the 3-word goalie, but this time I'm going to make you guys sing. I know you will hate me and kill me for it, but you're going to have to do your best to sing, or you can say the line anyways. So it will have 2 people on the scene, where one person will start the scene by singing a song or saying the lyrics of the song or whatever you prefer. But I would prefer it if you sing. And then you get to be inspired by that song. And then you're going to have to reply to them in any ways. And you'll have a 2-line scene. So technically you will have 4 lines. One that starts with the song, then you reply, and the other person gets to respond. That's 4 lines, technically, yeah. Is that right? Is my math correct? Anyways, we say 4 times. We talk to each people talk 2 times. Anyways, so I will go first. This time, ages before beauty. So Andy, you're gonna have to be my scene partner. This is one.
What makes you think I'm older? I don't get it. What makes you think I'm not the youngest on this screen? But
There's
okay,
too much wisdom in your face. There's too much wisdom in your face, Andy. Okay. I'm gonna have to start with the song. I'm thinking. I did it my way.
Yes, I understand you did it your way, and it was wrong.
Really? That's not how you do trigonometry?
No, it's not the way you do that trigonometry. It's the wrong way, which you love to do everything wrong.
And scene. And then next, it would be Andy starting a scene with Caroline, but Andy will be starting off the scene with the song. And the second person doesn't technically have to sing. You can sing if you want to. Well, yeah, it's good. It's good.
Here is your champagne and your fries.
Thank you. I love this kind of champagne. It's so classy.
Yes, young lady, you are so classy. Here is my phone number also, just in case.
Just in case they want more champagne, because it's my wedding.
Dancing. And then now, Caroline, you're gonna have to be actually forced to sing a line, and then I would have to respond to it.
It's raining men. Hallelujah. It's raining men. Amen.
What? Really? I mean, are we gonna die? I mean, they're gonna crack it down. I mean, we're all gonna be drowning in bed. We're gonna die.
No, honey, just reach out and grab one. We can finally get you a date.
Ah, so they're not actually technically falling. And scene. So what is my time now, Andy? Just to make sure.
You're actually at 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, we'll just have one thing. Worst things to say at a birthday party. Let's end it with that punchline game. So this time we will follow the lineup of Andy, me, and Caroline.
Okay, worst things to say at a birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, you old bastard. One less year that we'll have to deal with you.
Happy birthday to you. Ooh, I got the age number wrong. Shit.
Happy birthday, sweetie. What do you mean it's not your birthday? Oh, it's your brother's birthday. Oh.
Mama dear.
Happy birthday. You know, I mean, congratulations. You just turned 21. But in all reality, you look pretty crappy. You look like you're 40, but that's all good. Congratulations, we think.
I know you meant that of me, okay? It's just the beard. I haven't shaved, okay? Happy birthday to... Oh, wrong table. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Happy birthday, you're finally 18, and now we can charge you as an adult in the murder of your mother.
Damn.
That's the third mystery, isn't it? There you go.
That's the third mystery. Most disturbing one. Child, death by child. All right, I think that's probably time. Is it right?
Yes, it is time, but Cap, before you break out, do you have any website you want people so they can follow you on Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube, or any of that?
Thank you. I do actually. You can follow me on SWAT Deeds. Give me a moment. Let me to grab that thing. Barney Stinson, you're covering my whole background. Anyways, I do have SWAT Deeds where I sing, I dance, I throw myself in a bucket, and I work with puppets. And I talk all different varieties of cartoons, movies, and do weird stuff. So you can come and check me out there. You can also follow me on Instagram, which is @k.kapildev. but it's just, basically me doing shirtless pictures. So it's whatever you fancy, okay? Plotties or Instagram, or you can also find me on Extreme Improv, where I take part in numerous shows. And thank you for having me, Andy, and thank you for having me, Adeline.
Thank
That
you.
airline.
Awesome job. Thank you so much. Capita Bay. Thank you so much. Brilliant job. So, Caroline, would you like to introduce the next team?
Sure. Up next, we have Beep Sebastian.
Hello. Hello. Good to see you guys. They've left.
Hello.
Hi. We're Beep Sebastian. We normally have members from around the globe, but none of them have turned up. So we're now from the UK.
Yeah.
Taking over because no one could be bothered. Turn up from South Africa and the United States of America. No. So it's just us. But we're going to try and entertain you in the next bunch of time. Yep. We would love to have a suggestion from you to do with this time of year, because Andy made me put a jumper on, which I've done, and now I'm overheating.
Yeah, I'm really boiling as well. But yeah, we'll survive. I can do this for the next few minutes.
I'm going to take it off. The suggestion is Halloween. Has come in. Thank you for that. I'm Louise, and this is Vivek. We love improv very much, and as I said, there's normally more of us. But I should also explain that I hope this is all right, Vivek, to share medical. I won't say what's wrong with you. But we're both on antibiotics. Is that okay for me to say that?
That's fine.
Is that all right? I'm not going to say anything else. You think, why? We've never met in person, so it's not because of each other. So we're on antibiotics. So if it goes
synchronous antibioticity.
So that's why we've had to take the jumpers off. Okay, so our suggestion is Halloween. We're Beep Sebastian, thank you very much. And bear with the brain fog due to actual medication. So thank you so much.
Yeah. It's funny, actually, Halloween, I don't have much of an association with Halloween, but there was this one time I went for a local independent cinema near us, near me where I live. They have this Halloween all-nighter. They start showing movies from about 6 in the evening on Halloween Eve, and it goes on till 6 a.m. or 9 a.m. even. So just continuous horror films throughout. And they have like 4 different cinemas, and you could go. And so I went in once, and when you sign up, buy tickets for everything, like 5 movies or something, and you can go from show to show. And I fell asleep during the second movie, and then and it was. I don't usually watch horror movies, so I was really anyway a bit scared. But when I woke up, it felt like it was this really strange experience, as if I had woken up inside a movie. And
wake up. Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. You were asleep.
No, sorry, I was just waking up. Sorry. Yeah, basically, I feel like I could never shake that feeling again. And so it's almost like I just continued living in some kind of horror movie since then. It's really a weird feeling.
Welcome to your film of your life. I have just woken you up, and here you are in the film of your life right now. How do you feel?
Thank you. I was just wondering, is there someone I could speak to about, specifying what I would like in the movie?
Okay. Yes, that is possible, but I just want to let you know that we're not going to put up with any diva behavior. We've had all sorts of people here. Can I be played by, this person, that person? We had someone asking for Brad Pitt. I mean, are you going to ask for Brad Pitt? Because he's very busy,
No, I just, I don't like horror movies, so I don't want to be in a horror film. And
let me see.
Yeah, thank you. And
I'm afraid the genre has already been specified. However, I can offer you romantic comedy if that would be better.
Oh, yes, please. Yeah, that's. I would quite like that, I think.
Are you sure you want romantic comedy, though? Seems a little bit boring. Why don't you just stick with horror?
Actually, I don't think I'd like horror. I never used to like horror, so maybe romantic comedy sounds pretty good. Would there be actual, romance? I'm happy to provide the comedy.
Yes, yes, there will be romance in it. Well, as a comedy goes, some of it simulated and some of it real.
Oh, yes, please. I would like that. By the way, you look a lot like my Auntie Carol. Are you she?
Yes, I am your Auntie Carol.
Okay. She never approved of romance. I know that.
Well, I'll take romance.
You.
I will take romance, but
good. Thank you, Auntie Carol.
But I'll also take horror too.
No.
So when I woke up in the cinema, I couldn't work out whereabouts I was in the film. So it was almost as if I kind of didn't know the difference between reality and whether I was in a film or not, but it seemed pretty much like my life. So when I left the cinema, I just went off and had a walk around. I had this terrible feeling that perhaps things weren't as I thought they were. So I found myself, checking bins, looking behind trees, and also making sure that I followed the rules of films, like not walking alone or answering the phone on my own or helping a man move a couch alone. I tried to implement that in my own life to make sure that, just in case I was in a film, because I couldn't work it out at that point.
Hey, hi, mate. Hi, good to see you. I've got this couch. I'm trying to move this couch into my house. Do you think you can help me move this couch?
Right. Sure. But the thing is, I watched Silence of the Lambs once, and I remember us all screaming at the top of our voices, "Don't
Was
help
it about a butcher
him."
shop?
No. Silence of the Lambs. With Anthony Hopkins. You're vegan.
Hopkins? Yeah, I'm vegan. Yeah.
Is Anthony Hopkins a vegan? I'm not sure about that, Boris.
Well,
it's an interesting question.
Be a vegan. We need more role models, us vegans. Yeah. So, are you going to help me with this couch or not, Dimitri?
No, wait a second. Let me tell you about Silence of the Lambs. You went off about vegans.
Yeah.
Okay, no. Listen, this is the problem, okay? In the plot of Silence of the Lambs, and by the way, no spoilers, it's been out for about 30 years.
Mm-hmm. So have I.
You should have... Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I heard about that, Boris. And the thing is, what happens in Silence of the Lambs, and this isn't even a plot spoiler because it's not a very big plot spoiler, but a girl helps a man with a sofa. Mm-hmm. It might be an armchair. And because his arm's hurt, and then he kidnaps her. Outrageous. So you're not going to do that,
you, Dimitri. I won't kidnap you, Dimitri. And it's more like a couch, it's not I wouldn't call it a sofa. It's definitely not an armchair. Well, yeah.
If it's a couch, then I'm happy to do it for you.
But Dimitri, not against you. Yeah, thanks that you've got it. But I know maybe this is not the best time to broach this. I've got my cigarette in my mouth. Sorry.
Put mine down. Thank God.
Sorry. But I wouldn't ever kidnap you. But I would rather like it if you moved in with me.
Oh, I was going to have an objection to the fact
you dropped the couch on my toes.
I'm sorry, it was a shocking moment. What you mean, Boris? I would love to move in with you.
I'm here, Dimitri. Because you're so masculine and all of that I never thought you would, fancy me.
Wait a second, are you moving this couch into my house?
Yeah, that's yeah. Well, this is your house, right? That's why I came to your door.
And I've helped you move your own couch into my house. This means it's serious.
Yeah, when you start, exchanging furniture, I think that's the fact.
Wait, what? Exchanging furniture? I gotta give
sorry,
you...
I meant merging. I meant merging furniture. Like merging bookshelves and stuff like that.
Oh, I see. Yes, right. That makes a lot more sense. Oh, I better put this cigarette out.
I keep vanishing the cigarette and bringing it back.
Don't worry.
It's my magic trick show.
That's what I like about you.
Yeah.
I like that about you.
Yeah. So I was going down the path, and it was a pretty dark night actually, and I was trying not to be alone, but then all my friends, they kind of live closer to the cinema than I do, so they just kept going back to their homes, and they would just vanish. And I eventually I was alone, and it was I was really desperate not to be alone. I was quite scared, and yeah, it wasn't 9 a.m. yet. We'd left the cinema before all the movies were over, and I'm a pretty puny guy. Like I'm really small and thin, and actually sometimes there've been I live in the north, and the winds can get really strong, and I've actually been lifted by the wind twice. It's true, like true fact, I've been lifted up by the wind twice, and I'm walking around at night all by myself. It was getting a bit windy as well, so that's why I brought up the wind. Yeah, so I decided I don't know why, but I needed to seek cover, and kind of get home through a really cover-filled, vegetated route, if you like. So I went through via this park, which is on the way to home, and there was a clearing in the middle of in the park, and I stepped in, and actually it was a kind of a spiritual moment. Strange. It was really strange. Yeah.
Welcome to the north.
Hi there. Welcome
Hi,
to the
buddy.
North.
Welcome to the north to you.
I love being on our North Welcoming Committee. It's been such a
it's
pleasure
so
working
amazing.
with you. Yeah.
You know what? You are my most favorite person to work with. I don't say that to everybody.
Oh my God, Rebecca, you are my favorite person to work with.
No, Clark, my favorite.
It's true. No, you're my favorite person to work with.
No, you are my favorite person to work with.
No, you're my favorite person to work with.
No, I insist. You are my favorite person to work with.
Rebecca, you're my favorite person to work with.
You're my favorite person to work with.
You are my favorite person to work with.
You. Okay,
Rebecca, I love
then,
you.
but okay, that's a bit too far.
I'm sorry. You're my favorite person to work
You're
with.
my favorite person to work with.
And you are my favorite person to work with.
Yay! I wouldn't say love so much as kind of like you.
Oh, you like.
Oh no,
You like.
I'm caught.
Oh, welcome to the North.
Welcome to the north.
Welcome to the North.
So because I've been picked up so many times by the wind, I do find it's always important to wear really heavy boots, because if you don't, then you could literally be lifted from your feet. So I always make sure that at this time of year that I wear some really, really big boots, heavy boots, and if possible, a heavy coat to ensure. So while my friends were all going back to the cinema, like to use their own toilets, to use to get snacks, because it's very expensive in the cinema to buy your own snacks, I would be taking off my heavy coat and shoes. So I was sort of stuck there with the most expensive popcorn. But when I left, I would put on my heavy coat, my very heavy boots, and then I would walk home alone, mostly because I lived the furthest away from all of my friends. And that was sad.
It's happening again. I'm so sorry. I'm just so sorry. Sarah, sometimes I just, oh God. I just keep wanting to cry. That's all I can say. What can I say, Sarah?
It's okay. You've just worn the same outfit as me, and it doesn't need this sort of reaction.
But Sarah, it's our annual village fair, and you know how I prepare for it all year round, and I don't want to. I want to be special, Sarah.
Okay, so you're going to make me get changed then? You're going to make me go all the way back to my house and get changed.
I don't want you to change, Sarah. It's not you. I'll have to live with it.
Okay,
I'd feel worse if you changed.
All right, you change then.
But I've been making this dress for the last year. My husband told me, he said, Lily, that's a beautiful dress you're wearing. And so I can't change now. So I'll have to just wear the same dress as you and feel sad.
You made me this dress for Christmas. Why make two identical dresses?
It's the only dress I know how to make.
Oh, darling, bless your heart. Why don't you text ahead and say, no, don't wear it?
I don't have a phone to text people.
Oh, look, this is my fault. This is my fault, Jennifer. This is my fault, okay? I feel almost, I mean, you made this dress, which is the only one you can make. I
made one for Dorothy too. She's going to be coming in the same dress.
Can we make a thing out of it? You know, like say that we're dancers or part of the village entertainment.
But something more classy. Yeah, yes. I mean, not just the entertainment. Maybe the awardees or the queens of the fair.
The what? The queens? What did you say before that?
The awardees, like I was thinking of these Oscar gowns or something. I don't know. My mind was a bit all over the place.
I know the feeling. The awardees. Oh, you mean the nominees? Is that what you mean?
Well, I meant the ones who win. But okay, I guess that's okay.
Oh, I see. Oh, the winners.
The winners. It's the winners.
We can pretend to be the winners, of course.
The winners of the fair, of the village fair, yes.
How stupid. We could be 3 identically dressed winners.
Yeah, it's the winner dress. We'll call it the winner dress.
And therefore it's not a mistake, but a very ambitious choice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Your dress is beautiful. You don't need to make any different type of dress. This is perfect.
And if I may say so, so are you,
yes,
Rebecca.
Oh, that is so wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are the real winners.
We are. So I walked into this clearing and I mean, I had my heavy boots on and my heavy jacket and everything, but it was just weird. It was the strangest thing. Maybe it was something about, because it was kind of surrounded by trees or something like that, and there was a wall behind. So maybe there was a kind of a vortex which the wind can form sometimes. I've read about this a little bit, but I've never actually seen one or felt anything like that. But it really swooped me up. So it was like I was in the middle of a circle, and from underneath there was this wind pushing me up, like I was ascending somewhere. It almost felt like I was, I don't know, going up on stage to receive a prize or an award or something. And it just, or actually, what it really felt like is maybe there was some alien abduction happening, and I was going to go into a spacecraft, a UFO or something, but the wind kept pushing me up and up until I was above the trees. Like my toes were being like tickled by the oak leaves, and it was, I just couldn't believe it was happening. I mean, it wasn't even like a movie; it was like a dream. I mean, that's interesting, right? I mean, I wonder, when do you know what's a dream and what's a movie, and what if you're seeing a movie in a dream? Well, anyway, I was floating. I was just floating.
Okay, Claude. We're sinking rapidly, just to let you know that.
All right. Is there anything you can do about it, Martina?
Look, I'm trying to put a lot of air, hot air in the balloon, which is part of it. You know, the hot air rises, the balloon goes up. At the moment we are sinking, you're going to have to throw more bags out.
Martina, but I've brought everything of my life on this journey, and throwing anything is going to be very heartbreaking for me. I'm really. Isn't there a bag you can throw out, Martina?
I packed very light, in fact. Let me see. Look at this. Everything perfectly packed in this knapsack.
Oh.
Everything you need. Change of underwear.
Martina, but you knew we were escaping for our life together, leaving behind our entire family and city. Is that all you needed?
I just needed it to be light on my way.
All right.
On my way to escape. I mean, okay, let me look in this hot air balloon, shall I, and see what you've been up to, huh?
Well, I've got my entire 25-volume writings, my collected works, and then I got the elephant foot, which was a souvenir from my time in India, which has these really sentimental memories for me. That's
fine. I mean, you can't be expected to leave behind, Claude, your 25 volumes or your elephant foot. That would go without saying. You keep on to those. I just wonder why you need this lamp, though. I mean, is this got a sentimental value to you?
Well, they always said that it was some kind of a genie inside, and I thought maybe it's insurance. If we were we are in an emergency. You think we could rub the lamp and maybe ask the genie for help?
I guess we could.
Hello, I am your genie.
Hello. Yeah, I'm afraid our hot air balloon is losing height, and we need to carry my husband's 25 volumes of his writings and his elephant foot. Along with it appears a bath, 3 dogs, and
you don't begrudge me the dogs, do you? They're our dogs.
No, dear, I don't. But yes, you could have brought the smaller ones, dear.
Could you stop this family squabble? You have 3 wishes.
Oh, 3 wishes. Should we wish for safety first, or just to be transported directly to our destination? What is our destination?
The Himalayas.
But where are we going to land in the Himalayas? Like in the snow?
Oh, I thought we'd head for Everest.
All right, let's ask him to land on
landmark.
Everest. Yeah.
Yes. Jeannie, can we land on Everest?
Okay. First wish, land on Everest.
Great.
Okay. All right.
Now I think about it, I don't think this is probably the best place to land on Everest.
I could have told you that, but well, I'm going to go with what you say. It's nice to be here. I've always wanted to be in Everest.
What is your second wish?
I guess I'd like to be warm. What do you think, Martina?
Yes, that's helped. And now we just need to be very careful with the final wish. We don't want to waste it.
No, you don't want to waste it.
What? I don't know. I wish Martina loved me.
I'm afraid the wish isn't yours to make because Martina rubbed the lamp, so she's the one who gets to make the wish.
I would like to wish to leave, Claude. Like, take me to the Caribbean.
Granted, you are going to the Caribbean.
Hooray! Freedom
Why
at last.
am I sitting on Everest?
I believe you. Bye.
Thank you, Jeannie. See you later. Thanks for doing business with you. So once I got home with my thick trousers, my thick coat, and my thick boots after going to the cinema, I realised that life is a little bit like a film after all. So I went to bed. The end.
The end.
That was our set. Thank you. We had some friends coming. Hello, friend. That was a good edit, by the way. I just finished the story off, but I didn't mean you to go because it was very well edited. Thank you.
Caroline, you can come back.
Hi, Caroline, welcome back.
That was a perfect edit. I was like, let's finish this story. Anyway, thank you. Anyway,
that's good. Yeah.
But well, thank you both. I mean, great job. But just out of curiosity, we want you to advertise what you want to advertise. Right off the bat, Louise. This is Louise Crooms. Great job with the Beep Sebastian. Do you want to advertise anything that you do in person or online for people to know about?
Yeah, I'm kind of, if you want to know who I am, if that bothers you or interests you at all, you can find me. My website is louisecrooms.com. And you'll find me in person at Glossop Improv, which is where I do my improvising, but generally wandering around the UK looking for someone to improvise with. So if that's you, hit me up.
Perfect. And how about yourself?
Vivek, yeah, I don't have anything to advertise apart from I would love to do more improv. So if someone I can do improv with, especially in the northeast of England, I'd be very happy for you to get in touch. Or online, of course. Happy to do online improv too. Thank you.
So what I will say is, just so you have a heads up, because we will reach out to you to see if you want to perform in next month's show. And that's for anybody that's out there, if they're a stand-up comedian or an improv team, because the next one, which is a Halloween extravaganza, we asked everybody to dress up. And Louise has been in many of them, and she's an amazing masquerader. She does a great job.
Love that
stuff. So that's on Friday, October 27th, 2023. Obviously, it's 2023, but thank you both. Beep Sebastian, great job, and definitely appreciate you both. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. So this officially is the Put On Your Sweater, it's fall comedians and improvisers virtual extravaganza, but I do, for those in New York City, I am tomorrow from 1 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. Central Park, do an improv class. So if you want to reach out to me, again, you could follow all my stuff behind me and message me. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, they'll be enjoying. So you should come on down. But talking about enjoyment, this next individual is great. Caroline, would you like to introduce the next individual?
Yeah, it's Dave.
It's Dave. All right.
Oh, hi, Lena. Thank you for the warm and welcoming introduction. Hey, listen, I really appreciate this time because I'd like to talk about something. It's really about, donating hair is really a great and inexpensive way for people to get involved with a charity. And most hair donations are for children who just need help because they're just having trouble growing it. And there's many places that you can actually go and donate your hair. Lena, looks like you have enough hair to do that. Well, we can work through that. There's Locks of Love. Locks of Love makes all these hair prostheses. And Locks of Love, you need to have at least about 10 inches long and then bound in a ponytail. They won't take gray. So Dave is slowly but surely not really going to be eligible to do that. But it's really easy to get a hold of on their website. There's also Wigs for Kids. Yeah, that's for any kids. It's just having trouble. I mean, I love the fact that we can help these children. There's burn accidents and cancer and alopecia, but it's similar to Locks of Love. Wigs for Kids provides hair systems so they can engage in normal behavior, and they want 12 inches for their wigs, which I guess I understand. But they don't accept gray or chemically altered hair in any way. Up in the north middle of the United States, there's Maggie's Wigs for Kids of Michigan. Now, this one's a nonprofit, so it serves kids like 18 years old and under that live in Michigan, but like anybody can really do that. And again, they don't take gray hair, Dave, and no chemically treated hair and things like that, but they can actually even go further, but they do charge a $40 consultant fee, and then 50% of that fee just goes right to the kids, and I think that's really great. Then there's Children with Hair Loss, which is another thing. But what I like about them is they actually have birch. So like whenever we get shorn, we wear their t-shirts because we're like chilly, and their t-shirts are really cozy. And we just like feeling cozy because nobody wants their hair cut too short. And then of course there's Hair We Share. Now we're getting into money because they want a minimum donation of $25 with each of these hairs. And the financial contribution up to $125, but you get a picture of the wig that they make from your hair. Again, 10, 18 inches, and they want to make sure that, you're not gray, Dave. And then if you're in the Great White North in Canada, there's angel hair for kids. Same, no gray, no color, no anything like that. So if you're in Canada, you can do that too. So let's summarize. General requirements to donate hair: it's got to be put in a ponytail or a braid, needs to be cut ahead above that holder, needs to be 8 to 12 inches long, pretty much. Curly hair can be straightened. Hey, good news for us, right? Yeah, so they can donate that even if you're curly hair. The layers are typically okay, but the hair needs to be clean and dry. It can't be chemically altered, and must be natural. No synthetics are accepted. Any hair that touches the floor, do not send in. That's just not good for any of this. And while it's generally not required, it's always appreciated you send a small donation. Well, I suppose you're wondering about my background. Well. You know what the deal is? A sheep, yeah. My sheep thought her hair was going to be sent to one of those places. But no, being sent for ugly Christmas sweaters. Oh my God, imagine us distraught. They're like going to sweaters and ugly sweaters. And there's like 41 different types of sweaters out there. I think Billy Joel said it best. You don't use hair for sneakers. You rely on cheap because the wool is better. We thought our wool was better, but we hate the fact it goes in ugly sweaters. Oh, earring, argyle knit, bell sleeve, boyfriend, cable knit, cape, cardigan and cheerleader, cow neck, crew neck, cut out, fair out, fanny, grandpa, my turtleneck, and they off the shoulder, open knit, poncho, puffleys, pullover, rib, roll neck, scoop neck, jaw neck, sweater dress, sweater vest, tennis, turtleneck, twin set, V-neck, woolly pulley. What our heck is our wool being used for? Ugly sweaters. There, I know it would seem a long way to go around getting that. My God, we thought it was going to from wigs and stuff, but no, it's going to these horrible sweaters. So we just wanted to make sure that even if they won't use the wool for the sweaters, that people out there donate hair, Lena, for the kids out there. But thank you. I know I probably went a little long, but how would you like if your hair was in ugly sweaters for Christmas, only to be used like during the holiday? Oops.
Thank you, Dave. Dave's buddy. So, Caroline, do you have a quest for this individual?
Hey, Lena, your hair looks long enough.
Yeah, I'm now worried that you're going to break into my house and not only raid my fridge, but also try and shave my head.
Ha! You think I'm Stan? Yeah, but I might do the hair thing.
I know you all live together.
Do we? I think it's cohabitating. We share a room. Yeah. Oh, gee whiz! I should have locked that thing down. Yeah, we share a room, and Stan's right over there, watching every word I said, making sure I said, "Hi, Lena."
Yeah.
Sorry, but anyways, the locks of love thing is really where we thought all of our wool was going, and then we found out later that it's going to ugly sweaters.
I mean, it's not the worst thing for it to go to.
Yeah, I know, and it's like humans, like animals are like part fur and part hair. See, hair keeps growing and growing and growing, but fur just grows to a certain length. So a sheep, we just go to a certain length. I was so excited to hear that they could just iron it out so you can donate curly hair. Isn't that awesome? But I feel like, I want somebody to be wearing me, a person to be wearing me and not on an ugly sweater.
Okay, sounds like, so do you want to be somebody to shoot you and eat you and then wear you?
Andy, way back in elementary school, they showed you those videos about shearing sheep. See, it grows back, Andy. That's a good thing. It grows back. Dave's like 58. Thank God he's got what he's got, but it grows back. And like your forearm hair and other parts of your body, it only grows to a certain length. So that's the fur part of humans. But the stuff on your head, good God, that's the hair part of humans. Aren't you paying attention at all? I was trying to teach people stuff, Andy.
Okay, it was just kind of curious. Okay, just not sure where that was going, I guess. I don't know.
Just like the wrong vibe. All right. Like we're not here to learn. All right. It's the wrong vibe.
Yeah, I am. I don't regret it, but I'm hearing you. God, it feels like therapy all over again. You know, my therapist is a wolf. Huh. Imagine the contradictions that comes out of that guy's foaming teethless mouth. Oh man. And he's always like, yeah, just go ahead and go to sleep. It's okay. It's hypnotherapy. I'm like, no, buddy, you're a wolf. And then oddly enough, he is in sheep's clothing sometimes. And that just confuses the living poop out of me.
So I know you're not very shy. Would you like to advertise so people know where to see you online or in person, you or your buddies?
Oh yeah. See, I'm on Roll the Dice. Dave's on Roll the Dice. It's a short form comedy thing. We do that every other Friday, which you guys let me go on real early and stuff like that. There's the Dave McCabe YouTube channel, which is kind of cool. You can follow Dave Clinton on the on Facebook, because sometimes he does these little series of stuff. There's another one coming. He did Hey Clyde with the chicken. Remember the chicken? Huh? Remember the chicken? Huh?
Yep, definite.
Yeah. So yeah, I get a little preachy and a little TED talky. Maybe I should be more silly. You're right, but it's still good to have a charity and have good things in mind. And I can't tell you how weird it feels whenever I think that the sweater that someone's wearing is me. But it's like somebody I know. Maybe it's somebody I don't like. Maybe it's Lena. Oh no, that's the other donation thing. Sorry, Lena.
So next month will be officially our 39th month in a row doing a show, but it'll be our fourth time doing a Halloween show. So we do ask everybody to dress up, and we'd love for David or whatever your company people to come on, perform. Which is
I was listening when you talked to the other group, Andy. You can just go on and on and on. Hey, you want to know something fun that Dave does in Halloween? He gives us one of his fangs, and then he like harasses, he like roasts all the kids that are like getting candy. So he's sitting out there with a chicken with fangs, and he's like, go ahead, sumo wrestler, when was the last time you saw your feet? Take two. Stuff like that. It's a how. 90% of the people get it. The other 10% are out there.
Thank you so much. That was Dave McCabe and company. So thank you. Great job.
So nice seeing you guys again. We'll see you next month.
All right. Have a great one. We definitely appreciate it. So what
really? Would you write me a long letter and maybe a reference? I'm sorry. Just go ahead. Go ahead. So... Hey, Stan, check out her fridge.
Gonna have to lock it.
Okay, perfect. Lock your fridge. That works. I don't know how well that would work, but thank you. So just for the record, this Saturday, which is tomorrow, in Central Park, I'm doing an improv class for those that are in New York, want to join from 1 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. Obviously not 3:15 a.m., but it'll be a lot of fun. So reach out to me on all these websites. You can reach out to me if you're interested, if you're in New York City or New Jersey. But that's all. So Caroline, would you like to introduce the next improv team?
Sure. Up next, we have Clam without a shell.
All right. Come on up, Clam.
I love this. I love this accentuation of the first word. Genius.
So what's
up? Hello.
Sorry. So we are Clam Without a Shell. And basically, we're going to just do improv. Not sure which one we're going to do, but I'll ask you all, do you want to do like a living room style where we just hop on up and do some talk about certain things, then we swipe it, see some of those scenes that we were talking about, and then go back up to the living room?
Yeah.
Piece
love
of
a good
cake, right?
living room.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sounds
Perfect.
very good idea.
All right, great. So, and just because I am talking about next month's show, Halloween, we'll just talk, that's our suggestion, whatever is in our head, Halloween. So,
1 year for Halloween, I came up with my own superhero because I found a bunch of extra fabric in the attic that had polka dots on it. So I decided to make my own superhero, Super Dot. I do not remember if Super Dot had any superpowers. There was just polka dot fabric everywhere. Yeah. So
My friend, it reminds me of my friend. I can't remember what it's called, but there's a monster on Sesame Street that's got two heads. And it goes, they have like banana ears, one's one way, one's the other. And I can't remember what that character's called. It's got spotty fabric. And my friend and another friend went as that monster for a Halloween party. And of course, they were then attached to each other all night. So whatever decision one of them made, the other one had to go with them.
that does
They were
make
in
me
the same
think of
suit.
just how weird it is. Different generations talk about the same show, how much things have changed. I have no clue who the two-headed character is, but I used to follow Sesame Street as a kid. And to me, how they tried to change Cookie Monster into, what was it? Like they tried to change his name, but then they rechanged it. It was like a 6-month period because people were getting annoyed. They didn't want to call him Cookie Monster no more because it wasn't right. And to me, it's just like mind-boggling. Like, do we really need a mature Cookie Monster? Come on, Cookie Monster's a legend, but you know.
That makes me think. Of
Andy, sorry to interrupt. Did you think I was from a different generation? Just to check. I'm joking. Carry on.
That actually reminds me of commercials because I recently saw a commercial with the Cookie Monster in it, and he was calling himself the Cookie Monster. So maybe he went back to being the Cookie Monster, as things should be. But yeah, anyway, and commercials is just making me think of how we used to see these long commercials, infomercials on TV. I don't really see those anymore, but that used to be a thing where people would like overact being inconvenienced by something like Tupperware. They opened the cabinet and the Tupperware just all falls out and they fall with it. And it's like, wow.
That does make me think of how, again, I do watch TV quite a bit. I know a lot of people in today's generation, like, why watch TV? Yet they watch Netflix. Well, it's the same crap, but you get advertisements and yeah, I get a lot of info commercials still. I actually just bought something, which I'm not sure why, but it's what I do, but stupid stuff. The whole thing is with the info commercials, they have one spray that's never worked, but he starts spraying it is, and he can even eat it, but you know, whatever. And he sprayed, that's not what I bought, but I look, but they make it sound so thing here and there. But again, many times you've seen those things and they never seem to work in the heydays, but it goes down to.
They used to be a lot funnier though, but we were watching one the other night with like bionic light, and they kind of stole it from the Bionic Woman, and they would show how it would scare raccoons away. And I was thinking about how many raccoons did they have to use to make the commercial, because like maybe the first ones were not scared, the second ones were eating in the trash can, and I was thinking they went to a lot of trouble just to make a commercial about a light that scared raccoons.
That reminds me of going to Central Park at nighttime, and you would like be near a trash can and you'd hear rustling, and like a raccoon the size of a dog would just like come out of the trash can and like emerge. And that's when you realize like you are no longer like the apex predator in the park. Like it's the raccoon. Like they come and will kill you.
That is funny to me because Central Park, hanging there with some of my friends, this has been a while back, but it's a rat that's making so much noise, but it was an enormous rat. Maybe not the size of a dog, but not too much smaller than a dog. That was a enormous.
Oh my God.
Let's swipe and let's see one of those things.
On that note.
Oh, I was going to say, if you're a rat in Bryant Park, you eat really well because they have those deluxe food trucks and stuff.
You say something about food trucks?
Yeah, food trucks. They're delicious.
Yeah. Tell us more. Huh?
Well, first you have to get that fake Monopoly money, and then you have to go to the food truck where they have the blind guy working. And then you can just get as much food as you want. Yeah.
Go through their garbage cans. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, I can see that you guys don't even know how to use fake money. But why don't you come over and meet my dogs, Pepper and Lola? Here they are. Pepper, Lola, meet. What are your names?
Hey, I know that dog. I got into a fight with that dog last week. Oh,
Hey.
water on the bridge, right?
My name is Toby.
Yeah, I'm
Look,
Rock, named after a superhero.
My dog does not fight. I think you have the wrong dog here.
Yeah, I don't know. I could have sworn, but it doesn't matter. We're all on the same mission now, right?
I don't understand why we need Monopoly money when we could just take the food.
Yeah, take.
Well, you guys,
Take.
you guys have claws. I need money.
All right, humans, dogs, and raccoons working together. I didn't think I'd see the day, but if we all want the same thing, we can make this happen. Let's go.
Teamwork.
We'll swipe the scene. So, yeah, I'm sort of thinking that maybe this is my own superhero, and maybe I don't have a power, but maybe I should have a power.
Sweetie, your father and I love your creativity, but we are a little bit confused by the amount of plastic plates you've used to make this costume.
Yeah, I wanted the plastic plates for my Oscar winning superhero costume.
Right. Again, I dressed it because I wanted to look superhero-ish, but plastic's not a real power, so I didn't want to be Plastic Man. That they already have a Plastic Man he could stretch, so there's no other power for plastic person. Or
Yeah, well, your father had already said that he was going to use the plates. He had called them. He said, I'm going to use these plates to make my costume, you see? And now look at how sad he is. Look at that face.
no, looks pretty sad.
I was thinking of winning the recycling thing over at school. I wanted that award really badly.
Honey, you can't enter the school's recycling. We've already talked about this, all right? It's just for the kids, sweetie, okay?
I thought I'd make my costume with the plates, then I'd recycle, and I'd be like a double hero,
Sweetie,
I'm just disappointed because this took a long time to dress like this, and I thought it was a great costume. Just was trying to figure out if I could have a power, and you guys are seeming like it was a waste of time.
it's not that it was a waste of time. It's just that you didn't take into account what your father was planning to do, despite the fact that he's still convinced he can enter a children's competition.
Wait. Hello. I am I'm auditioning for the part of Cookie Monster. I am Carrot Monster, a healthy version.
Carrot Monster. Yes, this is exactly what we want to see because, cookies are not healthy and we want to encourage healthy habits. So let's hear your best Carrot Monster voice.
Oh, gee, I'm Carrot Monster.
Okay.
You would like to eat that carrot?
Okay, so I actually have a focus group of kids that are watching through that glass over there. And their reactions are, well, let's just say they're mixed. So
one of them looks like they're vomiting.
Yes, yes. That's probably because they ate too many cookies, to be honest.
Oh, okay. So not because of my performance.
I'm sure it's not because of your performance. Maybe we could ease them into this, like maybe like a healthy carrot cake without any frosting. Let's try that. Let's try to have you.
Oh, okay. So too much carrot. Thank you very much. Too much health, more carrot. Okay.
Hi, kids. Do you want to eat a carrot cake?
Well, now
They-
they're terrified. One of them just ran out of the room.
Okay. Look, I haven't had a job for like over 2 years. Like I really need this right now.
Well, that nose makes me think. We do actually have an opening for Olav in our Frozen play. So, if you're available.
And summer.
Okay. Well, we sold all the Tupperware that fits inside the other Tupperware. We sold all the sprays that make everything spray. I mean, I don't know. We got to figure out something else to sell on these infomercials.
God, it's like 24 hours a day trying to sell things.
A blender. We could sell a blender.
That's a great idea. We've never sold a blender before.
Nope.
I've just had an idea. We could sell 15 Michael Bolton CDs.
Yes, and if you buy it if you call within the next 10 minutes, you get a 16th CD for free, plus shipping handling.
Of Michael Bolton just speaking
words to a whale. Michael will be down for it. Michael will do it.
Michael has been very, very amenable.
Cheese. We can sell artisanal cheeses that have been shrink wrapped from artisans.
People love cheese and shrink wrap.
And artisans.
And we'll swipe it everybody back to the living room if they don't mind. So everybody come back up and we will do another suggestion. So since we're doing the fall sweater suggestion, we'll just say fall. What does fall make you think of?
Fall makes me think of falling.
Okay, that was shorthanded.
In love. Fall makes her think of falling in love. And what does Mel fall in love with? Cheese. As we just discussed, I also have fallen in love with cheese. If I ever become lactose intolerant, I will die because I won't stop eating cheese. And I know that about myself. The best cheese is cheddar cheese, and I will fight anybody who says differently. There are other lovely.
That does make me think of, I do love cheese, and I think cheddar cheese is great. That was my mother, God rest her soul's favorite cheese. I don't know if it's the best cheese because there's many great cheeses. And there's some that aren't so good. It's just weird, but in general, to me, cheese is great. And it's funny with rats. I'm kind of wondering if rats and mice feel the same way. Are they gonna eat any cheese? Or are they kind of like, nah, this one's not good. That's not my favorite sauce.
Rats and mice actually don't typically like cheese. Cheese is too strong for their palate. So if you try and
wait, these rats are fussy now. These rats.
Yeah, it's apparently
fussy.
like too strong. Yeah, you should use peanut butter if you're trying to catch a rat or a mouse.
See, I always heard peanut butter with dogs. I didn't hear about that with rats and cats. I mean, not cats, but
cats. No, not cats. Cats don't eat peanut butter. Cats will try and eat cheese, but they shouldn't eat cheese. Cats are obligate carnivores.
I once saw some kid put peanut butter in his belly button, and I hope he wasn't trying to attract a rat, but his dog did come lick it out of there. And I was like, what?
One time I was in a store and they had like this peanut butter dispenser type thing. You would like grind your own peanut butter. They had the peanuts and you grind it yourself. But then one time I saw this kid who was doing that, grinding the peanut butter and then putting her finger underneath, licking it off her hands, and then doing it again, rinse and repeat, except, without the rinse, because
that reminds me.
Oh, go ahead, ladies.
That reminds me of the time I was at a picnic and there was a bag of cheese doodles, and I was reaching in to get a cheese doodle, and I put it in my mouth, and it was soggy and wet, and I realized that there was a child sitting there who was sucking the cheese off the cheese doodle and putting them back in the bag.
Oh.
And since then, I can't eat cheese doodles around children because I start gagging. So that's fun.
Oh.
This reminds me that I'm a vegetarian, and I once went around to a child's house, a family member who lived in New Zealand, and they were eating crayfish, and they wanted me to get the meat out of the crayfish, but I don't like doing that sort of thing. But because it was a child who looked at me so innocently, I was kind of forced to get this meat out just so I didn't look bad in front of a child.
I once had these people over at my house, and they brought their child with them, and I made this cake with sour cream chocolate icing. So this kid, like, he eats the cake and he puts it in his mouth, and then he takes his dad's arm. He's wearing a long sleeve shirt, and he just wipes his things and goes, ew, that's disgusting, right on the dad.
See, that does make me think of I don't do it with people when they come here, but peanut butter, it's good to buy peanut butter in a jar, open it up, just take a spoon and eat it like a dessert. I love peanut butter. Again, good peanut butter. There's some peanut butter that's not so good, kind of like what Mel was saying. When you go and make your fresh peanut butter, it's very healthy, which takes away the good taste. Like, to me, when you get that really healthy stuff, you're like, this is peanut butter. It's still got its texture, but the taste is gone. So it
makes me think, why are the healthiest things never fun or delicious? Like, why can't they be fun or delicious? Like, healthy food is always bland and boring. I mean, a lot of the times it is. And healthy habits are boring too. Like, you have to work out, you have to get 8 hours of sleep and get up early and blah, 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 blah. And what's really stupid is you can't even do that on command. You can't even go to sleep on command. Your body needs it and it can't do it on command. How dumb is this? Who designed this? I want to speak to the manager.
Let's swipe and see one of those scenes.
Peanut butter sandwiches for everybody.
That's delicious. What do we do though about the people that are allergic?
Allergic to peanut butter?
Yeah, it's a thing now. It's a thing now.
Oh, I thought. So they're lactose intolerant. They're allergic to the butter part?
No, they're allergic to nut allergies. I mean, the olden days, they just used to let kids die, but now it's, there's accountability now.
Right. If they're only allergic to the nut part, then we'll just keep the pea and the butter. I have some frozen peas in the freezer. We can defrost some of those, and then we can just put some butter and then put the peas on, and I'm sure it tastes about the same, right?
Different, but I know that party guests usually just eat what you give them and they don't really complain.
Yeah, like, who's gonna complain? Like, nobody's gonna get upset. It's like, it's a couple sandwiches. And I mean, like, how many people will be allergic to peanut butter at this party?
Yeah, they're gonna be like, oh, how interesting. It's fresh and green looking, Can you beat that?
It's healthy, except for like the butter.
Well, the butter, that's for texture and taste. You gotta have the butter.
You gotta have the butter. I mean, I guess we could do some without the butter. Just be like, the bread with the peas in the middle.
Peas are very delicious in the fall, especially.
They are. And I think that people will enjoy this creative take on a.
Oh, wait. I'll be honest with you, being the mouse rat here, I don't know if that cheese looks so good. It doesn't look too good. Doesn't smell too good.
I'm not eating it personally, but I have put on all these clothes.
Yeah, I see you took the kitty cat's clothing. I know you're a big rat and all, but you look great, just for the record. But I'm kind of wanting cheese, but the cheese there doesn't smell too good.
Oh, let me smell it.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, I heard when they were putting it on the trap, they think we're dumb and all that. It's a liverwurst thing, and they were holding their nose too. So why the heck they think we like crap or something? That's insane.
Yeah, I'm not going to stand in that trap. Like, what do they think? I'm totally stupid? No.
I don't get it. I know they were saying like, oh, they got little mice and all. They forget the rats. I mean, listen, we're not dumb enough to fall for that little mousetrap nonsense.
Oh, way. No, you wouldn't catch us in that when we can wear their clothing instead.
Well, yeah, you do look great. I mean, they over there on the top of that counter, they got lipstick. Yeah, I think you'd look great with the lipstick too.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, wow, you do look great. Wow, you really could win Miss Ratatouille, most definitely.
I'm going to win Miss Rat of the Year.
Yes, definitely. You deserve it. You look gorgeous. Oh, yes. But I'm starving. I really want some cheese.
Yeah, I'd be happy to try the cheese in the trap. I mean, do you want to go first?
Well, it really stinks, and we kind of were just downplaying it that it's probably not a good move. Yet then we're gonna do it. Kind of sounds weird.
Oh no, I think there's not slim pickings of food, so we might as well eat the cheese.
All right. Well, you know what? Lady rats first.
Why?
No, gentleman rats first.
This guac is delicious. I'm so glad you brought this to the potluck.
Yeah, I wanted to give you guys something to taste.
Oh yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, I know there's chips, but I'm not much of a chip person. I kind of just like to eat it straight out of there.
Oh my goodness, Petra's brought her guac dip. Oh, hi, Petra.
Oh, it's delicious. Here, try some.
Love it. Thank you.
Those are homemade tortilla chips. I made them myself, actually, and
well, I mean, I suppose
it's just that you bring it every year, just so.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to try. It's not really for me. I'll just put this back in the bag.
Yeah, I'm gonna lick the cheeselets, I think.
Oh, I didn't realize this was a hands-on party.
Did anybody see my bag of chips around? I left it around earlier. Did you guys?
Yeah, it's just over there.
Oh, okay.
Want some guac?
Oh yeah, sure. Let me take that. Oh, geez, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for almost all of it to fall in the bag.
That's fine. I'm just going to stick my hand right in.
Here,
Yeah.
I'll just mix it up. Do you guys want some of these?
Yeah,
With
sure.
guac mixed up?
Just, when you said finger foods encouraged, I didn't anticipate this.
Would you like a peanut?
Is it like a legume, or is it like a pea and a nut?
No, it is. Well, I don't know what legume means, but yeah, it's a peanut. It was dry roasted, but it's now solid because I sort of sucked the dry roasting off.
I want one. Do we have some butter around that I could dip it into? I love it with the butter.
Sure. Just over there. Yeah,
sure.
just over there.
Right in the butter.
Mix it together.
Delicious.
Oh, this is great. Are you okay?
This is wonderful.
You look a little bit ill.
I'm just, I'm good.
Okay, great. You sure you don't want any more? Because going fast.
I ate before I came, so I'm just gonna eat elsewhere later.
There's some good tortilla chips over there. You should try them.
Yeah, I made those.
Oh, you did. Oh, I'll have to have some of those too. Oh, sorry, I took too many. They look delicious though.
Yeah, why don't you mix some stuff on it? I just
Salsa in there too. Here you go.
salsa.
Yeah. You know, it's great when you
Little
mix
bit
it all in the bag. It tastes so good.
No, we should really do
All
this.
mixed together. We should.
I'm out of town.
What? But you don't even know what day.
I'm lots
Petra.
of time elsewhere.
Oh, well, what a shame.
Real
We'll
shame.
for a time when you're back in town.
Yeah, you seem like fun. I'd like to have you at my next party.
Yeah.
There be plates.
Can bring some more of those tortillas.
Yeah, and definitely bring more guac. Maybe some bean dip too. Oh, some cheese dip for sure.
Okay.
Great. Oh, I've missed you guys. This is wonderful. Here, let's all share a bite.
Let's hold hands. Let's all hold hands together. Friends forever.
Oh, friends forever.
Friends forever.
And we'll swipe it and we'll call that our sign. All right. So, great. Glad we discussed that. So before we say bye-bye to us all, we are Clams Without a Shell. This is people that from different improv teams that I invite to join us. So we do have other members that have joined us in the past and some new ones and some that never did it before with us, but was spectacular. So I do like to go around. Caroline has let us know before because she's doing a stand-up. So I will re-ask her this question, so I won't bother her there. We will ask Mel if she's doing with the Improfessionals a little later also, so it's Caroline. But we will ask Louise, even though she performed earlier, do you have a website for people? Some people might have not watched that and will watch this. Do you have a website that you want to let people know to follow you, find you?
Yeah. Yes, my name is Louise Crooms and it's CROOMBS.com, baby. Not the baby bit, just the .com. Thank you.
Perfect. And how about yourself, Ruth?
Sometimes I appear with Extreme Improv online. So look for me there, and I'd love to come back here again and appear. It was a lot of fun playing with you guys. I don't have a website, but maybe someday.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ruth Osborne. Great job. Definitely a lot of fun. I have performed with Ruth on Extreme Improv in the past, and David Riley Pazanski, usually he does the show with us. He wasn't able to do it this week, but hopefully next month, and he does a spectacular job. So thank you. Plan Without a Shell. Great job, y'all. But thank you all. Have a great
Thanks,
night.
Andy. Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you so much. Great job. Perfect. So before we go to the next thing here, I am going to advertise what I had never advertised. I always forget to advertise it. But next month, October 27th, which is a Friday, is our 4th Halloween extravaganza, which we're very happy with. And we always ask the performers to dress up and do what they did. So and again, it's always a lot of fun. I love Halloween. So if you want to participate, dress up, please reach out, whether you're a stand-up comedian or improviser, or you could be a sit-down comic like Caroline that she does it with just a joke. But she'll be performing in a little bit, actually. So will I, solo. But it just comes down to our next act is up. And would you like to introduce him, Caroline?
Sure, up next we have A.A. Ron.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Love being on the fall extravaganza. And by the way, those homemade chips seem like eating drywall with spackle. Yeah, I'll pass too. Thank you so much for making them. But I do have a hole in the wall to be fixed. Thanks. My name is Aaron. It's A.A. Ron on the stage. And my dad decided to put 2 A's in my name, so I'd be first. Yeah. To be picked on at school. You know what the funny thing is the bullies all got F's. They never got A's. I didn't understand that. Are you doing comedy without me? Oh, no, I would never, ever do comedy without you. I mean, well, everybody, welcome to the stage, my life coach, Orb.
How you doing, everybody? Yeah, wow, that roar of applause is loud. I can't hear a damn thing.
You're an eyeball.
I can still hear things.
Oh, okay. You know, the previous comic, you seen the sheep performing, did you?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
You know, and I always go to the Wigs for Kids. They hate seeing me coming in. I offer to shave off my hair.
They don't accept that kind of hair.
Yeah, you're right. But I did ask them for a toupee.
You're not fooling anyone. You're too old.
But they did offer me the end of a mop.
So you look like a deadhead, only worse.
Yeah. Hey, Orb, did you know I grew up on a farm?
Oh, yeah, I figured it out. You grew up on a farm.
Well, how'd you know that? I mean, seriously, how would you even know that?
You keep a sheep here?
I just use it for the wool.
Oh, sure you do.
You know, Orb, that's just not nice. And, I know it's a fall extravaganza. I understand that. But I hate wearing ugly sweaters. They're unattractive.
Oh, I think you look better in one.
Really? Why is that?
They make you look more handsome.
Why, thank you, Orb. I appreciate that.
It proves that lipstick on a pig does work.
Yeah. So I did a 3-person interview on Zoom, and one guy Googled me during it.
Did you call the cops on him for sexually harassing you?
No, but he found one of the comedian podcasts I was on.
Oh, so he discovered something. You're not funny.
Why do I work with you?
Because I'm funnier than you?
I walked into a 7-Eleven with my 2 dogs, and the clerk says, "No pets allowed." And I said, "No, they're my service dogs because I can't see or hear very well."
You should have brought a 3rd dog.
Why would I have brought in a 3rd dog?
Because you're dumb enough to think that would work.
Oh, okay. 1 minute. Yeah, guys. Oh. Orb.
What? I'm thinking.
It looks like you're drinking the rest of the liquor from the liquor cabinet. What kind of drink is that?
The one in my hand?
Oh, you mean, is that your favorite one?
Yes, it is.
I noticed you have a lid on the top of the bottle. Why is that?
I put a hole in it so I could meter out my liquor.
Oh, okay. So why wouldn't you just put a nipple on it?
Don't play with my ideas for fantasies, okay?
Okay. Oh, hey, Orb, I have a really serious question for you on this fall extravaganza. Are you an undocumented migrant?
No, and I'm happy you didn't call me that other thing.
An illegal alien?
No, a cyclops. You cyclopist?
Cyclopist?
I made up the word.
Okay. Did you watch the press conference the Mexican government had on the mummified aliens and claiming they were real?
I can tell you they're fake.
Well, how could you tell them they're fake?
I got the same one for Party City.
No. I see. It looks like the same one. Okay. Well, it's always fun with him. You know, my wife found a conference I could actually attend and be myself. Comic-Con.
Well, if you ask me, she's got that right. You keep lying to people, you're a comedian.
Hey, Orb, did you hear about the Instagram follower who hung herself out of her car window topless and then she hit a light pole?
Well, at least she got the spotlight.
Oh. It's funny, they blackbarred out her chest, but not her head.
No matter how hot she was, I wouldn't touch her with my 10-inch stick. Or your 4-inch, you know what.
Hey, I'm getting a complex.
You already have a bad complexion.
You know, my wife yelled action in bed the other night, and my stunt double came in. It's great to be a stuck penis. Wait a second. I can't believe you slept with my wife. I didn't. I was awake the whole time. I was with her for 90 minutes, which is 88 minutes longer than you. And I left her satisfied. Well, at least I know what 69 is. I do. You do? Yeah, but your wife says when you get to 69, you fall asleep. The last time your wife had 69 with you, she said, no, thanks, I don't need a toothpick. Oh. Strange that you were in the room. I was overhearing your sex talk. Oh. I asked my wife what I could do to be more, to make our lovemaking more romantic. Probably not trip over that line. No. She said, quit asking me how to do it. I have nothing for that. He burned himself. Okay. My lovely bride also hates it when I take couple selfies as well. I don't blame her. Who wants to take a picture next to a corpse? I'm not deceased. I am fully animated. You smell like you're rotten to the core. I'm more animated than you, and I'm a puppet. Get to deal with this all the day, every day, day in and day out. You know, it's getting the time that year again, Halloween, and I love it. I really do. Is it because you look like The Walking Dead, or you don't have to apologize for scaring people with your looks? Who's going to keep going on? I'm just going to go on. I got voted back in the office, guys. Yes. Can you imagine that? My wife hates me working from home. I don't blame her. I wish I had more time away from you too. And I tried to slack off at work, but then my boss told me to put my pants back on. I agree. Could you put your pants back on? I am wearing pants, thank you. I don't think so. I am wearing pants. I am wearing pants. I am. I bought some cookies from a church bake sale the other day, and they reminded me of the ones that Grandma used to make. What was it? The frosting or the bitter aftertaste of cigarette smoke? Well, my grandma did like her Lucky Strikes. It would have been better if they smelled like weed. At least she didn't burn hers, unlike the cookies you make. Hey, mine are good. For hockey pucks. Hey, Orb, I heard recently you lost your aunt. Yeah, I did. I squashed it. No. I mean, you lost your relative. Oh, yeah, we lost her outright. Still can't find her target. How old is she anyway? Old enough to get lost? Speaking of loved ones, oh, did you find her? No. I lost a great aunt recently. Is she in Target? No, she passed away. From eating your cookies? No, of natural causes, Orb. I don't believe in any causes, unless they're mine. And her service was really short, too, you know. We said a prayer and then we ate. Oh, you are so sick. Hey, everyone, he's a cannibal. No. Never mind. But she's getting cremated. On Pornhub? No, she's being turned into ash. Did she eat one of your cookies? No. Well, maybe. And my family's mixing her ashes in with her husband's so they can be together forever. Isn't that great? In the same shoebox? That sounds like a tight fit. Do you ever think that he died to get away from her? Maybe he likes to have his own space. What do you guys do when your relatives die? We poke them in the eye to see if they're playing a prank. Yeah, I did my civic duty the other day. I really did. I thought that was frowned upon in public. No, I donated blood. To the Red Cross? No, to a swarm of mosquitoes. Well, they notice, well, what a little prick looks like when they see one. Yeah, okay. But their itches make me, their bites make me itch, though. Are you sure they didn't give you mini crabs? No. My wife returned a half-eaten bag of nuts for a full refund. Well, why did she take them back? She thought I was allergic to them. She's right. You're still here. I went to Texas Roadhouse with my wife for dinner last night, or as we call it, paycheck steak night. And on the TV, there was a country music video, surprise, called 80s Mercedes, and it was so fake. The car wasn't on blocks or in the front yard. No, it wasn't. That's what they call city hillbilly country music. Yeah, it's really bad. But Orb, can you explain to the people watching on Facebook and YouTube why you dress like this in a jumpsuit from the 70s? Oh, that's simple. I was Evel Knievel stunt penis. And also had trouble saying that line. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you should have seen all the one-night stands I jumped. Oh. So did you ever like have an accident, Oh, yes, I caught an STC. Sexually transmitted child? Oh. Well, how do you know it's yours? She has my eye. Oh, so Orb. No, you can't be doing this. No, you can't be doing this. I'm sorry. Put down the vape pen there. No more. No, you can't be doing it. I am doing it for my glaucoma. Oh, I'm so sorry, Orb. I didn't know. I didn't know you had it. No, I don't. I'm just pre-medicating. Now you're drinking again. Orb, what? I'm drinking again. Yeah. What? Yeah, I don't understand that. What is that? A special brand of alcohol you're drinking? It's Orb's American Tequila. There is no American tequila. It's called whiskey. No, it isn't. Orb, are you a father? No, I'm a dad. So what's the difference? Dad mean dude always drinking? Oh. Or I'm a daddy? Well, what's a daddy? Dude always doing doobies? Yeah. But I apologize. I apologize for his behavior. I don't apologize for nothing. Yeah, I know, Orb. You're just one guy after another, aren't you? You're just trying to make me look bad, aren't you? Orb. Isn't that drinking alcohol bad for your liver? Nope, not since I became a puppet. But your arm's all wet. Oh. You're just so much fun, aren't you? I don't get it. I don't understand. Hey, Orb, did you hear the old saying that apple a day will keep the doctor away? No, I haven't, but have you heard drinking all day will make morons go away? No, I actually haven't heard that. Orb, I should leave, but no, I'm not going to leave right now. So, Orb, can you explain to me what your people did? You're from the planet Oculus? Yeah, we're suing Zuckerberg for being too meta. Okay, so you're from Oculus. What did you guys do for jobs? Well, I was a private eye. It's a respectable job. I was arrested 26 times for being a peeping Tom. Wow, that's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? And not once was I ever a private eye. How did you get here anyways? I don't understand. Oh, that's simple. Southwest Airlines. You know, we're almost out of time. My family thinks I love construction because that's my day job, and I hate IKEA because of that. Because you have to put everything together. And what do you guys use when you're missing a wooden dowel? I've used a screw, bolt, and crayons. IKEA furniture turns into arts and crafts projects when Aaron does them. Oh. You know, Orb, I think it's almost for our time to say goodbye. Oh, we should say goodbye before you just wither away and expire. I've been Aaron, and I've been Orb. Thank you, everybody.
Perfect. All right. Great job, Ron and his orb. So, got it right this time, which I have to apologize. It usually takes me a while to get used to. Caroline, do you have a question for Ron or Orb?
Yeah, Orb, what is your daughter's name? You always talk about her having your eye. What is her name?
Oh, actually, I have like 15 of them. I can't remember them, but I always start with the first name, Iris. They don't like getting called cornea for some reason, and glaucoma. Glaucoma can't see where she's going at all. Poor kid.
Interesting. So, I mean, we do this every month. Next month, Friday, October 27th, will be our 4th time doing the Halloween extravaganza, which is actually our 39th month in a row doing it. Just that because when we first started, it was like the 3rd month, I think, that we started. So that's why it's number 4. And we asked everybody to dress up. So it's very interesting to see what Orville dressed up as. If you guys could perform, we would love to see you perform. Would you like to?
Yes, I would love to perform. I don't know what I'm going to dress up like. I'm going to dress up as a stand-up comedian, and I'll have a dummy on the next to me.
And
Anyway.
do you want to advertise a website that somebody would know that you perform it in person or online?
Throw that up. Oddly Funny Productions. You can go find us. This is the way it's spelled. AWDLY Funny on YouTube. Oddlyfunnyproductions.com. It's not the most updated thing because Google is changing domain stuff right now, so I still got to update it. The one thing I do it's a game show. The time's changing on that. It's now on Friday nights, midnight Pacific time. It's getting moved into the Pacific time so the West Coasters can watch it, and we'll have to stay up till about 3 a.m. to watch it. But Bombing Run, that is my comedy game show where 3 comedians do 5-minute sets, and the mysterious comedian judge decides who's Joker Ace. We do 2 games of that, and then they face off in what we call dogfight, and then the judge decides who's Ace of Aces out of that. And we just did our Halloween show, which will be up just in time for Halloween.
Awesome. Sounds spectacular.
Thanks.
So thank you, Ron and Orbit. Definitely preferred. I mean, great job by you both.
Oh, I appreciate it. It's Orb. Thank you. Thank you. You can send the checks to me. Thanks. We're doing this for free. Son of a... Thank you so much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Great job, Ron. So I do like to advertise just to let people know, those in New York City or New Jersey. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. to 3:15 p.m., I am teaching an improv class in Central Park. So you're outside, you get to do that. And then those that want to go afterwards, we get a bite to eat, maybe some drinks, but that's all up to you. So reach out to me. As you see, all my sites are on the back behind me, and you can message me and I will respond. Facebook is probably the easiest for me to respond. The others I might be a little confused on, so my true age, but loving that. So, Caroline, obviously, if you don't mind, will you?
Yeah, up next, we have the incomparable Andrew Abramson.
So I'm looking here. So, okay, so this won't be much time. I'll be up here. That's all good. So what I'll say just in general is I'll put on this because I'll make a little mark on this stuff, but I'll put on this. As you see, this has been my water glass. It's a dolphin glass also, but I wasn't going to mention them, but then I saw my glass that I was messing with, so, and my Mets. So I know everybody's not here to watch me drink. So it just comes down to basically to me, he was saying, you know, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. And to me, I stopped eating apples because I think it keeps the women away also. And I don't know if once you eat it, it stays in you forever, because the women still don't come to me. It's kind of like, what's going on? But that's all with just a quick for what he was saying. So what I will say, just again, I don't have much time on this, which is fine with me, not doing improv. I love to do my improv, but stand up, I don't really do, but I will talk about the Miami Dolphins. Just for the record, last week, Green Bay Packers, they demolished 70-20. That's a college score. That doesn't happen in the NFL, not since 1966, which is pretty long time. So 1966, first time a team scored 70 points. They had 10 touchdowns, which is ludicrous, no matter how you look at it. And they did have a viral picture, which we were doing a show that somebody showed me that he was a Denver fan, which I thought was hysterical. But they had one of the Dolphins where they had like 8 defensive people that were on the ground. And it wasn't just like a quarterback or shuffle, all different spots, but all on the ground. It's just like they're mocking it, like it's a viral picture and all that. I was trying to get it up. I couldn't find it, but it was hysterical, the picture he showed me, which was great. You basically have the Dolphins. You have, looking at it here with the names that I put down, I'm seeing the Halloween extravaganza, which is my fault. So I don't even know where the heck I wrote that. So, but basically you have, Hill went off. He had his 100+ yards. You had, what's his face? Wenster go off. He had 2 touchdowns. He went off. You had Akani, who had 203 yards. He had 2 touchdowns. What's his name? Mussert actually had 3 touchdowns. But the Dolphins had 10 touchdowns, which is unheard of in the NFL. College, so be it. But the NFL, that's ludicrous. Now, I will say, being a Dolphin fan, I'm a New Yorker, born and raised. I'm a diehard Met fan, as I do have my New York Mets glass also. Terrible season, horrendous season. Some great trades by the Mets, which was awesome to hear. Doesn't mean I have to drink it, as I do, but so I'm glad baseball season's just about done. It's going to be playoff time. I'm waiting, it's just annoying. But being a Dolphin fan, that was 100% my father and aunt's fault. Just because when I was 5 years old, my aunt, who lives in Columbus, Ohio, she buys my brother a Jet jacket, my other brother a Redskin jacket, and me a Dolphin jacket. And it just came down. I was 5 years old, and we got it mailed to us. And my one brother, they were both Jet fans. I didn't care about football in the day. And it was just funny because it's like, I wore the jacket. I liked the jacket. It was cool. So when I went to school, I'm like, oh yeah, Dolphins, blah, 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 with the jacket, saying how cool it was. So I became a Dolphin fan. Basically at age 5, got into the football sport. That is the reason that was my aunt's fault. But the reason I blame my father, that should have been torn up. That should have been tossed in the garbage right off the bat, being that New Yorker. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but let them decide on that. Don't change them, like direct them into it. It's kind of like my sister and her husband. He's a Yankee fan. She's a Met fan. They just had a new child, which is awesome. He's a little over a year now. But I told him I won't buy him any Mets or, stuff like that to direct them. Obviously, I will tell him, let's go Mets. But to me, let the kid decide what he wants to be. Simple to the point. It is always interesting. I will say my apartment is insanely hot. I have the window wide open. The heat is just ridiculously up. And I know in the winter, a lot of times it's not. So I'm hoping they change it this year. But right now, it's not bad outside. I actually like it outside. Inside here, it is insanely hot. So this hat's not working me justice as that goes down to. But Dolphins are playing the Bills this weekend, which is spectacular. I'm assuming the Dolphins will be 4-0. Tua, look out. It's looking spectacular. Hill, long shot to win the MVP. I think he's got a legitimate chance. People aren't even talking about that. But this really wasn't a comedy act in most cases. I'm talking a lot of sports. But let's go Dolphins and let's bring it back to Mets. Oh, yeah, and I'm wearing my Knicks shirt. So go New York, go New York, go. Knicks will have a promising year this year, hopefully. So, and that'll be my set. All right, come on up. That was no comedy, I guess, but we're going to knock that out. So, not sure what's going on here. It is hot in
I thought
here.
it was funny. I didn't understand any of it because it was about sports, but
Well, but it's true with my aunt. My father should have torn it up. That's his fault. But that's all good. could have blamed my mother, I guess, a little bit, but she actually was a Jet fan also. So you know what? Could have blamed her also, but I blame my pop. But that's beside the point. So what time is it right now? We got 41. So let me introduce this for the record. This is the Put On Your Sweater. It's fall. To me, it's an Improvisers virtual and online extravaganza. And the reason I do that, it's so amazing how many people reach out to me when I put virtual, ask, is this in person or online? So I'm like, wow. I mean, it amazes me. And I'm talking about every generation. You get people reaching out to me, people in their 20s, people in their 60s, that they're like, is that in person or online? So I'm like, okay, let's just put virtual online just to make it clear. I'm not sure why people ask that, but obviously you don't know, now you know. So that's not a me thing, but tomorrow in Central Park from 1 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. I am teaching an improv class. So if you want to reach out to me on all these websites behind me, and we should be live on all those things, live as in not the show, not the improv. You don't have to worry about that if you take the class tomorrow. But if you want to see our shows, we're on a lot of those at a lot of times. And we did an amazing show earlier this week, Monday at Socially Distant Improv. On Tuesday, we did an hour show on iWire Improv on video, YouTube. And we have some new team members that will be performing with us tonight. I mean, yep, tonight, later on. And they did a spectacular job. So I'm putting all the pressure on them because don't disappoint. They did an amazing job. They're performing at 6:47 p.m. Eastern time. But as I am speaking about that, Caroline's performing probably a little after 6 p.m. Eastern time, but scheduled for 5:58. But we are running a little late, just a few minutes, so not very far past. So that is my say. So am I looking at the right time, Caroline? Yes, I am. Okay, so would you like to introduce the next individual?
Sure. Up next, we have Fran.
Fran Tiernan.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. So, Andy, you had your old Miami Dolphins hat on. I have the real sporting team here, the Mighty Dubs, Dublin from Ireland. Best team in the world at the Irish sports. Anyways, so, you know what I realized today? I realized that I love every single one of you. Not sexually now. The other way, you know? Like I love you the fact that you are running this amazing show. All you amazing people taking part in the show. All you beautiful people watching the show. It's fucking fantastic. I love it. Brilliant stuff. So lately in my life now, I've been on like a path of self-discovery, okay? Not touching myself or anything. The other type of self-discovery, like, you know, the mental type, like, you know. So I'm getting to an age now, like, you know, that I should probably have some sort of plan in place, you know, probably having some sort of idea, like, what the fuck am I up to, like, you know, because in exactly 192 days, I turned 40 and I have nothing to show for it. I have no idea where I'm going. So I've been doing a lot of self-reflecting lately. And while I've been doing that self-reflecting, actually, I've noticed something that in my whole adult life, you know, my whole adult life, I've been drinking. You know, I've either been drinking or been around the drink, you know. My whole life, no regrets now. Fucking love the drink I do, you know. I'm Irish, it's in my DNA. But my whole life though, since I was 12 years of age, I've been drinking. My whole adult life. I know what you're thinking, 12 years of age. I know. I started late, you know, I am Irish, like I should have started much earlier than that. But since I was 12, I've always been around the drink. So I've decided lately now, I'm going to try and sober up a bit. You know, see what this whole world is all about. Go out there and start enjoying the other sides of life, like, you know. Now, I'm not going to quit the drink now. I'm not stupid. You know, definitely not quitting the drink. I did do that before. I tell you, fucking hell. But in all honesty, though, that time that I was off the drink, I was very, very productive. You know, getting so much done. My relationships with people were much better. You know, being able to walk in a straight line consistently. You know, honestly, I was a completely different man during those 2 weeks. And 2 weeks is a very long time, in case you are rolling your eyes to 2 weeks, like, you know. That's 14 days. 14 days off the drink. It's 336 hours being sober. 20,160 minutes of walking in a fucking straight line. No, it's like 1,209,600 seconds of absolute fucking misery. I'll never be doing that again. But I decided just cut back on the drink a little bit is what I'm going to do. What I've noticed though, since I've cut back on the drink, is the whole psychology is a little bit different now. You know, things going on in the head are a little bit. They're not the same anymore. Not the same anymore without the rose tint of the alcohol. And one thing actually I noticed that's different about the old psychology now is, and I noticed this actually recently when I was on a date. Shock and horror. I found a fucking date, huh? We'll put it this way. Last year alone, right? There was 1,500 dating apps worldwide. And there was almost 370 million users on these dating apps. I'm bound to find one fucker that will go out with me. And I did. And she was lovely. It didn't work out though for obvious reasons, you know. But what I noticed though that changed in myself since I've been cutting back on the drink was we were sitting in a restaurant, lovely restaurant, you know. I was sitting down, I was looking at my menu or twiddling my thumbs or something like that. And I looked up and she was looking at me, you know. She was looking at me and I was looking at her and she was looking at me. And all I could think was, what the fuck are you looking at? I'm paranoid as fuck now about everything I am. Like, what the fuck? Like, everywhere I go now, I think people are looking at me. Like, I'm walking down the street and people are looking at me. It's like, what the fuck are they looking at? It's not like I have fucking messy hairs. I don't have any fucking hair. What the hell are they looking at? You know? I'm paranoid about everything. I hear a bang outside, I think someone's banging at me. I come into work and if someone's pissed off, I think they're pissed off because it's something I did. The worst is that I get very self-conscious when people laugh at me. It doesn't help when you're trying to be a fucking comedian, though, you know. Yeah, things that like a lot of things have changed, you know. You know, things have gotten way different now. I don't know if it's because, you know, you have to, you know, the old life moves on, though, you know. And I am getting old now. And I've had a lot of getting old discussions with people lately, like, you know, 192 days and I'll be 40, like, you know. But I'm having a lot of discussions with people about getting old. And everyone's telling me that, oh, Fran, you should try and grow old gracefully and with dignity. And to that, I say, fuck that. I'm going to have a fucking moan about it. Because things just aren't right anymore, you know? Ever since I'm getting older now, I'm approaching the 40, things just are not clicking the same anymore. Now, don't you worry now. I'm not going to spend the next few minutes sitting here talking about having problems with the old. I don't have problems with that. I've already accepted that fucker doesn't work anymore. No, there's loads of other things now that I'm noticing now that I'm getting old. Like the eyesight, you know. One thing I'll say, you know, some of it's good and some of it's bad, like, you know, but like the eyesight for one, all right. I used to have amazing eyesight. I would see everything. 20/20 vision. Fucking nothing will go past me. Clear as crystal, everything I see. Now things are starting to get a lot more blurry and stuff like that, like, you know. But every time I look in the mirror, though, starting to get better looking, though, so not all that bad anyway. Another thing I've noticed now with getting old is I just cannot eat cheese anymore. You know, and I know it might be something small, but I fucking love cheese, I do. When I eat cheese now, it's fucking dangerous. It's fucking dangerous if I eat cheese. I can fucking blow up, I can. You know, it used to be a thing that I used to love doing. I used to love sitting down on a Sunday. Like Sunday would be my rest day, you know, shut everything up and want to relax and, you know, wind down from the stresses of the week that you just have. I used to love sitting down and get myself a lovely block of cheese, you know, full block. Have an old pack of crackers. And I'd sit there and listen to, you know, a bit of classical music and just let the day wind away. Yeah, I'd have nothing fancy now, you know, just a piece of cheddar and a bit of Mozart playing. And fuck, if I do that now, if I forget about listening to Mozart, all I can hear is more farts. Fucking dangerous it is. I do miss eating the old cheese though. Another thing now as well, this is a bit of an alimony rant going on here now, I tell you. Another thing now I've noticed as well is I don't remember it's been a long time anyway, but I cannot remember the last time that I've slept completely through the night. You know, without having to wake up at like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. and having to go for a wee. Every fucking night I have to wake up and go for a wee. Now, if I don't wake up and I go for that wee, I'll end up waking up the next morning with a fucking map of Australia underneath me. Fucking desperate it is. One of the biggest things I've noticed now about getting old is the amount of fucking noise I make getting out of a chair. It's ridiculous. Like I make more noises now getting out of a chair than I do when I'm fucking mental. I don't think I can grow old gracefully and with dignity and all that sort of stuff. And as well, I'm a single man, you know, and the older you get, like I've been single for a while now, and the older you get, you know, the more you're kind of being like long-term single. I'm not talking about a few dates here and there, like long-term relationships. I haven't had one of them in a while. I don't even know if it'd be possible even to do that again. You know, when you get close to somebody, you know, the relationship is going well and whatnot, you might decide to move in with each other. And honestly, like I have so many, you know, habits and stuff like that from living alone. I don't think you know, having to invite someone else into your world or being invited into someone else's world and creating your own world together. I don't think I'd be able to do that. Like, you know, think about it. Like, you know, move in together, and then that's when all the nagging starts. You know, and all the bitching and moaning and all that sort of stuff. You know, and that's just coming from me. I don't know what's going to be coming from her. Difficult times we all live in. The world. I didn't even know actually until I don't watch the news, by the way. I haven't watched the news in a long time. It just makes me so angry. It does. Not being ignorant, it's just being angry at the world. Because it's a terrible old place we live in sometimes. I don't watch the news. But I only just found out there recently, looking at the news, that COVID is still a fucking thing going. I thought that passed. No, I've seen people wearing masks and all stuff around. We got the point of that joke now. I had a COVID joke there. Just popped into the head, now it's gone again. That's the wonderful world of comedy. Sometimes that's the thing, and that's another thing actually now, it reminds me. That's another thing that's the problem with getting old. The fucking memory goes, doesn't it? I tell you. I had a fucking memory loss joke as well, and I forgot that too. It's a good memory loss joke though, eh? What else? Oh. What else is going on in the wonderful world of just getting old? That's all that's going on in the wonderful world of just moaning about getting old. You know, the hair thing as well. One thing I've noticed actually, the getting old thing, one thing I was actually very worried about as well was that the hair loss. You know? Because in my family now, hair loss is a thing. I go to one of my family reunions and it's like a fucking Mr. Clean convention. There's fucking shiny tops everywhere. You have to keep the lights on a low because the glare is just fucking ridiculous, like, you know? And I was worried about it, the whole hair loss thing. But I didn't go through that whole experience of hair loss. No, I didn't. You know, there, like, I didn't lose it. Just fucking growing everywhere else now, you know? I'm not going through hair loss. I'm going through fucking hair redistribution. Fucking mental. What else? Decided that I'm gonna today. I had a few things to talk about, and then I decided that I'll wing it. Normally, if you're in an old comedy show and you're going to wing it, you do a bit of crowd work. But I do a bit of crowd work here. But I'll tell you actually. I'll tell you one thing. Okay, I know you're looking at me, and I'm talking about going old and talking about the drink and stuff like that. This is something that actually kind of bothers me a little bit. Is that we Irish, like, we always get stereotyped as alcoholics, right? And that's not what we are. That's not what I am, you know? Because I'm not an alcoholic. We're not alcoholics, you know? We're something completely different. What we are is for alcohol enthusiasts. And there's a big difference between being an alcoholic and an alcohol enthusiast. Being Irish, we have generations and generations of denial. And that's a fucking big difference, you know? Using that, like, that's the line I've used, like, you know, saying that this is truth, because I've only realized recently that I am actually probably an alcoholic. Reason why that I get put on early on this card now is because they put me on late on the card, I'd be fucking hammered drunk. But I convinced myself though that I wasn't an alcoholic, but I was just an alcohol enthusiast, you know? And I never used to drink, like, I used to always drink, but I never used to drink as much as I do now. And I put it down to when I moved to Vancouver, like BC, Canada, and I discovered all these craft beers, you know? So fucking many craft beers. Oh, I fucking love what I do. But before I moved here to Vancouver, like, I used to just be, you know, a whiskey man, like, you know, leave the bottle type of a guy. Then I moved to Vancouver and just discovered all of these craft beers and stuff like that. And I tell you, it's brought out the alcoholic in me, it has. And I love them, I do. You know, it's like I'm so deluded with the fact that maybe I do have a little bit of a drink problem, that I convinced myself that the fact that they use all these fruits and they're going to get pineapple sour and mango this and passion fruit that. I'm not convinced myself that I'll get my 5 a day anyway. And I won't lie. At one stage in my life, I actually Googled, does 5 pineapple sours count towards your 5 a day? Google didn't even give me an answer, just told me to fuck off, you idiot. But you know, I was just trying to look for a good way to keep drinking. That'd be good. Convince myself that'd be okay, you know. But I think the old age now is telling me that I have to put back on the drink, though. Because I'm a fucking reckless drunk. I get into a ridiculous amount of accidents. My whole life I've been falling and tumbling and everything. You know, I'm just in recently I've had 2 big accidents, you know, because of the drink. One, I got hit by a car. But I got lucky that day though. Originally, I jumped out of the way of a bus. So it could have been much worse, like, you know. And the other one was I fell down an escalator. As you do. That day now I was fucking manky drunk. I was at a wedding. So you can imagine, I was at a wedding all day. Me being an alcohol enthusiast, I was fucking rubber drunk. And that day I was actually on the 3 W's I was. I was drinking the wine, I was drinking the whiskey, and I was smoking the weed. I was fucked. I was in a rag order. Well, that's all. I suppose I'm just gonna have to keep drinking. Like, I've started now, so I might as well finish it, you know, and I'm not a quitter, so I'll keep going to the end anyway. So that's my bit of a ramble I have for you beautiful people today. I hand you back over to the amazing Andrew and Caroline.
Thank
Howdy,
you,
howdy.
Fran. Great
How are
job.
we doing?
Thank you.
Turn my little timer off. So, Fran, I think I said this to you in the past. I actually keep reordering these because I think they are awesome. But the Irish coffee by this company, they do an amazing job. Like, as soon as it, you know, it's a K cup though, and it's already in the K cup, and it's 78 proof or 79 proof, which is amazing because when you take it out, you smell the alcohol. I mean, it's so damn good. And
Oh, that's great.
yeah, no, it's amazing. They have 5 different flavors. I only got 4 of the flavors, just because the other one seems too sweet, but they all have at least 60 proof or higher. The Mexican coffee is really good, but this was the only one that actually smelled the liquor. The other ones taste good, but if you're into the Irish coffee, I would think you are. That's a go-to.
You had me at hello. That's cool. The K cup though, that's awesome though.
Yeah, no, it's amazing job. Yeah, and they're not expensive, which surprised me. I mean, when you think about it with liquor, it's well worth it. Caroline, do you have a question for Mr. Fran Tiernan?
A question for both of you. How can you drink whiskey? Ugh.
It's great.
Ugh.
How dare you, woman?
It's great.
Whiskey is amazing. This is how amazing whiskey is, all right? If you look through the history of Ireland, like people inventing things and creations and stuff like that, like like every century, like say from 10th century, 11th century, 12th century, Ireland was being responsible for a lot of stuff like innovative stuff and inventions and stuff like that. Then the 14th century came around. That's when we invented whiskey, right? And then for not joking you, for the next 4 centuries after that, Ireland invented nothing. That's how amazing whiskey is. Just took our attention. It's the nectar of the gods. Yeah, I am definitely an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Whiskey is lovely though.
No, I mean, that's definitely spectacular. Do you have a website that you want people to know so they can follow you in person or online, Fran?
Not really, just I'm only really on the Instagrams and the Facebook at the moment. But feel free to follow me there. You know, Fantastic Tiernan on Instagram. The writing should just, I'm gonna edit this later, the writing will come up here. But Fantastic Tiernan on Instagram and then just Fran Tiernan on Facebook. Eventually I'll probably put a website together. But yeah, nothing. Staying under the radar at the moment.
Do you not perform in person anymore at that one place you were performing a lot at, weren't you?
Oh no, yeah, no, I still perform. I performed on Wednesday night. I was out in Comedy After Dark in downtown Vancouver. Tuesday night I was out in House of Comedy in New Westminster. Last Saturday I got to do a show out in Hope, in Hope Cinema. And Hope is actually the town where they filmed Rambo First Blood. So I got to do a show in the theater that Rambo eventually blew up. No, I'm still fairly active on the scene. I just don't really have any websites or anything like that to go to yet. Like,
I mean, I definitely appreciate it. Like next month, Friday, October 27th is our 4th time doing the Halloween extravaganza. We do ask all performers. We'd love for you to participate. We do ask everyone to dress up. So we would be very interested in how Fran's going to dress up. But I think you performed last year, so you did dress up last year, didn't you? I think everybody dressed up.
So far, I did a couple of the Halloween ones. I did one where I was a demon and an angel. Did another one where I was a clown. I think I was a hooligan as well. But oh yeah, no, I'm well up for that. I'll be dressed up. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, awesome. So, Fran Tiernan, thank you. Great job. Definitely perfect.
Thank you so much, guys. Wonderful.
Great job. Definitely. So, looking here, I won't have Caroline introduce this next individual just because she loves to talk so much about this person. You know, she just loves this person. So, you know, it seems like a glory hog. But the next performer is an amazing talent. So, no pressure, but Caroline Dunn, Lena Dunn. Go for it.
All right, everybody. So cheers to my fellow gym goers. Yeah, I know how to lie too. The gym and I have an on and off again relationship. It hits me. I tell it sucks. I ghost it for months. It keeps taking money out of my account. I'm a sugar mama, but I'm not getting any of the benefits. No, it's good to be active, fit, and healthy, but like sometimes weird shit happens at the gym. I was just in the locker room trying to get my stuff out of the bottom locker, and this woman above me is shoveling yogurt into her mouth, like guzzling it. It was not like a Go-Gurt, like this was an Activia. So I was like getting a little nervous that she was going to be like active there, right there. There was one woman who would go and jog at the gym every day, which is great exercise, except she didn't use a treadmill. She would just be dodging all the bodybuilders on the floor, like dipping and dodging out of the way. The same woman will come to the gym, but only work out in the locker room. I mean, I guess I get it. You know, it's like your own private space where you have the amenities that you need nearby in case you need to relieve yourself, and you can jump right in the shower when you're done. Just like if you worked out in your own home. Some common sense would have saved her some sense. People make really weird noises when they work out. Well, one woman was singing and stretching like a confused Disney princess. Another guy mimicked a turtle making love to a croc. Look it up. It's a real thing that happens, and it's a very identifiable noise. though it was odd that I was able to identify it that quickly. One of the oddest things that I've seen at the gym was this guy who came in with some nunchucks. Now, I don't go to a martial arts gym. I go to a Blink, which is a slightly better Planet Fitness, like a steward's shop to your 7-Eleven. There's no room for nunchucks. So thank God the jogging lady wasn't there that day, because she would have definitely gotten clocked in the face. PSA to everybody out there, blue jeans are not optimal gym attire. They're the worst clothes to wear to the gym though. The worst is realizing you forgot your bra as your high school economics teacher walks up to you to say hi. You're staring him in the eyes, realizing it's cold out. A lot of my family runs, and I have tried to get into it. The only good thing I found about running is that I hate it so much, I forget how much I hate myself. I was raised Catholic, but I'm no longer religious. I do believe in the Holy Trinity: depression, anxiety, and ADHD. I've accepted all three into my heart, or my head, I guess. Depression is obviously God, because it has always been with me. It is my alpha, my omega, my beginning and end. It knows all my thoughts and judges me accordingly. Anxiety is definitely Jesus, because it keeps coming back. Every time I think it's done, the grave is empty, and oh God, did I shut off the oven? And ADHD is the Holy Spirit, because I'm constantly caught in the spirit of doing things erratically. Oh, you need to clean the bathroom. Scratch that, because you're going to organize your mugs until you have them on the counter. And then, oh, is that mail? You have to read it immediately, and then make sure that you actually signed up for paperless billing. Now you're just reading your emails and watching some conspiracy videos on crop circles. And nothing's cleaned, and there's mugs everywhere. I've recently accepted that I am a Catwoman. Not the Catwoman. I'm not duking out or hooking up with Batman. She seems to do both at different times. Some people ask if I'm an old cat lady, but I'm not old. I'm 32, so I'm not young, but I'm not old. I'm definitely not a lady. Never have been. Never will be. I do live with a misogynist. His name is Cubby. Yeah, my cat is sexist against women. I can't believe him. I got my cat used. Well, pre-owned, I think is the right term. He was previously owned by a man. I got my cat when he was 11. He's now 14. He had lived 11 years with a man and still prefers the company of men, which I am not. And now he lives with me. He's pretty upset about that. He constantly reminds me of my failure to be a man, usually by screaming at me. He gets very upset when I try and do housework. I believe that's because it's what he sees as women's work. It does push me to go to the gym, get a little more muscly, maybe trick him into thinking I might be a guy, but the gym and I are currently in a period of detente. So he's just having to deal with me being a straight up woman. And that's it for me.
Great job, Caroline. Thank you very much. So, kind of like looking at my background, why is a pumpkins ever green?
I think when they're like young, a youthful pumpkin, a baby pumpkin, if you will.
Is that right? It looks bigger than the orange pumpkin, but
it could also be a different kind of decorative gourd, Andy. There's lots of gourds out there. You've only experienced pumpkins because you're from New York City.
There we go. Okay, very interesting. So, Caroline, just curious, what you do? She has websites, as you can see behind us. What I will say with Caroline, she's a great talent. And as you saw, she did a little act today, but very funny. What I would say is she needs to publicize herself a bit more, because I mean, she's excellent, but I know she's busy, but again, she should advertise. People her age do way more advertising, and I don't understand why she holds back so much. So she should go ahead, because she's got a great look and she's got a great personality for people to follow. So just being honest. So yeah, Caroline. So what's the deal? Why aren't we doing more stand-up? Why don't you let people?
I explained before, we're getting out of the rough and tumble of summer, and now that we're in the fall, it's time to try doing more stuff.
Right. I mean, again, I have to ask because again, some people that are watching now weren't watching earlier, or vice versa. So
We'll tell them to watch earlier. No, but yeah, the goal is to do some more stand-up moving forward. That is
no, well, that makes definitely sense. And again, like I say, I know Caroline's one that like I think she's a great performer, great everything with what she does. I know she's one that will perform and not tell me at times, which I don't understand why, but
that happened one time. One time.
Again, okay, once happens, but yeah, so I do say, as you see, like anytime you see she's been on the Extravaganza, I mean, she's been on from day one, but she's done some of her stand-up. Sometimes she performs, sometimes she's not able to, but she's been spectacular, and you see how funny she can be. And she has a great personality. She does a great job with her improv, which actually she is performing with the improv professionals tonight. Scheduled at 6:43 p.m., 6:47 p.m. Eastern time. It's probably a little bit later, but again, nobody cares. But it'll be a lot of fun. We have some new members that we did perform on Monday and Tuesday on Socially Distant Improv and also High Wire Improv, which is on YouTube. And for 1 hour, they did an amazing job on High Wire. But we had more members, and then on Socially Distant, they did a great job. We had most of our original people, well, not most, but in the 4 people that were there. So we got a lot more team members. Over talking with that stuff, but this is obviously to put on your sweater. It's full comedians and improvisers virtual extravaganza. And the reason I put virtual is because people would ask me, is it in person or online? Which is blows me away. I've said this earlier. So I just put virtual online extravaganza when I advertise it. Though Twitter kind of is like, you're limited. So you can't put too many words up there. So it's sometimes I might switch it even for the online, what's what, but that's all good. Next month, which is Friday, well, next month is a whole month, but we have the Halloween extravaganza on Friday, October 27th. And this will be our 4th time doing a Halloween extravaganza. We always ask everybody to dress up. So last year was amazing. Everybody dressed up in costume, everybody here and there, and the year before also. So it should be a lot of fun, spectacular. So if you want to perform, if you have an improv team or if you're a stand-up comedian and want to perform, we would love to have you. And not to overtalk, but I do have a show. I mean, not a show. I am teaching an improv class for those people in New York City or in New Jersey or anywhere if you're coming to New York. But tomorrow, Central Park, 1 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. And I would love to, it would be great to see you. But Caroline, would you like to introduce the next lovely lady?
Sure. Up next, we have Srilatha.
Hey. Oh my. Hi Caroline. Hi Andy. How are you all doing? I just love to see that oh yes, I made it. I tried and I succeeded. It's like every time someone tries to pronounce my name, I love seeing that. Anyway, I'm just glad to be here. It's been like I'm in Boston right now. My daughter is starting her first job post-graduation on Monday. So I'm doing the mom thing of like being there and making her happy. So, she supports me in my old age, like she is my 401k plan. So that's where I'm at. And it is so rainy. Like I love Boston. It's a great city. But like, and New York City, like trains are sucky there. Like we can all agree, that there's always issues, but at least they run faster. Like I was in the Boston train, coming back to my daughter's apartment. I had to take like 2 trains. Like literally, they were so slow, and they were like the frequency was once every like 15 minutes, and this is like on a Friday evening. I'm just like, what's going on? And then you get into the train. These are like trolley cars, basically, not even like regular trains. And they are so slow and it's raining. And I was just like, I'm going to be late for this one. But also I did have to stop at Mike's Pastry because like if you visit Boston, if you don't go to Mike's Pastry, then who are you? Like, what are you? So I did go to Mike's Pastry to get some macaroons and tiramisu. So anyway, I'm glad I made it. Yeah, I'm not enjoying these rains. Like New York, it was raining last weekend. And it's been like, I think there is a difference between wet and moist. Like moist is good. Like moist is Cake and Mary Berry of the British Bake Off. Like that's good. But wet is just disgusting. Okay. Like the thing with New York City in the rain is it doesn't get any better. Like there are people who will say, yeah, when it rains, the roads, get cleaner. At least all the dirt is getting washed off. But no, we don't have the kind of heavy downpour that washes off all the dirt. What we have is the drip system that kind of, melts all the shit on the street. So now you're trying not just to like dodge people and their umbrellas and their stinky armpits. You're also trying to dodge the poop pool, like it's all over the place. And it is just disgusting. And I know this weather is getting me down anyway. What else? And also, yeah, I'm not like, I haven't really had the greatest month. Work has been tough, but also my landlord has increased the rent. Like I was in that sweet pandemic rent deal. Like I signed like a longer lease, because I knew I was going to be in New York City and I was just like, yeah, let me get a low rent for this much time. And guess what? That is ending. And my landlord was like, hey, surprise, your rent is increasing by close to 40%. So I'm just like, I have to look for a new place in 2 months. And that has been like super stressful. It's just, I am 49 years old. And at this time of my life, I should have had my shit together, like people who are my peers, they are like in their second marriage, third crypto, and they're all buying those big islands in, somewhere, where there are islands. Like I know Manhattan is an island, but it's not really an island. Like anyway, it's not a beach. And that's what they're doing. And meanwhile, I am on roomies.com, you guys. Like that's, it's just awful to be on roomies.com at my age. I'm like not understanding. I'm not understanding the features or what is listed as features in like a New York City apartment building. Like, there was one where they listed this thing called a Murphy bed. And I don't know how many of you all know what a Murphy bed is. I did know what Murphy bed is because English is my third language. My first is Tamil, my second is parental disappointment. So when I read Murphy bed on Google, I was just like, this can't be right. So then I looked it up on ChatGPT, and even that was telling me, this is literally a bed that is attached to a wall. It is during the daytime, it is like folded into the wall. And at night, you can bring it out. It is sort of like the furniture version of Superman versus Clark Kent. So during the night, it is a bed. During the daytime, it is your wall art. But like really, the underside of a bed, what kind of a grotesque wall art it'll make. Like it is terrible. I don't know what the underside of your bed looks like, but for me, it is basically those weird stains that, happen during those times of the month, or, like nose boogers, those things are, like this becomes like the underside of my bed is sort of like this avant-garde art piece at the MoMA, where all, probably like some of the maybe like feces and other things are, like, not that I shit on the bed, like that level of art. Okay. Like I don't poop in my bed, to clarify, never, ever. But that's what is happening. That's the underside of a bed. How is that a feature? This apartment listed Murphy bed as a feature. It is not a feature. The other feature it listed was brick wall, exposed brick. I think exposed brick is just lazy. Like if you have an exposed brick wall, cover it up with sheetrock. Like that is why God created sheetrock. Like, why do you want that brick? You know what an exposed brick is? It just is a home for roaches who share my apartment without paying the rent. Like for the rent that I'm going to be paying, I'm damned if I'm going to share it with a roach. Exposed brick. And then virtual doorman was a feature in this apartment that I saw. And I was thinking something like a robot, something really cool, right? No, it wasn't. It was basically a fob that you scan that times in your entry. And I was like, no, that is not a virtual doorman. That's a key. Like, if you call that a virtual doorman, what do you think an intercom is? Like virtual AI? Like what? Like, it doesn't make sense, right? But this is the final nail in the coffin of my hopes and dreams, which is that any apartment, in order to be eligible to rent, you have to make more than 40 times that rent in your salary. Your annual salary has to be 40 times that rent. I'm like, if I made that much money, 40 times the rent of an average apartment in New York City, if I made that much money, I would not be looking for a studio in Flushing. Okay, like in case you don't know what Flushing is the Asian Bushwick. Okay, so yeah, I am there right now, emotionally a wreck. What else interesting happened? Right. So I was recently asked to be a presenter for an like an international Asian group representing the Asian community, because like I am an Asian internationally, anywhere else but in the United States of America, I'm an Asian. So they asked me to talk about my identity. And I did, like, identity is a very complex thing, right? Like my identity is Asian, like, demographic wise, I'm middle-aged, I'm queer, which is all fine. There's a lot of people like that. But my identity is also this woman who lays flat into her pillow every night, trying to smother her screams. And that is a kind of identity that doesn't go well in conferences. Like, that's like, but it's still complex, right? Like identity is not straightforward. Like I am an immigrant, I'm a left-leaning immigrant. So this is my identity. Like as a Democrat, left-leaning Democrat, I totally don't want Trump to run in the elections completely. I think it is abhorrent that he's running in the elections. But as an immigrant, I want Trump to run in the elections because I want to laugh at my friends with the American savior complex. And I call this joke, fuck your Monroe Doctrine, which no one laughs at, okay, except those of us who studied American history in order to live in this country. So it's a very immigrant in joke. Identity is like, I think there is like, we are a big community. The diaspora of Asian communities, like extremely, extremely vast. There are so many different identities that can be ascribed to us. But I think there is one thing that we all have in common, which is that a lot of us Asian immigrants, we don't believe in Instacart. Okay, like absolutely, like immigrants like me who have come from Asia, the first generation. We don't believe in Instacart. If you don't believe me, you should go look at any Asian strong communities. Like in New York City, you can go and look at Flushing or at Jackson Heights. You will see like middle-aged and older Asian people like me. We will be carrying our heavy bags of rice in our hands and walking back home, like so heavy that I've seen some of these elders, their arms are so thin, it's like their shoulders are going to just pop out as they carry those bags, but they will carry. We believe, like I will carry my bag of rice until the day I die, because I know that if I use Instacart, I'm going to become a spoiled, self-centered, entitled bitch like Vivek Ramaswamy. Okay, like that is what that is the mindset. Also, yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy, fuck him. I really wish someone had called immigration on his parents. That's all I'm going to say about that. Never mind, it's terrible. I think the other thing Asians have in common, is at least like, like people like me who work in tech, we all have in common is we are kind of nerdy Asians. And I think that is a realized that is like, people understand that is a very common stereotype, and I get that. But I think a lot of people don't, because this happened like a couple of years ago during Asians for Black Lives Matter March in New York City. Like there was, we were marching, like we were Asians for Black Lives Matter, we were marching, and then a white lady joined us. And then she started screaming at us because we weren't shouting our chants, our Black Lives Matter chants loud enough. And I was just thinking, you should know that we Asians are the nerdy Asians. We are in the group who would chant loudly, right? Like we were carrying our protest signs in our tablets, like Google tablets because, Android does not discriminate. And we were carrying those signs there. That is how nerdy we are. Like, if you want to hear Asians scream, there are specific places where we scream. Like, we will scream if our children don't do Kumon homework. And if you don't know what Kumon is, you're clearly not Asian. We will scream at those Asian restaurants that white people don't go to. And we will scream in those flights back to our homeland, like, in the summer or during holidays when we are flying back to our mother countries. Those flights are so loud. Like, I remember taking this flight once from New Jersey to Bombay. Like, at 2 hours into the flight, it was so loud that my Sony noise canceling headset was pressed against the window of my plane, trying to jump out and kill itself because it failed to fulfill its life's purpose, which is to cancel noise. Like, that's how loud we can be. So I was like, this lady doesn't understand this place and this time, we're not going to be the screaming Asians. What she tried to do was she just came at us with this energy, not like a big Karen energy, more like her aura was cleansed by Gwyneth Paltrow, and then she swallowed a bullhorn energy. And she was like blowing sage at us to rouse us into a screaming frenzy. That's I think stereotypes. Like, some stereotypes are true, some are not. And fuck Vivek Ramaswamy. That's all I have to share. I don't know how much time I'm doing, or did I run out of time? That's basically all I had to share today. I'm really exhausted, and it's been so lovely chatting with all of you.
Thank you so much. Great job.
I saw a hand raised and I was like, did I go out of time? I was so.
Oh, no, you had more time. Do you want to continue? No, I thought you were saying that you were done. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I always give the rundown like 5 minutes left, or what, I always give people a heads up, but yeah, no.
No, I was joining from my laptop and I don't get to see the chat because everything was just like the participants were just showing, and I was just like, did I miss something? Because honestly, New York City landlords have defeated me. Like, I am a shell of my former confident self. I am this person who is now ready to, like, believe in the tooth fairy and like the leprechaun or anybody who can get me an apartment,
Yeah, they are better at getting you an apartment than most of the other people in New York City.
It's a mess. I'm like, every weekend I'm looking for apartments, and it's been raining every weekend. So my self-esteem, I never had much of a self-esteem before. Come on, let's face it. I'm middle-aged. I work in tech support. There is no self-esteem, like, we're zero. But this is like at an all-time low. I'm just like, I'm a worm. I don't deserve to exist in this rarefied air of Manhattan or anywhere else within a screaming distance of Manhattan. So that's, and that's why I was like, I don't want to be late. I don't want to shoot my time here and, break, what is that called? Run the light or break the light? There is a phrase, run the light.
Break.
English is weird.
English is weird. I will give you that. English is very weird.
Like, Murphy bed is weird. Like, what is, I lived 49 years without knowing what a Murphy bed is. And now I'm like, this is my life, that I am now looking at a wall art featuring Murphy bed. Like, it's terrible.
Well, I mean, you did a great job. Out of curiosity, I might have asked you in the past. You definitely did a great job. Which borough do you live in?
I'm looking at all borough. Like, I'm currently in your Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, therefore.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Where? I just want a place that doesn't involve cockroaches. Like,
oh, you're out of luck. You're in New York City. Yeah.
Exactly. And also something that is not $4,500 for a studio, because that is insane.
Oh, you're out of luck. It's New York City.
Exactly.
Come to the dark side. Travel to Jersey.
I would, if I can lease a car or something, I may actually do it.
I rented the car for Jersey City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, lots of walkable stuff. I mean, you're not gonna get it's not gonna go down by much, but by a bit. So, yeah.
Like I saw a $3,000 studio, and again, this is turning into a real estate discussion. Never mind, it's a comedy show, and this is tragic.
Real estate.
It was $3,000 for a studio in Flushing. I'm like, who do they think I am? Vivek Ramaswamy's sister? Like, what's going on? Who can afford that much for a studio?
Yeah, no, it's hysterical because where I work, they have a nice sign, like they're such a bargain thing with the realty sign. And it is saying starting at $3,000 for a studio. And it's like, why are you advertising like this is what a deal? I'm like, what am I losing out on? And it's like,
This is what I've been doing. I've been looking at apartment sales to find, there are some that are like, at a studio you can get for like about $250 or something. I'm just like, that one, if I put a down payment and then get that, my rent is going to be less. My mortgage is less than what I'm going to be paying for the rent. And I'm like, should I? But then I'm not a capitalist. I don't want to own anything anywhere. I'm like, done. So no, I'm just going to depend on my daughter for the rest of my life. I'm going to suck up all her benefits. I'm going to stick with her until she kicks me out. And then she and I will be like Dorothy and Sophia Petrillo, basically eating each other's heads. But I really hope she gets married and not to a step. Yeah, that is like the goal. I'm done. Like, I am so done. I'm going to emigrate to like a place where there is not enough people and there are empty houses, like an island in Japan. And I am going to start eating fish because I've never eaten it in my life before, but apparently that's what I can do. So I will do a lot to find cheap accommodation, including eating fish or eating dick. I'm throwing this out there.
Universe.
It's
So where can people find out about you? And what
on Instagram, I'm Srilata Sauce. Also, it's kind of exciting, and I know you generally ask me where I'm performing next. I'm performing on Thursday in Brooklyn, but also in November, first week, I'm going to Texas for the first time. I'm doing a comedy festival. I've never been to Texas before. And if there are people in the show who are in Texas, Austin, Texas, I am begging you to come and support, because if you're watching the show, I know you're good people, and I don't know Texas, but Texas scares the crap out of me.
Austin's usually pretty safe, from what I've heard. I've also never been to Texas, but I know a lot of people who moved to Texas, so, and they all moved to Austin.
I'm excited. I've never really performed comedy outside of like the liberal bubble before, which Austin probably also is, but Austin is still in Texas, so
smaller bubble.
It's a thing. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm super grateful.
See, I've been to Houston. Last year was the first time I went to Houston for 2.5 days. To me, amazing how polite people were. Like, people were buying me drinks there, and actually some women were walking over to me, which in New York City, they don't walk it to me. They stay back, where, just because I was wearing my New York Mets, because the Mets were playing the Astros that day. So we watched them for both days. They lost both days. Then we went to Florida to see the Mets beat the Marlins both days. But it was just, the people were just so polite though. They're like, wow, you're from New York. And I'm like, yeah, because I'm kind of advertising. They're like, no, your accent. And people are buying me drinks just to talk to me. And I thought it was amazing. Like, you're talking about from table to table, people I'm like, who am I? And I just was like, they are so kind over in Houston. It was blowing me away from New Yorker. That's never happening in New York.
I can't do New York accent. My accent is going to be found in different parts of Texas, including Houston and Plano. So they're going to be like, oh, come on, she's local. So I hope that it'll be nice, I think.
Well, I mean, you did a spectacular job. We appreciate you performing next month, which is Friday, October 27th, is our 4th Halloween extravaganza. So we do ask if we'd love to have you perform, but we ask everybody also to dress up. But, it would be spectacular, because of Halloween. So that would be spectacular.
An outfit and call myself an Indian princess. Nobody's going to know the difference.
But no, it'd definitely be great to have you. And you did an amazing job. So Caroline, say your name one more time, because I know I'm going to demolish it.
Srilata.
There you go. Perfect. All right. Thank you. Great job. Definitely. So Caroline, looking at that thing. So would you like to introduce the next gentleman that's up?
Yes. Up next, we have Anthony Renda.
Hey guys, hey Andy, Caroline, always a pleasure seeing you guys. You guys are a dynamic duo, male and female. Let's hear it for Sri Lanka. You know, I loved her performance. Is it Sri Lanka named after the country? No, she's great. And Austin, I might be there maybe end of October or November, so we might run into each other. And Austin has a great comedy tour, comedy scene. So I've been meaning to go there for the last like 6, 7 months. Finally, I'm getting there, taking some time off of work and for my baseball teams and taking care of so much shit and people and houses, this and that. It's been crazy, chaotic. All right, but this is I think you had to wear your sweater today, for September because it's getting cold. All right, it's my sweater. Yeah, you like it? It's a t-shirt. I didn't read the memo, guys. But it's it's crazy with the weather here in the East Coast, guys. And I know you guys have been watching the news. It's flooding everywhere. It's to a point where actually, even the fish in the ocean are like, "Holy shit, man! Let's get out of this water, man! It's too overloaded." I heard the salmons and the sharks and the whales they're going through some turmoil with this weather. It's crazy. They had some videos on Instagram, Prospect Park. It looks like like a river flowing through the steps. People have flooding, the trains nonstop, especially the ones underground. I'd be like, oh yeah, the ones underground, they're protected, right? Because they're underground. No, they got the worst flooding. I figure the ones above, in the sky, they'll get hit the worst. But you know what? I'm not that smart, as you can see. All right. Enough of this, Kay. What's going on in the world, guys? Some topical news, some world news. This is something I read a couple days ago. There was a Target, all right? I know a lot of people like saying Target to sound fancy and sophisticated, and they give it like the French twist, but it's Target, all right? If most of the products are under $10, it's not Target, okay? It's Target, all right? One opened up in Harlem, actually, and it's closing down, guys. All right. And the main reason why is because of robberies. All right. This is the news. Okay. What kind of news is this? This is like facts. This is like obvious. All right. Like Captain Obvious. Of course, a Target in Harlem is going to close down, and robberies is the number one reason. Okay. The question you should be asking is, how many hours is it going to take for this Target to close down? Right? Not days, like hours. I should have had a pool. I would have guessed like I give them the benefit of doubt. Some people have to work and some people, they get tired. I'll say 12 hours will be a good number for me. All right. This is something I saw in the newspaper, the New York Post, guys, and it's true because it came from the New York Post, and that's 100% true in validity. All right. The Post. I used to call the Post Inquiring magazine or like the tabloids, like Star magazine. But they had a picture apparently of our former mayor, Mr. Bill de Blasio. All right. Now that he's separated, legally separated, he was frolicking with another unknown woman, and they had a picture of it. I don't know about you, but I think they should arrest Bill de Blasio of aggravated assault on this situation. Because when I watched this picture, I felt assaulted, guys. 62-year-old man with a beer belly and a pooch belly, sick, kissing this woman. I don't know. She's probably in the late 50s, middle age too, past middle age. I was like, oh, that's not a sight for the eyes, guys. I think I'm visually impaired now. I don't see too well. All right, I'll give it some time. All right, there's something else. You look at the news and like, what's going on in the world? What's going on? Some world issues. And everything is, I don't know, because I haven't really watched the news, guys, in like several days. As you can see, there's a lot of traffic here. I'm getting beeped at. Okay, buddy, give it time. All right, I haven't really watched the news because the news can be so depressing. Who got burglarized, who got robbed, who's being killed, who's petitioning, who's boycotting. Like, why do you want to hear that shit? Right? I literally watched the news and like within 35 seconds, I wanted to change it. I said, I can't take this. All right, let's just change this. Let me watch a rerun of Seinfeld season 7 for the 50th time. All right. But this is something that I do. Like one thing I like to do is in my spare time, I like to go to new eateries. Like, I had a small business cafe. I like to go to these small businesses and promote small business. And I'm a foodie. I like all types of foods, all different culture foods, all types of new foods, like, chicken pot pie and chicken sandwiches and triple burgers and burritos with different ingredients. All right, so I check out these new places. All right, because I work by the Barclays Center in Park Slope. There's a whole bunch of places right by there. It's on Fulton. And there's a pizzeria I came up with. All right. It was called Not Ray's Pizza. For those who know about Ray's is like the #1 franchise when it comes to pizzas in Manhattan. There's about anywhere between like 10 and 15 locations throughout Manhattan. So this ain't a Not Ray's. Okay. What kind of name is that? And why would you advertise that? Then I had their pizza. All right. I had 2 slices. They burnt it. Of course you're not Ray's because you burn it. Ray's doesn't burn their pizza. I had a pizza there a couple times and it's nice and crispy. All right. Why don't you come with some originality? Like I would never be to name a pizzeria. It's like not Antonio's or Anthony, like my name. All right. All right. What happens to being some innovative and some originality? All right. A lot of people popping on. Okay. For you view members, keep watching, guys, because as the show goes on, it gets better and better with these improv performances and these comedians. All right. After me, because, this is where people like, yeah, my camera's not working. I'm getting off now. But we want to have more views for the extravaganza. Log on. It's an 18-hour show. As much as you can, guys. Invite your friends, family members. Bring it to work. Bring it to when you go shopping. Hey, look, it's a good show. It's free, guys. You don't have to pay cover charge 3 drinks and 2 appetizers and 2 items on the menu, guys. It's cheap. All right. Next thing you know, you're not being billed $85 to $100. All right. Here's some things that I'm experiencing. Maybe some of you guys can relate to this. I'm getting older. All right. I'm not old. All right. But I'm getting older and I'm not enjoying it. All right. I wish I was 28, like most of you guys in the views in this performance. All right. Maybe 29. No, I wish I was like in my mid-30s, late 30s. I felt good. I'm in my early 40s and it's not good. All right. It's like you always ask yourself, like, oh, man, what's hurting? Shoulders hurting. My neck is stiff. My back's hurting. You got a long list, all right, of what's hurting, all right? It's one after another. I think the better question to ask is what's not hurting, all right? And you probably can't find an answer for that, all right? So a lot of people say, oh, when you get older, life is more enjoyable. You have to embrace it. And it comes with more fun times. I don't see it. Where are the fun times? With these aches, these pains, these soreness, you can't move. You feel like you want to take a nap every freaking 25 to 40 minutes. All right. All right. Okay. I'm going to say all right a lot, all the time. This aches and this soreness. Like, one of my favorite vitamins right now, all right, is Advil. Tylenol. I alternate between. All right. So they don't tell you this like in grade school, or you're too young to understand and comprehend grade. So maybe like upper education, like college, or like late high school. Like enjoy your years while you're young, because when it gets older, it gets worse. You have to see doctors constantly. You have to figure out which family members and friends are in the hospital. All right. Who's going to die soon? Who has some kind of cancer and what form of cancer? So you have to make a list. So like, okay, this person, my friend Mike's in the hospital. All right. It's not too severe. So you got to put him in lists. Yeah, I think he's going to get out in a few days. Then you have another one like my cousin Mario. He has brain cancer. Oh, that's severe. All right. I got to go visit him. And he only has a few days to live. So you make categories of like, friends and family members in the hospital or some kind of unknown treatment. If it's severe or not too severe, you gotta you gotta work. All right. I didn't explain this in university, but when you're young, in your 20s, you're indecisive. You don't know what you want. Is your career? You might change your job every few months. All right. You're still trying to gain self-esteem and self-confidence, trying to find out who you are, your identity. When you're older, you just don't give a shit no more. You are who you are. You're 100% secure, confidence. You have peace with yourself. You have harmony. All right, that's where I am. I don't give a shit. I am where I am. I know I have some talents. All right. I'm trying to still find my talents, guys. I know everyone has talents and skills. I am who I am. I'm not gonna freaking go heads over heels no more. All right, but I do what I gotta do. All right, there's something there. All right. Now this is something I'm experiencing now as we speak. All right. And I say this, and we all say this at least from time to time, at least once or twice during the day, especially like the middle of the day. You did your morning stuff, your morning work, and the middle of the day, like late afternoon, like actually early afternoon, you're like, damn, I'm tired. All right. Everyone says that like maybe once or twice. You know what? I say that all the time. Like every few minutes, like I'm tired now. And I'm like, do I need a nap? I gotta ask myself that question like 3-4 times. Like, okay, well, do I need a nap? Do I got 5-10 minutes to spare? Even things are bad when you need a nap when you're driving somewhere. Like, man, it's a 45-minute drive. I think I need to pull over and take a nap at an empty parking lot. All right, so I'm a little concerned now of why am I tired? Am I sleeping enough? So you ask yourself questions. Am I eating enough? Taking my vitamins? Drinking enough water? Is my health good? All right, and that's it. Number one thing is sleep. All right, and I enjoy sleeping, but there's times when I go to sleep and I'm wide awake because I'm not getting that consistent sleep. All right, and the reason why I'm wide awake is because I fell asleep on the couch. All right. And what do after a long day of work, comedy, or whatever it is, baseball? I go home and I go through the channels and at least once or twice, and I find out 2 shows I want to watch. One's usually a reality show like The Housewives or 90 Day Fiance and some kind of sports show. So I'll go back and forth, memorize the channels, and what happens? As soon as I lay down within a minute and a half, less than a minute, guys, I might conk it out. Even if the show is entertaining and I'm looking forward to watching the show, I still conk out. Then I wake up like 45 minutes, an hour and a half later, and I'm like, oh, damn. I start getting ready for the following day, like, my morning routine, get my vitamins ready, my toothbrush ready, this and that, and I go back to my bed. All right? That's not accurate sleep. You've heard of intermittent fasting when it comes to food you eat during time periods. I'm having that with sleeping. It's intermittent. It's got to be consistent. All right. So I'm trying to work on my sleep pattern. All right. Not fall asleep on the couch. And I have to say it like 1,000 times, like a mantra. Don't fall asleep on the couch. Don't fall asleep on the couch. And I do. Well, not anymore, guys, because I'm sick and tired. I wake up in the morning like a Mack truck and 2 tractor trailers hit me because I'm so exhausted. All right. So I'm saying to myself, do I eat enough? And I try to eat every 3-4 hours. And sometimes I get in these modes or these mood swings where I just want to eat nonstop. When I'm writing emails at work, when I'm texting, right? Does anybody get in that frenzy where you just want to eat? I think it's stress related and your nerves because you're anxious, you have nothing to do. But I realize I feel like I have to eat all the time. But then I have to say to myself subconsciously, you just got to eat every 3.5 to 4 hours. So I got to write that down. We put like in my iNotes and put an alarm. All right. So taking my vitamins more, like I said, I'm increasing it. I'm adding Advil, Tylenol, and I'm going to add one more, Aleve or Motrin. One of those. All right. So I'm increasing my supplementation, my vitamins. All right. Now, this is something I've been doing. Is anybody here in the audience? Hopefully it's more than 3 of you. Hopefully it's like triple digits, like in the hundreds, watch porn. Now, if I ask this question to a full audience, I say about 80 to 90% watch porn. Whether it's every few days. Pornhub, of course, everybody knows is the free one. Everyone watches porn because now we have easy access. It's on our phones, it's on technology. We don't have to pay and subscribe for it like, back in my days. All right. And now I can say honestly, when it comes to watching porn, I watch anywhere between 8 and 10 minutes per week. So a couple minutes a day, like for a few times, like 3 to 4 times. I know some of you watch 8 to 10 minutes every other hour. All right. One time I spoke to my coworker, this is going back a few years ago, and he says, yeah, I watch porn. And he goes, yeah, I was watching porn the other day. and I couldn't stop. It was like 9 hours. I was watching it straight. I was like, 9 hours? What are you, freaking crazy? Don't you have things to do? A job or a life? A girlfriend? If you have a girlfriend, get another girlfriend. Help your mom. I couldn't do that if I condition myself. I get so bored. I'm like, all right, I gotta move. I gotta be active. All right. But my choice of porn for years, when I was watching it, as a young lad, teenager, was always the mature one. They call it mature now, but we used to call it the MILFs and a MILF hunter. Everybody knows what a MILF stands for. I like the older women because they're sophisticated and they look good. They have some kind of look about them. All right. And they know what to do with a penis. You give a young girl a penis, like, what is this? Is this some kind of sculpture? Some kind of clay thing I got to do with it? They don't know what to do. They're lost. But I have to make, guys, and I'm going to say this quite professionally and gentle. My new genre of porn for the last few weeks has been gangbangs. Yeah. And orgies. Okay, more polite ways, orgies. Well, they're different. Gangbang is one versus many. Orgies is just a few couples. But I know when I was young, in my 20s, my 30s, I always had this goal. I'm gonna do 30 women at once. Do you ever watch those porns of that one guy? And there's been some of them, there's 30 women or 48 women at once. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I could do that. Now that I'm older, in my 40s, all right, I'll be happy with one. Because I had a couple threesomes in the past, couple occasions, 3 occasions, whatever it was. One of them I paid for on Craigslist. Remember Craigslist back in the days? But I'm watching these orgies. I don't think it was a gangbang because it wasn't one verse. All right. And I'm watching and I see this one guy, he's doing oral to one girl and then he's doing he's penetrating another one with his private part. So I'm watching this and I'm like, man, this looks confusing. This is a lot of work. You gotta exert a lot of energy. All right. And me having ADHD, which was worse than in my past, now I control it. I'll be lost. What do I do first? Do I use my finger, my mouth at the same time? I'm I don't know. I'll be lost. So I think they need to make a manual, all right, or some kind of reference book on how to, perform in orgies, orgies for dummies with ADHD. I'll buy that. All right. Man, damn, I wish I was in my 20s, late 20s, or even 38, guys. That was such a good age. Damn. Time flies when you're having fun, guys. All right. All right. So, like I said, I'm getting older, feeling depressed, this and that. I think I'm going through a midlife crisis. And I think I've been going through this midlife crisis for the last 3.5 to 4 years, guys. All right. Midlife, people live to be 88. So I'm right there, 90. And I'm like, oh my God, man, does life get any better? And then people wait to retire when they're 65. I can imagine when you retire, I'm going to enjoy life then. I can go on vacations whenever I want, go to Caribbean islands like Turks and Caicos and Cozumel and, and see all these beautiful Caribbean oceans and stuff like that. You're 65 years old. Most people, for the majority of them, can't even walk. So you're going to have to walk to the pool with a walker. All right? Look at that. I disappeared, guys. Some little magic for you guys. All right. So I want to enjoy retirement now. So within the next few months, I want to work towards as if I'm working and I'm retired. Because I'm sick and tired of working 6 days a week, several hours nonstop. Of course, in between, I'm doing my comedy, my baseball team. But now I'm working towards, I call self-efficacy or self-sufficient or self-authoritative. This is what kind of word? I don't know what kind of word describes it. But I still do my comedy every week, and things get harder when you get older. You have more responsibilities. You got to take care of houses if you own more than one, the garbage and the maintenance, family members, who's sick, like I say, visits to the hospital, parents, I'm taking care of my mom, because she's taking care of me. She has slight anxiety and she has bad knees and we're trying to get her a knee replacement for the last 20 years. She said, no knee replacement, because she watches these videos and hears her friends how they came tragically. But it's not so bad, and she's good. I teach my mom meditation, clear your minds. And I teach her comedy too. She does comedy. She's actually pretty funny. I give her a microphone. I said, perform for me. I'm King Louis the Eighth. Okay, you're the jester. All right, we're doing role reversal here. I'm in charge. All right, you know, make sure she takes her pills, medicine. Make sure she's eating right. All right, keep him busy. That's the biggest thing. Keep him busy. That's why just in doing this extravaganza. I don't know how these guys do it for 18 hours. They must be having like 10 real Red Bulls and 20 lattes and cappuccinos. All right, that's my time, guys. You've been great. Thank you very much. Keep watching this show. We want as many viewers. Spread it to your friends, family members. Thank you.
Great job, Anthony Renda. Spectacular job. Do you have a question for Anthony, Caroline?
Yeah. Does your car battery run out doing this from the car with the light on over your head?
No, actually, I don't make sure my battery's not dying because I'm trying to charge it. I'm doing an open mic here at the Tiny Cupboard in Bushwick. So, you know, I'm doing one at 7 because I got a show in a couple of weeks, you know, probably, you know, conquer things, you know, you got to make sacrifice. I'm in the rain, you know, lights. There's no expenses for extravaganza, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We are great.
I mean, it's great seeing you get to perform still in person and online. You always do an amazing job, which we really appreciate. And no matter what, whether he's at work or he's driving, or if he's at home, he's always able to perform. He's just a champion, which is spectacular. Do you have a website so people know when you're performing in person or online?
Well, right now, what I'm doing is I have an Instagram, I have YouTube video. It's called Anthony Renda Comedy. I got some YouTube videos, which I actually hired a tech guy. And we stopped now because I'm 3 baseball teams are killing me. Starting like in 2 weeks, I'm going to start doing some videos every week for comedy. I do some for training. But I'm performing in Broadway in a couple of weeks and Governors. Same thing. I'm looking to maybe produce a show in a couple of months. I got a couple of comics here. We've been speaking. They do shows all over Bushwick, all over Greenpoint and Williamsburg. It's very woke here. Oh my God. I feel so out of place. There's guys in dresses. I don't know what to do. How do you respond to that? I was like, I like your dress. It's great on you. Why are you wearing a dress, by the way? It's very woke.
You know, you get some airflow down there. You know, you don't get the sweaty ball. You get the.
Oh, okay. That's it. That's a good way of. All right. That's a good way of looking. I'm going to say that. You know, your balls are not as sweaty. That's why you're wearing the dress. Okay. Okay. I like that.
That's why I would do it. I don't know. I don't. You know, guys are always complaining about hot, and you know, it's like, well, dresses.
I don't know. It's just it's crazy with all these sexualities, gender fluid, non-binary, binary, pansexual, androsexual. What happened to heterosexual only? I don't know.
Never was
Now there's 16 is no, I'm just joking. I'm becoming very hip. You know, I have friends who are transgenders. I have friends who are gay. It's just Bushwick is just so woke. It's so woke. Oh my God. But I love it. I like it. I don't love it.
You like it, don't love it. But maybe we'll get to the love sooner or later. But
yeah, I'll get there.
Thank you so much, Anthony Renda. Next month, we do have Friday, October 27th, the Halloween extravaganza. You've, I believe, performed in a majority of them. This will be our 4th time doing it because even though it'll be month 39, we just started, I think, the 3rd month when we did it. So we do ask people to dress up and hopefully you can perform and we get to see you in costume or mask. But great job.
Yes, I'll put something on. I'll put some eye makeup or some mask. I'll definitely be there.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Brilliant job. So, Caroline. All right. Would you like to introduce the next improv team?
Sure. Up next, we have the amazing Improfessionals.
Improfessionals. Perfect. All right. Great job. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So, let's put this out of my way. So it's in my way. Perfect. All righty. So, we basically right here. So I'm gonna ask you. Oh, yeah. That'll take me too long. So I'm gonna ask you if you all don't mind numbering yourself. So I'm gonna put myself as 00. Caroline, make yourself number 1. Mel, number 2. Nelson number 3, Melody number 4, Norm number 5, Soraya number 6, Evan number 7, and Julie Ann number 8, if you don't mind. Wait, I messed up with numbers, right? Caroline 1, Mel 2, Nelson, missing a number. Oh, you're right. I got it. I'm 0. Doi. Okay, so perfect. How many times do you get to hear a good doi? I love the word doi back in the day, but you know, not brought up so often. I haven't heard doi unless I say it recently. I've been saying it more. Why? I'm not sure, but it is better for when the juveniles say it, but that's all good. So we are the Improfessionals. We have different members here, so I will introduce them. You have Caroline Dunn, Mel Post, Nelson Morgan, Melody Ma, Norm, Soraya Ahmed, Evan Leslie, and Julie Ann Harpy. And I'm Andy Abramson, and we are some of the Improfessionals. So we're going to be doing some improv games, counting the werewolf, which is a long form style game that can last 15 minutes and can last 2 hours, depending on if they find the wolf or if they don't find the wolf, what's what. But, and we got some other games to back us up, whether they find it out in 15 minutes, because then we'll have to fill it up and what's what. But, so we're going to do, just to start off the game, we're going to start off with a joke pun style game, just to start it off with. I know people usually say you shouldn't start off with those. Again, I don't get why not. Some people say it's better for at the end, but I like to divide it into things. So again, the werewolf might last the whole hour, so I wanted to break it up for that. And I do have the other suggestions for the other thing, which is written down. So looking here with my timer. Okay, so I just got to get my time. Okay, doi. Okay, so perfect. I'm going to keep saying doi now. I won't get that out of my head. But so we're going to say, holy crap, when I get kissed, I like to be kissed like blank. So, you know, when I kiss, I like to get kissed like blank. I think I'm saying it wrong though. How do I usually say that one?
I've never heard you say this before in my life.
Say what?
I've never heard you say that before.
I definitely said it. Okay, wait, I have it written down here. Wait, go ahead, Mel.
Kissing me is like kissing a blank. Is
There
that
you
what-
go. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. There we go. Doi.
Totally different.
Doi.
Let's just all be honest here. Totally different.
Potato, potato. Okay, it's all good. Okay, so kissing me is like kissing a blank. We're gonna do it in number order. No other team does it like this, whether they do practices online or in person, doesn't happen. We're having everybody getting thrown to the wolves, and they're gonna do an amazing job. Pressure's on. So just because I do see Soraya yawning, I'm gonna give the word yawning. That's gonna be my word. So kissing me is like yawning, because you might get a little bored.
Kissing me is like kissing a yawn. Very open-mouthed.
Kissing me is like kissing a yawn. You'll want to go to sleep afterwards.
Kissing me is like kissing a yawn. Very boring.
Kissing me is like kissing a yawn. It's can be different colors.
Kissing me is like a yawn. You'll have to open wide.
Kissing me is like kissing a yawn. Very contagious.
Kissing me is like kissing a yawn. It's like a farm report. Drought central.
Kissing me is like kissing a yawn. No tongue.
Kissing me is like kissing a yawn, because we're gonna make sure we're gonna be doing it a long time. All right, so we're gonna put that to the side. So Caroline, please give us a brand new word and let us know what kissing you is like.
Stair climber. Kissing me is like kissing a stair climber. Endless.
Kissing me is like kissing a stair climber. Repetitive.
Kissing me is like kissing a stair climber. Very aggressive.
Kissing me is like a kissing a stair climber. You're gonna get out of breath eventually.
Kissing me is like a stair climber. He'll last a long time.
Kissing me is like kissing a stair climber. Much more romantic in an equinox surrounded by eucalyptus towels.
Kissing me is like kissing a stairmaster. I guarantee crampness.
Kissing me is like kissing a stair climber. There'll be ups and downs.
Kissing me is like kissing a stair climber. You'll appreciate it when it's all done.
Kissing me is like kissing a stair climber. Tough on the butt.
Okay, so we're gonna put that to the side. So Caroline, please give us a brand new word and let us know what's kissing you like.
You mean me?
Milk.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Since I see the pumpkins in the background, I'm gonna say pumpkin. Kissing me is like kissing a pumpkin. Reminds you of Halloween.
Kissing me is like kissing a pumpkin. Do you like my face?
Kissing me is like kissing a pumpkin. There's some bad aftertaste.
Kissing me is like kissing a pumpkin. Aren't you glad?
Kissing me is like kissing a pumpkin. It can be scary.
Kissing me is like kissing a pumpkin. I guarantee my mouth will have a lot of guts and seeds for you.
Kissing me is like kissing a pumpkin. There'll be holes.
Kissing me is like kissing a pumpkin because it's gonna be a trick for me to get you, but it's gonna feel like a treat to you afterwards.
Kissing me is like kissing a pumpkin. I'm gonna spice up your life.
Kissing me is like kissing a pumpkin. I'm a latte.
All right, so perfect. So I'm gonna put that to the side and we're gonna change up the joke form style game because there's many of them. So we're gonna say, back in college, my nickname was blank. So same deal, but just back in college, my nickname was blank. So give us the blank first, Nelson, and then you're gonna start.
Wild man. Back in college, kissing me was like
Not kissing me. No, my nickname in college.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My nickname in college was the Wild Man because I was a DJ.
My nickname in college was Wild Man because I am very furry in college.
In college, my nickname was Wild Man because I would sow my wild oats.
In college, my nickname was Wild Man because my favorite book was Where the Wild Things Are.
Back in college, my nickname was Wild Man because I never wore underwear once.
In college, my nickname was Wild Man because, well, I look like a man.
My nickname in college was Wild Man because I was drunk all the time. I had to party.
My nickname in college was Wild Man because I kept on finding myself in hairy situations.
My nickname in college was Wild Man because I went really crazy at Coachella once.
My nickname in college was Wild Man because nobody could control my hand.
Oh, yeah, so we'll put that to the side. So Melody, please give us a word, then let us know your nickname in college.
Microphone. Back in college, my nickname was Microphone because I have a loud mouse.
Back in college, my nickname was Microphone because I was always holding it.
Back in college, my nickname was Microphone because they couldn't keep me out of the karaoke bars.
Oh, back in college, my nickname was Microphone because I gave everyone bloody ears.
Back in college, my nickname was Microphone because I was always on the phone with Mike.
Back in college, my nickname was Microphone because I kept saying things, but the woman would never hear, so I had to keep going louder and louder and louder.
Back in college, my nickname was Microphone because I only used a small amount of shaving cream on my face.
Back in college, my nickname was Microphone because I gave a lot of feedback.
Oh.
Back in college, my nickname was Microphone because nobody had trouble hearing.
Back in college, my nickname was Microphone because I always have a tiny phone with me.
Good job. Push that to the side. So we're going to do this game one more time. So Nora, please give us a word, then let us know what your nickname in college was.
Shoe. Back in college, my nickname was Shoe because I had a lot of soul.
Back in college, my nickname was Shoe because New Balance was always on my feet.
Back in college, my nickname was Shoe because I had a lot of fungus.
Back in college, my nickname was Shoe because I was a shoe-in.
Back in college, my nickname was Shoe because it was always shiny.
Back in college, my nickname was Shoe because I was constantly in conversations I wasn't wanted.
Back in college, my nickname was Shoe because I was always lacy and laced up.
Back in college, my nickname was Shoe because I was a Puma.
Back in college, my nickname was Shoe because I only wear one shoe all the time.
Back in college, my nickname was Shoe because I had a girlfriend I would sneak her in.
Yeah, perfect. So we'll put that to the side. So we'll change the game up again to one more joke pun game, and then we'll get to the werewolf. So Saraya, you're gonna say, as a child, I called my grandma blank. So give us the blank first, and let us know what you called grandma.
Okay, boombox. As a child, I always called my grandma Boombox because she was the best dancer in town.
As a child, I called my grandma Boombox because I lift her up and put her outside the window of my girlfriend while Peter Gabriel's singing.
I called my grandmother Boombox because she had a booming voice.
As a child, I called my grandma Boombox because everybody could hear her.
Child, I called my grandma Boombox because she was constantly giving me mixed up tapes.
As a child, I called my grandma Boombox because she was a boxer, and when she'd punch you, it'd go boom.
As a child, I called my grandma Boombox because when she spoke, she rattled the walls.
As a child, I call my grandma Boombox because her fashion style is always out of fashion.
As a kid, I called my grandma Boombox because she had mobility issues and I would carry her on my shoulder.
As a child, I called my grandma Boombox because she told me how she met my grandfather, and it was with a loudspeaker outside his window.
That's a great job. So we're going to put that to the side. So Evan, please give us a word, then let us know what you called grandma as a child.
Yes, as a child, I called my
Give us
grandma.
the word first, if you don't mind. Give us the word first.
Yes, my bad. Cafeteria lady. Yes, as a child, I called my grandma cafeteria lady because she always wore a hairnet when she gave me tater tots.
As a child, I called my grandmother cafeteria lady because she made the best coffee in town.
Child, I called my grandma cafeteria lady because her food was pretty crappy.
As a child, I always called my grandma cafeteria lady because all she ever served were sloppy joes.
As a child, I called my grandma cafeteria lady because her food looked suspiciously old.
As a child, I called my grandma cafeteria lady because she was always giving me a menu.
As a child, I call my grandma cafeteria lady because she always feed me.
As a child, I called my grandma cafeteria lady because she always gave me a lot of different choices to pick from to eat.
As a child, I used to call my grandma cafeteria lady because she had a really good bounce in her wrist.
As a child, I called my grandma cafeteria lady because she had sex with my school principal many times.
Right. So put that to the side. We'll do this game one more time before we get to the werewolf. So, Julianne, please give us a word first and then let us know what you call grandma.
As a child, I called my
give us the word first, please.
Oh,
and
sorry.
then-
Turkey. As a child, I called my grandmother Turkey because she was always trying to quit cold turkey.
As a child, I called my grandma Turkey because she loved to stuff me.
As a child, I called my grandma Turkey because of her neck.
As a child, I called my grandma Turkey because she always gobbled everything up.
As a child, I called my grandma Turkey because that Thanksgiving was her favorite day.
As a child, I call my grandma Turkey because I only get to see her on Thanksgiving Day.
As a child, I called my grandma Turkey because she always had cranberries all over herself.
As a child, I used to call my grandma Turkey because she would leave footprints throughout the house.
As a child, I called my grandma Turkey because I had to give her Marilax to get all that stuffing out of her system.
As a child, I called my grandmother Turkey because she would run around like a turkey without a head.
Great job. So we're gonna put that to the side. So now we are gonna play the game Werewolf. So Werewolf, people play it in different ways. We play it a different way too. So I have cards here, which is gonna decide who the werewolf is. So I will have it as just so everybody does see, they're all on a stump camera, but we know what it is. It's that background, but it's got every card, the 1 through 10. So, well, not 1 through 10, 1 through 8, because there's 8. Oh, it does have 1 through 10, so I got to take 10 and 9 out. That makes sense. Because I know they would be the ones picked. Okay, so 10 and 9 are done. Okay, so I got the other cards, so I'm going to mix them up to decide who the wolf is and who the doctor is. The goal is here is we're going to have everybody introduce themselves before they're even the werewolf. So I will show it to the audience and only to the werewolf and only to the doctor so they know who they are. How the game goes is everybody's going to show that we see their side face so they can't see the camera. We're going to show off the card. They'll give me a thumbs up once everything's done from the doctor to the werewolf. They'll come back on looking over here. So what I will say is we do mute people and put them down on the screen if they look when they're not asked to look. So just pay attention. I'm going to say if you see a face card or whatever, a face card's every number. It's not a face card, it's just what it is. So if you see this, that means you're not the wolf. If you see this, you're not the doctor. If you see this, it will say your number, and that's what decides who's the wolf and who's the doctor. Piece of cake. We'll start with the doctor just because the wolf's more intimidating, but it's supposed to be. So, anyone here with questions before we start? And you can, because the audience, I like to give them a rundown. So they will be in different scenes. The werewolf attacks every night. And then people will vote off and try to get the wolf before the wolf gets them. That's how they stop the wolf before they get destroyed. The ghost will die. They still could talk, depending on, they'll get different punishments, those that are ghosts. I got a bunch of punishments here, but they'll have different styles of how they'll react. Piece of cake. So we will, like I always tell people, pen and paper works. I always tell the Zoom world they should have it, but so you're prepared. So Caroline, when you are ready, please let us know about your character.
Hi, everybody. I'm Caroline. Well known that I'm the captain of the knitting circle here in town. Now you might say, why does your knitting circle need a captain? Well, we found that president just sounded a little too formal. But just not having a leader at all didn't sound good. And well, I'm the captain of this knitting ship. I do love knitting though. It's just so freeing. You just get to lose yourself in the threads and the yarn. And we get to make some lovely little things. We've made some amazing sweaters this past year. I mean, knitting isn't my whole life. I also crochet. And of course, that brings me endless joy as well. But sewing is where I actually ended up starting. My mother taught it to me, embroidery.
Thank you, Caroline. We learned a bit about Caroline's character. So Mel, please let us know about your character.
Hi there, I'm Mel. I'm the local pet groomer, and I take care of everybody's pets, cats, dogs, horses, the occasional lizard. They do need grooming too. They need their little nails trimmed sometimes. Yes, it's very strange, but I know all about that. And sometimes I've even done the occasional human haircut. There's not a whole lot of great barbers in this town, so they'll take what they can get. And I have to say, I do a pretty good job. But really, I prefer working with animals. I've always had a way with them. I was giving my cat haircuts when I was a kid, and I just realized, this is my life path. It really is. And I started with teddy bears, worked my way up to cats. I gave my Persian cat a beautiful little bob. It was so cute. But, everybody loves me here in this town because I take care of their pets. I take care of their furry friends. And because of that, I'm everybody's friend. But
Okay,
really, I'm more their pets.
Thank you, Mel. Great job. So now we're going to learn a bit about Nelson's character.
Hello, I'm Nelson, and I am the local dance instructor. I started dancing square dance when I was 4 years old and have been dancing all the way through. So ballet, lyrical, salsa, bachata, merengue, cha-cha, whatever you want to dance, I can teach you. The electric slide. I mean, I dance day and night. I even dance in bed. It's hard to stay covered up, but when you're dancing 24/7, you also stay very active, and very active is really necessary these days, especially at my age. So dance on, get ready, play any kind of music. I can dance any dance to any music that you play. I am very variable.
Thank you. So we learned about Nelson's character. Now we're going to learn a bit about Melody's character, please, Melody.
Hi, everyone. My name's Melody, and I am a therapist. As you know, this town has a very, very vast clientele of different personalities. And as a therapist, I do couple counseling, I do individual counseling. I make sure you really have a thriving life because I truly care about your well-being. And I recently just opened my own practice, Melody's Therapy, on the main street. So like we just have the brand new opening with new, very intimate session rooms. So like everybody can feel very safe. This is a safe place. I want to make sure everybody can tell me their secret because I'm here for you. I want to help you thrive in this town. And I know my journey has been really tough moving to this town 5 years ago, but I love everyone in this town.
Great job. So we learned a bit about Melody's character. Now we're going to learn a bit about Chef Jean-Pierre's character. Go for it.
It's pronounced Jean-Pierre. Sorry. So I'm here for France. I opened my 5th restaurant in this location because I have a great recipe for werewolf au jus. It's going to be served with little potatoes and carrots. It's going to be delicious. People are going to rave about it. I've made a fortune with all my restaurants. I specialize in little pastries, special sauces. I learned everything at the Institute of Hotellerie in Paris. So I do very well, and you will be lucky if you can get a table at my restaurant because you have to reserve many weeks in advance. Yes, it's going to be fantastic. You will be delighted with all the different offerings in my restaurant. It's my specialty. It's my love. I love to cook.
All right. So we learned a bit about Jeff's character. So now we're going to learn a bit about Soraya's character. Please, Soraya.
Hi there. Yes, I am the local town swim instructor. So not only at the community pool do I teach swim lessons, I also coach the local high school swim team. So these community classes that I offer, I will teach you even if you've never swam a yard in your life. We can do beginner classes. I do breaststroke. I do freestyle. My personal favorite is backstroke. You never know what's coming. You have to learn to trust your instincts. And just trust your body. You get into the water and you just float sometimes. And then you just move your arms. But, I'll teach you. I'll get you into it. I first got my start down in Kentucky. I learned to swim in a local lake. And since then, you can't stop me. I'm here for you. I will teach you to swim. I will teach you to be better at swimming if you've never swam.
All right. So we just learned about Soraya's character. So now Evan's going to introduce us to his character, please.
I'm a karate instructor. I'm a karate sensei. Do not call me karate teacher. I will give you ear infection with my rapid hand movement. I actually do not like to hit or be hurt. I only do shadow boxing. I die chi with my demons every night. So if you just want to get a sweat, please come with me because I don't like to get hit. Oh, see, I always accidentally hit myself in every movement. So come to my studio and we can be kicking it all night, but no one's going to get hurt. And please don't hurt me. I'm fragile. But if you want to come and learn how to just do movements at a rapid rate, you could come and I will give you a black belt I got from JCPenney's. Passed it on for me from my father. You can wear it. and we can wear it together because I like to share my clothes, actually.
So we did just learn about Evan's character. We do know if we're in this town, that's not the right school to go to, karate school wise, but now we're gonna learn a bit about Julianne's character, please.
Hey, I'm Julianne. Like, I work at the local grocery store as a cashier. I'm 19 years old. I go to the local community college. A lot of people go to community college because, like, their parents can't afford a private school. My parents are, like, mad rich, but, like, they think I need to take more, like, responsibility for my life. They said I need to get my scores up from straight C student before they'll pay for my favorite party school. I mean, four-year school. My biggest hobby is like going to the mall. My favorite thing to do is buy shoes. I also enjoy going to house parties. I'm not to brag, but I am excellent at drinking games. On my day off, like you'll find me in the salon, you'll find me getting my nails done, you'll find me tanning. I like reading, mostly Cosmo magazine.
Yeah, so we just learned about Julianne's character. So basically, this is the town. There's more people in the town, but we're not worried about them. But there is a werewolf that has struck other people in the town. So the goal here is we want to find out who the wolf is. And if you're the wolf, you want to try to blame somebody else. Your goal is not to be busted. You want to wipe out all 7 people that you could eat before they eliminate you. And the doctor could save 1 person, but they can't save back-to-back same person. So right now, if Caroline's the doctor, she could save herself, but the next round, she's got to save somebody else. So she might save Melody, then she could save herself again, but she wouldn't be able to save Melody back-to-back. So no 2 in a row, but 1 out of every 3. That's if the doctor also survives. But piece of cake. So right now I am going to ask you all. So just remember, if you look when you're not supposed to look, I am going to have to put you down with the mute and all that stuff. And that's your fault, not a mine. So everybody look away from the camera, please. And let us make sure that we see that. Perfect. So I am going to ask one of you, because I can't ask the audience. Just tell me when to stop, please. Anyone?
Stop.
Okay, so right now, this is just for the doctor. Nobody look, but just the doctor. Well, nobody look, but number 1. And if you see a card, that means you're the doctor. If you see a 1, that means you're the doctor. Now we're gonna mix up the cards. And if you see this, this means you're the wolf. Only the doctor, I mean, only 1. I'm gonna keep saying doctor 100 times. Only 1. If you see the card, that means you're the wolf. So I'm gonna have number 2, same deal. I don't know why I'm doing that, but same deal. I'm gonna have it. So if you see the card, the face card, which is any number, which is your number, that means you're the doctor. And now if you see the card, that means you are the wolf. The wolf. Okay, so now number 3, look over. If you see the card, I'm gonna keep messing that up. That means you're the doctor. And now if you see the card, which is number 3, that means you're the wolf. So if you see 3, that means you're the wolf. So now only number 4, please look. Only number 4. That's number 4. That's you, Melody. Number 4. If you see a card, that is you. That means you're the doctor. If you don't see the 4, that means you're not the doctor. And now if you see a 4 here, that means you're the wolf. If you don't, that means you're not the wolf. So look away for a moment. Chef, please look. Chef, if you see your number 5, that means you're the wolf. If you don't see it, it means, I mean, not the wolf, the doctor. And if you see the 5 here, that means you're the wolf now. And if you don't, it means you're not the wolf. So number 6, only number 6, please look. So if you see the card, number 6, that means you're the doctor. If you don't see it, you're not the doctor. And if you see this card, that means you're the wolf. If you don't see your 6, that means you're not the wolf. So look away, please. And number 7, just please look. If you look and you see number 7, that means you're the doctor. And if you don't see 7, it means you're not. And now if you look, if you see number 7, that means you're the wolf. And if you don't, that means you're not the wolf. Okay, look away for the moment, please. Number 8, please look. This means you're the doctor if you see number 8. And if you don't see number 8, it means you're not the doctor. And now if you see number 8, this means you're the wolf. And if you don't see it, it means you're not the wolf. So everybody could turn around right now. I'm actually putting everything down, messing up with this. too many cards in my hand. I'm forgetting to write the stuff down. But okay, so. Just gonna write down the things. Okay, perfect. Got the numbers down. I know who's what. And that to the audience, they all know. So I have no clue. Getting messages here. Yeah, so basically just to let it be known, if you saw a number, that means you're the one that I say, whether you're the doctor, if not, you're the wolf. But otherwise, if you saw no number, you're nothing. Simple to the point. So, and that's for the audience to also recognize so they know who the wolf is and who the doctor is. So basically, we're gonna do a scene right now. We're gonna have a scene where Caroline and Mel, just Caroline and Mel, in a quick scene. You go, remember, if you're the wolf, you wanna blame somebody else. And if you're not the wolf, you don't, but somebody else has already been killed by the wolf. None of these characters, but somebody in this town. Go for it.
I mean, believe it. I mean, yesterday our biggest concern was how you were going to use that poodle hair I gave you to make a sweater, and now, my God.
Right? I was getting it all ready, all that yarn ready, and now people are dead.
You know, I have my suspicions about so many people in this town. I mean, that chef, he thinks he's so above all of the rest of us just because he makes fancy food. I mean, he got so mad that I didn't give his French poodle the perfect Parisian bob. And that dance instructor, he's unusually mobile, isn't he?
He is, but then you also have to think about the karate, Evan. You know,
That's
if you're gonna wrestle somebody to the ground, you need to like know how to fight. And I feel like, you know, karate is fighting.
That's true. And then there's also the swim instructor. We can't forget Saria. I mean,
there's so many like strong people in this community. We've got a very active community.
I know, I'm a bit intimidated.
Right?
I mean,
and any one of them could be a werewolf.
This is great. Anyone can be the werewolf. And we're gonna now go to the other side of town where Nelson and Melody are discussing if they're the wolf. They want to blame somebody else, and if they're not the wolf, you want to find out who the wolf is. Go for it.
All right. I think it gotta be the chef because he has this like vampire, like blood soup or whatever he's making.
You know, I agree with you, but I'm thinking that pet groomer, I saw her grooming at 3 a.m. She had a dog out and was taking care of it. And that kind of concerns me because a werewolf would really do stuff at night like that. And so, yeah, I'm thinking.
True. But you will be surprised how many people in this town are late night person. Like, you know, as therapist, I know there are a lot of people. There is like, you know, the swim instructor, she loves night swim.
How about that karate guy? He's always fighting at midnight on the corner, doing his karate stuff.
And he definitely have the strength.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think.
But how about that cashier?
Well, I think
at the grocery store.
So right now, so we learned a bit about what they're trying to find out. So now we're going to go to another part of town where the chef and Saraya are discussing what's what. If they're the wolf, they want to blame somebody else. If they're not the wolf, they want to find out who the wolf is. But remember, when you're talking about other characters, say their name so we know who it is. Everybody's not memorizing what they do. Go for it.
Chef Jean-Pierre. Oh, I just want to thank you first for the snacks you packed for our last class. They were exquisite.
Not a problem. It's easy. In exchange, I would like to have some swim lessons, but I would like it to have holy water so that if the werewolf jumps in, he's going to die. He won't be able to attack me.
Of course, we have to think about these things. I mean, can you believe the attack happened? I cannot get over it. I'm trying to figure out who could it have been. Well, like,
Oui, I don't know, but I do believe that Pet Groomer, she likes animals. She must be in cahoots with the werewolf. She must know who it is.
that's possible. And you know who else? Melody. I hear her therapy sessions are sometimes intense.
She knows all the secrets.
All the secrets, the
Yes.
intensity. I had a session with her 2 weeks ago and it was intense. I picked up on some strange vibes.
Ooh.
So I don't know.
Is she bound by secrecy? Or if since it's a danger to all of us, she should tell who the werewolf is.
All right, so great job. So now we're going to the other part of town. And it could be just the other block, we don't know. But Evan and Julianne are discussing if they're the wolf. They want to blame somebody else, but they want to find out who the wolf is if they're not. Go for it.
Like, oh my God, I can't believe this wolf thing. It's like so uncool.
I know it's really stressing me out. You know, people think that I can fight just because I do karate, but I don't. It's mostly dance.
Like, I don't trust that Caroline because knitting is like so uncool.
I know her knitting those needles. I'm scared of them. They're dangerous. She can make me bleed.
Oh my God. And like that dance instructor, like you have to be pretty nimble to like be a wolf and like attack people. Like I think he's totally practicing his moves so that he can move on other people and kill them.
I think so. I think square dancers know geography and all that different stuff, movements. I don't scare. He doesn't stay in one place. He scared the shit out of me.
And this chef, like, oh my God, I have been to France. The food is like subpar. So like, I don't know about his food, but it's like better than in actual France. So like, where is he from? What does he do? Like, what is this food?
I don't like anybody that's from a country that doesn't have a fight for him. I hate that guy, and his name is John. He's no Gene to me.
Right.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we learned about the other two characters and find out. Don't know if this gave anybody much information about who the wolf is. Just remember when the characters first started, they didn't know if they were a wolf or not. The cards got mixed, and now we know who the wolf is and we know who the doctor is. But now our goal is to find out who the wolf decides to kill. So everybody's going to have to look away and make sure that we see that you look away very clearly. And I'm going to ask the wolf, only the wolf, make sure it's the wolf. Look over and give me a number on your fingers of who you're eliminating. Okay, thank you, Wolf. You can look away real quick if you don't mind, please. So now we have the doctor. Only don't let, no, listen. Yep. So remember, listen, it's important because we're going to take people out. We don't want to do that. Only the doctor look over and show the number of who you're saving. Only the doctor. Okay, thank you. So turn away. So now everybody could look back over. There has been, the wolf has struck. Somebody is history. So the little young lady, the grocery store lady, Julianne, has been eliminated. So the wolf took out, maybe likes young meat, we don't know, but the wolf took out Julianne. So Julianne's still here. She's going to be there, but she's going to be a ghost. So she's going to have different punishments when we're trying to find out what's going on, if she knows, if she doesn't. That's up to you all. So right now we're going to do a scene where it's just Caroline. We're going to change it up a bit, but Caroline and Nelson, remember, if you're the wolf, you want to blame it on somebody else. And if you're the if you're not the wolf, you want to blame it. You want to find out who it is before they get you. But go ahead, just Caroline and Nelson, go for it. Find out who the wolf is.
You know, I'm really concerned. I believe that pet groomer is the wolf.
Really? The pet
Yes.
group?
Yeah, because a wolf's just like a pet.
But Mel is, she's so nice and
Yeah. So is every other werewolf that I met.
You've met a lot of werewolves.
I'm just saying that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you've met a lot of werewolves and yet you're still alive.
Do I look alive?
You do.
Yeah.
You dance.
Yeah, that's right. Right.
Dance.
Because guess how you avoid werewolves? By dancing. You confuse them. If you get a good dance step on and get a good move, they get to looking and they forget what they're going to do.
Oh. That sounds.
But I got to tell you one other thing. That chef, he looks pretty suspicious.
Well, I was thinking about that, right? A chef would be.
All right. Well, we'd love to hear what was going on with the chef. We don't know what they think, but we're gonna go over to another part of town. It could be a block away. We don't know, but we're gonna find out with Mel and Melody. If one of them's a wolf, their goal is to throw it at somebody else, and if they're not, they want to get them before the wolf gets them. Go for it, please.
Thanks for taking a session so short notice. This is just driving me crazy, this whole wolf thing.
Yeah, I know. Like you can't believe how many people have been coming to me after like this multiple death in this town.
I have heard that Julianne was taking classes from Saria, the swim instructor. That's suspicious.
Maybe there's something. But also like she doesn't like Chef Jean-Pierre's food. So I think like she really like despite this like foreign food she was eating. So that could also be him.
Yeah, it's true. She did kind of snub him. She's a bit of a food snob.
Yeah. So I feel like Chef Jean-Pierre can be really upset because he took his work as his life.
But there's something about that dance instructor too. Like I took a lesson from him and he taught me a dance for avoiding werewolves. I've never heard of such a thing before.
Well, that sounds very interesting. Like he is also a client of mine. Like I know he has some really troubled growing up, like, but dance is his way of expressing his
Very interesting. We don't know. We'll find out maybe later. But right now we're gonna have the chef, Soraya, and Evan. They're gonna be discussing, and if they're the wolf, they want to blame somebody else, and if they're not, they want to, get the wolf before the wolf gets them. But go for it.
Every time I walk by the dance studio at night, I hear the trailer from Michael Jackson. He plays that every night.
Oh, you're right. I heard it too. I got out late from my last class and I walked by and I heard. I'm worried. I'm really worried. And I took your advice, Chef Jean-Pierre. I actually have ordered some holy water to have, and I've put it in the pool so that in case the werewolf is around, I have a backup plan. I am very worried. I'm taking this very seriously, and I am ensuring that all my students who take classes, they will at least have an opportunity to be safe.
Okay, wax on, wax off. Are you two the fucking werewolf or not?
We are not. It
I
is
am
the
not.
dance instructor.
I'm worried about a few people, to be honest.
Yes. He does the
All
Michael
right.
Jackson dance and he turns into a
All
werewolf.
right, so great job. So we see everybody discussing. So now we're gonna go around because the town is gonna find out who they think is the wolf, and we're gonna find out why. So Caroline's gonna get to ask first, anyone counting the ghost who's gonna have a punishment to answer. But who do you want to ask to find out one question that you want to ask? Find out.
The ghost.
Okay, ghost, go ahead. I want you to ask it first and I'll give the punishment afterwards.
What was the last thing you heard before you died?
Okay, so we're gonna have you answering in charades. So in charades, you're gonna answer. Go ahead, ghost. Okay, interesting. So now, Mel, you get to ask one question to anyone, counting the ghost, who will have a different punishment if she's asked. But what question would you like to ask who?
Saria, I know Julianne took a class from you because she was preparing for her trip to Aruba. So is it true that you are the last person to see her alive?
I don't know the answer to that, to be honest, because I know she took a class, but I don't think that she died right after that. So I think, I heard she had a session from Melody right before. And so that worries me a lot. I'm so nervous about what's going on. Sometimes I lose my accent. This is so scary.
Interesting. Okay, so now Nelson, your goal is to find out who the wolf is. And you could ask the ghost a question if you think she may know, and she'll have a different punishment, but go ahead.
Now, Chef, I would like to I would like to know what were you doing last night at 3 a.m? I saw you walking through the streets.
Well, as you know, all my pastries are done fresh, so I prepare the batter at night and I bake it in the morning. So yeah, the fragrance going around and everybody smells the good food and comes in my restaurant.
Interesting. Melody, your goal, find out, you get to ask one question to anyone, counting the ghost if you like, if she thinks she knows the answer, and she'll have a different punishment. Go ahead.
Evan, since you've been like really good at karate, have you ever hurt someone badly?
Never. I only box my shadow. I've been boxed. My shadow beat me like 20 times in a row. Come on. I can't hurt anybody.
Perfect. Chef, now you get to ask anyone a question, counting the ghost if you think she knows who got her, and she'll have a different punishment. Go ahead.
I will ask Mel, how would you groom a werewolf?
I wouldn't. That would be crazy. I would run away if a werewolf showed up in my shop. They're predators of humans. I know when I've met my match.
Thought you were an expert.
Saraya. So, who, if you can ask anyone a question to find out who the wolf is, and you can always ask the ghost if you think she knows, she'll have a different punishment. Go ahead.
Nelson, are you feeling like last week during this murder, where were you at that time?
Where I always am. I was on the dance floor dancing. If I'm not asleep, I'm dancing.
Evan, you get to ask one question, and you can ask Julianne also if you want. She's the ghost, but she'll have a different punishment.
Oh, yes. My question is for Caroline. Caroline, is it true that werewolves like to stab people with knitting needles? Please don't hurt me. No.
I have never heard that. Werewolves are afraid of silver, and I personally have silver in my knitting needles.
Interesting. Okay, so right now we're going to go around, and unless there's a tie, that's where the ghost gets to break the tiebreaker. But Caroline, who do you think the wolf is and why?
I think it's Nelson. And it's mainly because Julianne, the ghost, said that she was killed by somebody who was clearly dancing. And besides that, he said he's met a lot of werewolves. And even though he says that they don't like dancing, if he's such a good dancer, how did he meet so many of them?
Perfect. Mel, who do you think the wolf is and why?
I think it's Chef Jean-Pierre. I mean, he asked me if I groom werewolves, and I'm pretty sure he was requesting a personal grooming service.
Okay, Nelson, who do you think the wolf is and why? Gotta say it in words. We can't read your lips, but you're doing great.
Well, I thought I was. Evan, I say it's Evan. You know, he's got that karate, and he says all that stuff about he doesn't ever have to worry about karate and anybody, but it's because he's the werewolf.
Interesting. Melody, who do you think the wolf is and why?
I think it's Nelson because he said he's seeing so many werewolves, and that's just a tell. Like, you don't get to see werewolf and stay alive.
Jeff, who do you think the wolf is and why?
It is definitely the dance instructor because he knows many werewolves. He listens to trailer, he turns into a werewolf at the end, and we heard Julie. And that's the last thing she heard before she died.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to tell me. So, who do you think it was?
Nelson.
Nelson. Okay, thank you.
Oui.
You're gonna make that out. Okay, interesting. So, Saraya, who do you think the wolf is and why?
I'm gonna have to say Nelson as well. because it was very suspicious when he said he had met werewolves.
Interesting. Evan, who do you think the wolf is and why?
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think it's Nelson because square dancing is the national dance of werewolves. And also I square danced with him. He hurt my hand and he left a lot of fur. It's Nelson.
Okay, so right now we're gonna put him up big in the spotlight for a moment. So you're gonna die first. Don't reveal if you're the wolf afterwards, but let's see it because the people are killing you. Go ahead, get killed by them. Okay, now perfect. Now, can you let us know, did they actually capture the wolf?
They actually did.
All right.
Of course.
So, yeah, to me, I'm not sure why he sees a bunch of wolves. I'm not sure. I think that was the big giveaway, which everyone was pointing out. As soon as he said, I was like, okay, that's a big because I actually thought Caroline was going to get blamed because she's it like the majority. I thought they were going to go right at her, but he opened up that door very quickly. Again, never know till you know, but great job. So now we got more games to do. I thought that would last a little longer, but
He's
that's
the hairiest one of us.
The hairless one of us.
Hairiest. Can't you hear what I'm saying?
So, yeah, so I had some good punishments, and you did a great job, Julianne, doing it in the charade moment, but, all right, let me might as well toss out this stuff because oh, you know what, I got that, toss it. I got a bunch of paper, I always write on the back of it, so let me just do it. This one's just, yeah, makes no sense. All right, so it's just not in my way. Dr. Wolf, don't need that anymore either. So, what we're gonna do, could have done that game once again, just because how quick that ended, but it's all good. We got a bunch of improv to do. So we're gonna do, wasn't planning to do this, but you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do objection challenge. Objection challenge, because I was planning to do it next month, but you know what? We won't do it next month, we'll do it this month. So objection challenge, it's basically two people that one person's gonna be giving us their debate, why this and that. So it's kind of might be like peanut butter, good or bad. Somebody could be saying why they're good and somebody could challenge why they're saying it. So give them, like 3 seconds to speak and then you could challenge. It doesn't matter if it's your personal opinion. You could always change your mind too and why it's good, why it's bad. So the goal is the final person standing here is the one that wins this thing. It's a one person wins it all in this game. So that's why I kind of wanted to do it for extravaganza, but we'll do it, for next month. But this is all good. So basically, just raise your hand, because if you challenge without raising your hand, it's going to be a denial. It's kind of like in court, you can't do it unless the judge allows you to do it. If you speak out of turn, you crap out of luck unless it's TV show court. But in real court, not allowed to do that. But alrighty, so we're going to make it with the debate. And you know what? I'll even start off with the cards. Why not? We'll mix the cards up. This is who started. Why not? So the debate will be, trying to think of something left field after I wrote all the good stuff too. The wolf went too quick, but it's a great game. So going to say, what is better, beer or wine? Beer or wine? So tell me when to stop, and this will be who will start it.
Stop.
All right, so number 2. So Mel, you're going to tell us which is better, beer or wine, and then you just raise your hand if you're challenging. So don't challenge other people if they're challenging, just challenge her, because this is who's debating at this point.
So beer is superior because it's so refreshing on a hot day. There's nothing better than an ice cold.
Okay, there's only one challenge. Go ahead, Melody. And there's 2 challenges, actually. Go ahead, Melody.
Well, beer is not refreshing because it tastes so nasty.
Okay, Julianne, what's your challenge?
Alcohol is not refreshing. It just feels refreshing. It actually dehydrates you.
Okay, so we're going to give it to Melody. We can't ever give that when it's a debate on 2 alcohol things. One's going to have alcohol. But go ahead, Melody, continue. So just remember, keep your hand up when you're challenging, because if you put it down, it's going to be deformed. Go ahead, Melody.
Wine is obviously superior because you can have red wine, white wine.
Okay, there's 2 challenges. So Caroline?
Wine is definitely not superior. It has sulfates, which cause many people to get headaches.
Saraya?
Some people are allergic to wine.
Okay, I'm one of them, even though I'm not really allergic. I'm just allergic to the taste. Continue, Saraya.
The interesting thing about beer is that it's made from wheat, and wheat is natural.
There's only 2 challenges, 3 challenges now. Mel.
She said wine was superior, but now she's talking about beer. So,
Okay, Melody.
Well, she's saying the interesting thing, but we're talking about which one is superior. Interesting doesn't mean necessarily superior.
So we're not gonna give that third person a chance because they put down their hand. As I said, don't put down your hand. Melody, continue.
Wine is better because the taste of wine, it's just pairing so much.
Okay, there's 4 challenges. Caroline.
She's hesitating.
Mel.
you took way too long to get to the point. A lot of filler words going on there.
Julianne.
Pumpkin beer is delicious and it totally overrides wine.
Nelson.
People have different tastes.
Very true. Now Evan's raising his hand. That's way too late, Evan. Who are you challenging? Go ahead, Julianne. Continue.
Pumpkin beer is crafted so well and it can have cinnamon in it.
There's 3 challenges right off the bat. So go ahead, Saraya.
You said crafted, and some beers are not crafted.
Mel.
Not all pumpkin beer is crafted well, I'm afraid.
Norm.
Nothing pumpkin spice thing is good. They're all crap.
So they basically seem to be agreeing with Saraya, and I agree anything pumpkin's crap, but that's my personal opinion. Go ahead, Saraya.
So speaking of pumpkins, it's almost Halloween, and we should get ready to carve pumpkins.
Okay, there's 2 challenges, 3 challenges. Caroline.
I'm sorry, it's still September. Let's not jump the gun here.
Nelson.
Are you a great artist in carving?
Okay, Julianne.
She's totally off topic. We were talking about beer and wine.
Okay, that'll work. We'll do that. Go for it, Julianne.
We have to stick to the topic. I brought up pumpkin beer and how amazing pumpkin beer is.
There's 4 challenges. Go ahead, Mel.
It seems like she's refereeing the argument rather than actually arguing.
Now, Liddy.
She is just taking too long to form her argument.
Norm.
Wine's more expensive, therefore it's better. If beer was that much better, it would cost more.
Caroline.
She's just complaining. Stop complaining. Just get to your point.
Okay, and the 5th person we're going to deny because the 5th person already put down their hand. Norm, we already, but go ahead. That wasn't him who was doing that either. So go ahead, Caroline, continue.
Beer is obviously the best choice because it has more nutrients.
Okay, there's 3 challenges. So, no.
I disagree with her use of the word obviously.
Saraya.
Nothing. Yeah, I was going to say nothing is obvious in life.
Evan.
Yes, you can't make beer with your feet like wine.
No, you can't. But we had 2 people. Well, 1 person already agreed with Mel. So Mel, continue.
Wine comes in many great flavors. You got white wine, red wine, and both are.
Okay, there's 2 challenges. 3 challenges. Go ahead, Julianne.
Wine can come in a few flavors, but again, I'm saying beer can be in pumpkin, it can be in apple, it can be in orange, it can be in all sorts of delicious flavors.
Melody.
Beer can be a lot more than just the flavor itself. It's a texture. It's not just, we're not talking about flavor. It's the whole alcohol in it.
Norm.
Many people say beer me. That's a good thing, but nobody wants to hear somebody whining.
Yeah.
Okay, Norm, continue.
That's right. They complain about their wines. They pretend to be an expert.
Okay, there's
and
only
then they
1
spit it out.
So Melody, go for it.
Oh, Norm clearly starts whining already.
I'm not going to disagree with you, Melody. Continue.
Whining is bad for your health. We should really figure out a way to improve ours.
Okay, only 2 challenges. Go ahead, Evan.
There's no proof that wine is bad for your health. It's good for your health.
Mel.
Wine is what keeps me from whining.
You know what, Caroline? I didn't see your hand before, but I think it was up. Go for it.
Whining's important. It's a way of getting things off your chest, often referred to as venting.
Okay, that sounds a little interesting. Go ahead, Caroline.
If you're constantly bottling up feelings, you're gonna end up exploding at some point. So what you need to do
Okay,
is
there's
let them
3
out.
different challenges. Mel,
I'm not bottling up feelings. I'm drinking out of a bottle.
Julianne.
You can bottle up your feelings, just press everything down, you suppress your feelings, and it's very healthy.
Nelson.
Beer usually comes in a bottle, but wine takes a glass.
Okay, that's definitely a no-no. So continue, Caroline. I see Saraya raised her hand way too late. Go ahead, Saraya.
Well, I object.
I mean,
because-
no, Caroline. I mean, go ahead, Caroline. Did you? No, who was just talking? I'm blanking out now. Weren't you talking?
I said
Yeah,
something.
continue, Caroline. She's looking at me like I'm nuts. Yeah, continue.
Well, you said Saraya.
I corrected it.
I
but go ahead.
distracted him.
Okay, so whining is an important thing to do every once in a while because
Okay, only 3 challenges. Go ahead, Mel. I mean, Julie.
I maintain that, suppressing your feelings, it's really great. It comes out in your dreams and you have nightmares. It's wonderful.
Saraya.
I'm only objecting because earlier we said we can't get off topic. I wanted to talk about pumpkins earlier. Now we're talking about emotions.
Norm.
Oh.
Beer is great because you can drink a 6-pack easily, but you don't drink 6 bottles of wine.
You know what? I'm gonna have to give it to Norm. And just so you know, now we don't challenge we give 2 challenges and then we let it go for the subject. So now it's all good. But continue, Norm.
Yes, so you can consume a lot and not ruin yourself.
Okay, right off the bat, some reason Melody's challenging, and I'm gonna have to give Evan a challenge too because I'm not sure what he's challenging. But go ahead, Melody.
Well, there's no question. He just answering himself yes. Yes to what?
Okay, so you know what? We're not gonna put Evan because he put his hand down for some weird reason. But go ahead, Melody.
The form of answering a question with yes or no is just so outdated. We should really form our thoughts more.
Okay, there's 2 challenges or 3 challenges. Okay, so go ahead, Mel.
Yes or no questions are still very relevant. They're quick and to the point.
Julianne.
There's always the option of maybe.
Evan.
Yeah, when you say yes or no, there's many different languages. There's C in Spanish. Not everything is yes or no.
Okay, well, we're all speaking English right now, so continue, Julianne.
So, there's lots of things you can say. You can say, yeah.
Okay, there were
you
2
can
challenges,
say,
3 challenges. Go ahead, Melody.
Well, she started with so. I mean, she doesn't know what she is trying to say.
Caroline.
when you say things like, so I mean, it shows a lack of conviction.
Nelson.
You don't have to speak. You could just be silent.
Okay, we're gonna have to give it to Melody because Caroline pretty much agreed with her, so the others would have to blow me away, but go ahead, Melody.
Pumpkin soup is the best food that one can make.
Okay, there's only 1 challenge. Go ahead, Mel. Oh, 2 challenges? No?
Pumpkin soup goes terrible with wine.
Okay, Julianne.
I maintain that pumpkin beer is the most amazing thing, and pumpkin soup is subpar.
Okay, gonna have to give it to Mel because to me, I don't like pumpkin, and Mel's pumpkin soup sounds awful, and I love soup. Go ahead, Mel.
The best thing about wine is a good pairing. Different wines go really well with different cheese.
Okay, 2, 3 challenges. Caroline.
Here's the thing, if you have something, but you need something else to make that something good, then that something is not good.
Evan.
Well, yes, wine and pairing, like wine doesn't pair well with driving or doing heavy machinery.
Okay, Julianne.
Wine only pairs well with cheese.
Again, I don't like wine, but you know, I do like cheese. Go ahead, Julianne, continue.
Cheese is delicious, and the flavor is enhanced when you have wine.
Okay, there's only 3 challenges, 4 challenges. Okay, that went quicker. Melody.
Oh, I'm lactose intolerant, so cheese is not delicious. It makes my tummy really hurts.
Mel.
Not all cheese is delicious.
Norm.
A lot of cheeses smell bad, and that's why there's the expression cutting the cheese.
Caroline.
Yeah, cheese doesn't need wine. Wine needs cheese. So don't use it to try and support your argument.
Yeah, we're gonna easily have to give that one to Norm. Continue, Norm.
That's right. And the components of cheese are the same as in a decaying body. It's the same amino acid.
Okay, there's 4 challenges. Go ahead, Mel.
You started with that's right. This is a circular argument.
Caroline.
How dare you compare cheese to decaying flesh? How dare you?
Julianne.
It isn't from flesh dying, it's from a cow that wants to die.
Evan.
Yes, why would you compare it to a decaying body? Have you ate a decaying body? Have you? I would like to know, do you have videotape of you eating a decaying body?
You know, some reason it sounds interesting what Evan's talking about. Continue, Evan.
Yes, he can't say it unless he ate the decaying body. Did he put the decaying body in his mouth?
There's 3 challenges. Caroline.
This just sounds like somebody who's babbling about their fears about being eaten after they're dead, and frankly, we shouldn't fear that.
Melody.
I fully support the freedom of speech. Norm can say whatever. So Evan doesn't have any right to say Norm can't say anything about whatever Norm is saying.
Okay, Nelson.
Evan, when was the last time you ate a decaying body?
Okay, that's very interesting. Yeah, I want to hear what you think. Nelson, continue. We get time.
When you compare cheese with the decaying body, I mean, come on. If cheese is going to decay.
There's 4 challenges. Mel.
He said, come on, as if his argument was obvious, but he didn't have an argument.
Melody.
He just feels like taking too long to form an argument.
Sarah.
The thought of comparing cheese to a decaying body makes me sick.
Caroline.
The use of come on just diminishes the respect that we should have in this space.
Okay, gonna have to give that to Saraya because Caroline I was gonna give it to, but then she really slowed down with what she was saying. Continue, Saraya. Time's almost up.
I was starving and I really wanted some Swiss cheese, but now I can never eat Swiss cheese again.
Okay, there's 4 challenges, 5, 6. Okay, everybody else challenging? So I'm just going in the order how I saw it, Melody.
Well, she is starving doesn't mean like she is just like babbling about like for starvation, has nothing to do with debate.
Evan.
Yes, Swiss cheese can't help with starvation because of all the holes. You should eat cheddar cheese, no holes in it.
Julianne.
You can have whatever you'd like. You can shove it down your throat.
Norm.
You should eat local cheese, not that important stuff.
Nelson.
You should eat cheese to please.
Mel.
I don't think she's literally starving. She's exaggerating.
Caroline.
I don't want to hear your personal story. I don't give a shit.
Some good answers, but we're gonna have to give it to Mel. So there's a minute left. Go ahead, Mel.
Cheese is a great midnight snack. When you wake up hungry, you can just grab a slice of cheese.
Okay, there's 5 challenges. Go ahead, Julianne.
I disagree. It's best at noon.
Evan.
Yes, how do you know you ate it at midnight? Maybe you ate it at 11:59.
Melody.
Taco is the best midnight snack. It's just so filling.
Nelson.
Oh, no, cinnamon roll. That's the best thing to have at midnight.
Caroline.
Relegating the consumption of cheese to nighttime makes it seem like you're ashamed, and you should never be ashamed of eating cheese.
So with 15 seconds left, got 15 seconds. Evan, continue.
Yes, 11:59 is a big difference because at 11:59 I ran a mile.
4 challenges. So right now, this is for the victory. So go ahead, Caroline.
You didn't specify time zone.
Melody.
He started the conversation was yes again. It's just there's no question being asked.
Saraya.
I was gonna say that yes was extremely long and distracted me a lot.
Mel.
He didn't specify AM or PM.
So I'm gonna have to give the answer, even though 2 people agreed on the one, but gonna have to give the time zone, as in again, time zone makes sense. So Caroline wins that one. So give a hand. All right. So great job. So that is challenge objection. Fun game. Yes. So we're going to look at do different games. So that's the game. You know what? We'll do that game now. So I'm looking here. take away these cards. They're kind of in my way. So I'm just gonna have this time zone thing, or not time zone, but the timer, just to see what we got. So we got time. Okay, we got plenty of time. Alrighty. So we're going to do. Yep, that's us. Alrighty. So we're going to do. We're gonna do a guessing game here. So I already decided who I'm gonna have guessing. So we're gonna have 2 different guessing games, and then we're gonna go to another thing. But we're gonna do the guessing game where the first one, you know what? We're gonna decide which one gets what. So it's basically gonna be Caroline and Mel, just because they've been on the team a while and they're both great guessers. So that's the reason I'm doing it. But I got people with some challenging things. So tell me when to stop, and this will be the first one, which is. Oh yeah, the first one is psychic medium. So this is who's going to choose the psychic medium, who will get this one, and then I'll stop. Okay, so number 1, which is Caroline. So just going to ask you to look away for the moment, Caroline, so we all could show what's the thing, and I'm going to have to make it where I don't mess up and show both, which I did the last time. But okay, did that. So make sure that's what it is. Okay, so yeah, so psychic line here and there, and I'm always going to announce it. So you're all going to give the answer in charades. So don't pull out stuff that might give the answer. We need to do, all in charades. So just look, you all here. So you're going to do it in that number order. So I see it on the screen. So just give me a thumbs up when you see it. Clear all 3. Okay, so far, most of you still haven't seen it. I'm not sure how, but now it's going off because I'm looking at y'all. Give a thumbs up if you see it. What are y'all looking at? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. So remember, we're sticking with that number order. All right. So Caroline, when you are ready, you're going to turn around and we are going to begin medium psychic. Okay. I'll be honest with you. I don't believe in this medium psychic. They did this for the crime. But where was the location this crime got committed?
In a bell tower.
Okay. You seem confident, but you're wrong. I need to just know the location of where this.
In a castle.
Okay. I mean, I could predict wrong answers. That's not a psychic.
In a barn.
Okay. Well, we're halfway there. Oh no, you're not halfway there no more.
In a field.
But no, you're not halfway there no more. I've already said you're halfway there. I don't know why you're going away from it.
In a barnyard.
Okay, yeah, say that again.
In a barnyard.
Perfect. All right. So put that to the side. Yeah, it might be a lucky guess. She was guessing wrong, but yeah, that could be good. So now, who's the one who committed this crime?
Who committed this crime? It was a princess.
A
queen.
Okay, interesting. Just need to know, not a bunch of wrong guesses, need to know the answer, please.
A Barbie.
Well, there's many of them, but it's not always about, that. Just need to know who committed the crime.
Fit Barbie.
Okay, well, listen, I know women can be fit and all, but just need to know who committed this crime.
Ken.
Who?
Ken.
And where was this crime committed at?
A barnyard.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So, okay, mark that down. Yeah, I think she might know what she's talking about. Okay. So now what is the weapon of choice? That's not a real weapon. Well, it is a real weapon. That's what got committed.
Small, very small.
Okay. That tells me nothing.
Pepper.
Okay. I don't know if you're giving me a nickname or what, but I just need to know what was the weapon of choice.
Yeah, poppy seed.
Okay, you're halfway there, but it's.
Well, a seed.
Okay, I need to know exactly for us to get, this is a crime getting committed, so we need to know exactly.
Yes. Well, it's a kind of seed.
Okay, that tells me
raspberry seed.
Okay, never even heard of that, but I need to know what a
Never heard of a raspberry? You should really open up your diet.
That I've heard of, but okay. But anyway, back to what was the weapon of choice?
Oh, a sesame seed.
A what?
A sesame seed.
By who?
Hen.
And where was this done at?
A barnyard.
All right, it's a great job. So yeah, like I said, you all did a great job. She did an amazing job guessing it, but you all did a great job curating it. So right now we're going to have Mel, which is doing Why I'm Late. So again, it's going to be in that number order. So I'm going to be threatening to fire her constantly until she gets it, if she gets it. But yeah, I'm putting out her card. She knows who she is. Okay, so I'm going to ask you now to look away for the moment, Mel. And this is for everybody. So in the number order. So just give me a thumbs up when you all see this. And okay, as soon as I look at everybody, I always mess up with that. Okay, one thumbs up. Okay, now I got off the topic. Okay, that's my fault. Okay. Yeah, I don't know like it. See, it's clear. Okay, 2, 3. Just 4. Just give thumbs up when you got it. Keep your thumb up just so I know who's we're waiting for. So we're just waiting for one individual. Perfect. All right. So in that number order, Why I'm Late, and you can turn around, Mel. Oh, it's nice of you to come to work. Holy crap, you're so late. Why are you late today?
My kid was crying.
I didn't know you had a kid, but yeah, you never talked about a kid. You need to know why you're late today.
Well, something was broken. It was my heart. I had a broken heart.
Okay, well, I feel bad for that, but I don't care really too much about that. I just need to know why you're late.
I had a breakup.
Everything's not about yourself, but again, still need to know why you're late.
My friend was going through a breakup.
Potato, just need to know why you're late.
My sister was going through a breakup.
So what does that mean? What does that mean? Right.
I had to comfort my sister.
What does that mean? What does that mean about her?
She broke up.
Okay, who's she? Tell me the whole thing, what I'm asking.
My sister broke up with...
Okay, yeah, that's great. Don't care about it. Listen, I'm not part of her, and I'm sorry to hear that, but you told me that on Wednesday. Listen, if she has somebody else, nobody cares. You need to know why you're late today. You do a great job, but you're late all the time. I'm gonna have to fire you if you don't tell me why you're late today. Legitimate.
Well, I met Snow White.
Okay, that's interesting. And what does that mean? Why, just because you meet her, why would you be late?
Well, she gave me an apple and it was poisoned.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right. I mean, 2/3 of that sounds a bit possible, but I need to know why you're late today.
Well, actually, Snow White gave me an apple and I lost it.
You're mixing and you're kind of doing like Scrabble. You're mixing up the words. I'm not sure. I need you to get it in the right pattern.
Well, I was gonna give an apple to Snow White.
I'm not sure about that. Why would you do that? Are you a wicked witch? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I was looking for an apple.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Snow
why
White
you
was
were
looking
doing
for an
that.
apple. She lost it.
Okay, so what does that mean? Say it in a sentence.
Snow White lost her apple.
Okay, yeah, great. You told me this yesterday. We can't use that excuse every day. Today's Friday. Please let me know why you're late today.
Well, you see, I was with Popeye.
Okay, you're a beautiful lady. I don't think Olive would like if you were with him, but I don't care about that. I need to know why you're late today.
I was eating. I was with Captain Crunch.
Okay, well, what about him? I don't know why that makes you late, but what about him?
Well, I was eating some Captain Crunch cereal.
Don't care about what you're eating, just need to know why you're late.
Well, I lost a spoon.
Okay, well, not sure about that's kind of like you're giving me a lot of info, but I need it correctly, otherwise I'm gonna have to fire you.
Captain Crunch gave me a spoon.
Well, why would he do that?
Actually, I gave Captain Crunch a spoon.
Why would you? So what does that mean?
Captain Crunch was missing his spoon.
Okay, don't know what that means. I need to know exactly why you're late.
Okay, so I gave Captain Crunch a spoon because he needed it for his hook. He was using it as a hook.
Right. So again, now you're expanding too much information. I just need the right information. So why? 2 eyes.
Captain Crunch lost his
Right.
hook.
Well, not worried about that.
Well, Captain Crunch needed a spoon
Okay, so what's that mean?
so that he could eat.
Okay, don't need to know the history behind if he's hungry or not. I don't care about him. Just need to know why you're late.
Well, you see, Captain Crunch needed a spoon
Okay.
so he could fight somebody. It was a spoon fight.
Couldn't care less what he needs a spoon for. Why do I mean that for? So why are you?
I gave it to him as a gift.
Why would you, Daddy? You're not that generous.
birthday.
You don't make that much money. You don't make that much money. I need to know why you're late today.
He needed to borrow my spoon.
Okay, well, so put that together. Tell me what.
Captain Crunch needed to borrow my spoon.
What's that mean?
I
Say what
lent,
it means.
I lent Captain Crunch my spoon.
Right, you said the right word, but said before you said the right word. Put it together.
Captain Crunch borrowed my spoon.
Okay, just get back to work and get that done. All right, so great job. Great
Wow.
job, the charaders, and great job, Mel, guessing it. But yeah, definitely great job. Yeah, looking here. All righty, perfect. So, trying to figure out, what we're gonna do. I just don't want to do anything that I'm planning to do next month, next month, because we do have those things, but we're going to do a bunch of this stuff. You know what we're going to do is we're going to do the alphabet game. Why not? Not the alphabet game, wrong. We're going to do last word is your first word. So we're each going to do it. Everybody's going to stay on screen, but what it is we're going to get a suggestion from Julianne. Me and Caroline will be in the scene. So everybody keep your videos up, but all it is whatever my last word is, she's going to use as her first word and vice versa, same deal. So what is the suggestion, Julianne, please?
Strawberries.
Strawberries. Okay, let me just look at my timer. Okay. I love strawberries. They're so good.
Good, yes. Delicious, also.
Also, I don't know about delicious. I think good is just about right.
Right, but I like being a little more descriptive.
Descriptive. I'm not really too concerned about the stinking strawberries. They're there.
Their taste is a lot better than most other berries.
Berries. Enough berries already. I'm kind of sick of berries, to be honest with you.
You love berries. I'm surprised you're saying this.
This and that could be a mixture. I love berries, but I overate them, so now I'm sick of them now.
Now that makes a little bit more sense. We should try some different fruits.
Fruits, vegetables, they're healthier, so I'm trying to eat more of them.
Strawberries, though, they look pretty tasty.
Tasty is something I'm seeking, but I'm just tired of the berries already.
Already? We just bought more of these. I mean, if you had let me know before I went shopping, I could have picked out something else.
Else would have been, Captain Crunch would have been great, though that's not very healthy.
Healthy foods don't come in boxes.
Boxes? Wine. I saw some wines in boxes, which I thought was pretty funny.
Funny you should mention that. I did buy some wine.
Wine. I'm not a big fan of wine, but I just thought it was very interesting to see them in boxes. So I thought about you, but then said, never mind.
Never mind about the wine. We really do need to focus on getting you on a better diet.
Diet. I just feel like I need to work out more, not be on a diet, to be honest with you.
You need to make sure that you're balancing your healthy foods as well as healthy exercise.
Exercise, I have to do more of because I really don't do enough of it.
It is an important part of staying healthy as you grow.
All right, so great job. We're going to put that to the side. So we're going to do that game again, but this time it's going to be Caroline and Mel. So what I'll say is Mel is going to, Caroline's going to start it, but Mel's taking her last word. He's taking her last word, vice versa, exactly what we did. And I'm going to have the timer here. So the suggestion for you two is picnic. Picnic is your suggestion.
You know, this is an amazing date out here on this hill, eating all this food.
Food is one of life's greatest pleasures.
Pleasures abound when you're with people you love.
Love? Did you say love? I didn't know we were there yet. This is amazing.
Amazing, I know. I just wanted to let you know how I feel.
Feel good knowing that. I love you too.
Too much? Was I coming on too strong?
Strong is good. I like everything strong. Coffee, chocolate.
Chocolate. I'm glad we agree on chocolate. I've been in so many relationships where we didn't agree on our favorite dessert.
Dessert is an important compatibility test.
Test me all you want. I'm pretty sure we're compatible.
Compatible. Yes, we are. That's why we matched on what was it? Bumble? What was the name of that site?
Right, schmite. I mean, who cares where we met? It's the fact that we did meet, and now we're here enjoying this beautiful day.
Day with you is the best day I could imagine.
Imagine what our lives would be like if we hadn't actually met each other. I mean, I'd probably still be working at that terrible grocery store.
Store, you think that's bad? I was working at a gas station.
Station bathrooms are the absolute worst. They're so filthy.
Filthy. Tell me about it. You don't want to know what I saw in there.
There was more than just the regular disgusting. I don't want to know.
Know what? I couldn't eat chocolate for a while after something I saw in one of those bathrooms.
Bathrooms are the most disgusting place. I prefer kitchens.
Kitchens. Now there's a better thing to talk about over food.
Food is the great equalizer for all of us.
Us and our food. This is the best day ever.
Ever. Yeah, forever.
Forever? Does that mean what I think it means?
You're muted, Andy.
Well, somebody's muted.
That's what I do best. Okay, so we're going to have where Caroline's going to give a suggestion for, and give yourselves a hand, Mel and Nelson. Mel's going to start it. Last word to each one of you, back and forth. So what is their suggestion, Caroline?
It is bulldog.
Oh, he's so cute.
Cute, just like you.
You are too kind, but I am going to have to examine him since I'm a vet.
You're a vet? Oh my goodness. I was unaware of that.
That is because I was recently promoted from vet tech to vet. So now I do the examinations. Isn't that great?
Great. That's marvelous. I cannot believe that you can do those kind of things.
Things like this take a while to learn.
Learn. When you quit learning, you quit living.
Living is very important, which is why I'm going to make sure this doggy keeps living a long time.
Time stands still. I guess it always will.
Will you hold him? He's being a little bit fidgety.
Fidgety? That is my favorite type of dog.
dog is man's best friend, so I'm glad you love him.
Him. He is the ideal pet.
Pet him a little bit while I check his ears.
Ears? Are they stopped up?
Up here, there appears to be something stuck. I think it's a toy.
Toy? In his ear? How weird.
Weird it is, but believe it or not, it's not the weirdest thing I've seen.
Seen? You've seen worse than a toy stuck in a dog's ear?
Ear is not the worst place for it to be stuck, trust me.
Me? Tell me where the worst place is.
Is that really necessary?
Necessary and a must.
Must I? Well, I did have a parrot who swallowed a penny. It was not pretty.
Pretty penny. Did you ever retrieve the penny?
Great job. So we're going to put that to the side. We're going to do it same game, last word to the next first word of the other. So we're going to ask you, Mel, can you give a suggestion to Nelson, who will start with Melody, please?
Haircut.
Haircut. That's definitely something that I don't need.
Need I tell you that you can get some implant on your hair?
Hair? I have plenty of it right here.
Here is a wig.
Wig? If I put a wig on, nobody will know who I am.
Am I not important to you to show you care about me?
Me? That's all you say all the time. All I hear is about you.
You're ridiculous. I care about you. I cook for you all the time.
Time. Tell me exactly how much time you spend cooking for me in that kitchen.
Kitchen is a very sacred place. We need to keep them really clean.
Clean? When's the last time you cleaned the kitchen with that towel I gave you?
You know, I forgot that towel you gave me. I think it might just been lost.
Lost? You lost my grandma's favorite item?
Item is such an anonymous word. Like, we need to figure out like a better word for your grandmother's towel. Maybe we call it scarf?
Scarf? That's what I do with my food. I scarf it up.
Up there. Oh, I remembered. I put the towel up in the drawer.
The drawer? The one above the stove?
Stove it is, yes.
Yes, I now remember that's where you store everything you don't want me to find.
Find things are a thing between us. Remember the hide and seek we used to play?
Play? That's all we've done our whole life is play. We've never been serious.
Serious is boring. We gotta make life more fun.
Fun.
So we're going to put that to the side. So now Melody is going to start with Norm saying game, last word, first word. And Nelson, can they get a suggestion, please?
Dynamite.
All right. Are you ready for this treasure hunt?
Hunt all you want, but I want it to be safe.
Safe is important, I promise.
Promises, promises. You always make them, but somehow it turns bad.
That is unavoidable because we are adventurers. We love exciting things.
Things always go awry when I go out with you. I think you planned this to make me miserable.
Miserable is not my intent. I want us to really having fun.
Fun is what you have. I'm horrified every time.
Time is running out. We gotta hike up to the mountain before sunset.
Sunset is not going to last. And then we're going to be in the dark and there's going to be scary things around.
Around us, there will be nature and there will be moonlight.
Moonlight is not enough. It's still going to be dark and could trip. There's dangerous animals out there.
There you are again. Why you're always just whining? Can you just be more upbeat?
A beat? My heart skipped a beat.
Beats is important. We gotta follow the beat.
Beat it. I don't want to be with you anymore. It's no fun.
Fun is all I am. Remember, we was stuck in the cave the other time.
Time and time again, I tell you, you enjoy yourself. I'm horrified, and it's miserable.
Miserable is great because you get to enjoy afterwards when you feel alive.
Alive? Yeah. Come think of it, yeah, I've never died, so maybe it's not so bad after all.
All I want is for us to create memories.
Memories. I do remember every single trip I've taken with you. You're right. I should be more open.
Great job. So we're gonna put that down to the side. So right now we're gonna do it another one where Norm's gonna start. Soraya is gonna respond with the last word, first word. And Melody, can they get a suggestion of anything, please?
Your suggestion is air.
The air is fantastic in the mountains.
Mountains. Oh, it's where we first met. I'm so glad we came here for our honeymoon anniversary.
Anniversary I wouldn't miss for the world. Even though we had a big meeting back at the office, I said, no way, I'm leaving with my sweetheart.
Sweetheart, I can't believe you canceled your office meeting for me.
Me, I don't care about the office. You're the only one who matters.
Matters. What matters to me is you.
You feel the same way. We're made for each other.
Other, give me your hand.
Hand me yours.
I feel as though we've never been apart a day, which is true.
True. True love. You are my true love.
Love is in the air, and while we're up here, we should probably climb this mountain.
Mountain coffee first. Let's have a cup. It'll give us the energy.
Energy, all in this cup, is going to help us get through the day. Because I was up all night thinking of you.
You were all I think all day long.
Long shot. I was a long shot, and you chose me.
Me? I was so excited you said yes.
Yes is the only thing I could say.
Say no more. I mean, you being here with me is all that's important.
Important matters. Left behind. Our work is left behind, and all we care about is each other.
Other people may act differently, but we'll always be there for each other and forever.
Forever and ever. I want to carve my name in your arm. Self-tattoos.
Tattoos would be matching and would be a great thing to have forever.
Forever. Norm and Surya.
That's a great job. We'll put that down to the side. So we're going to do it again. First word, it's the last word. I mean, the last word is the first word for the other. So Norm, can Surya, who's going to start, get the suggestion with Evan? Please.
Optimist.
Well, I'm a little worried about this deep sea diving, but I think we can do it.
Do it. We must, Mom, together.
Together. This is a very dangerous expedition, but I have faith in you and me.
Me? I don't have any faith in me. I'm going to drown. I know it.
It's not going to happen, Evan.
Evan is scared, Mommy. Evan is scared.
Scared is what they taught you in kindergarten, and they taught you not to fear. You have to be brave.
Brave? You mean like that cartoon with the girl with the beautiful red hair?
Hair is something that we have, yes, and it's something that we should not be worried about, especially when we're undersea.
Sea will mess up my hair, Mother. I can't have it be wet.
Wet can feel scary, I will say. Remember when we were bathing for the first time and how you were afraid of the water, and then you got the courage to get in. It's just like that.
Yes, just like that. And right now we're in the jacuzzi and oh, I feel a little better now.
Now, yes, it's warmer and we're prepping for our trip into the sea. And this is the pre-stage. Let the jacuzzi just make you less nervous.
Oh, nervous is gone when I feel in the bubbles in my hiney.
Heiny. Oh, it reminds me of our dog, Heiny. But it's okay, that was last year.
Years goes by. I'm glad that dog is gone because he was trying to take you away from me.
Me is a relative term.
Smurms. I love you, Mommy.
And we're all saying, all right, so put that to the side. So we're going to do it again as we're almost near the end of this part. So Surya, please give a suggestion that Evan will start, and Julie.
Okay, sunrise.
Honey, I'm so glad we're looking at the sunrise on our honeymoon.
Honeymoons for the second time.
Time goes by so fast when we're loving it.
It is wonderful.
Wonderful is my middle name. I got it legally changed for you.
You are so amazing to me.
To me, it's so better being in a hotel with you, eating all this free food. Your father's paying for it.
It's really amazing. I wish that we had even more food.
Food comes and goes, but what stays forever is the love I have for you.
You are so sweet. I love you too.
Too much. I love you too much.
Much more than anything else.
Else? There's nothing else but you and me.
Me? You love me forever and ever?
forever and ever, forever and forever. Us.
Us, we make such a great pair.
Pair, the best pair, better than Magic Johnson and James Worthy.
Worthy, you are worthy of my love.
Love, I know that. You didn't have to say it.
It's always good to say that.
That it goes well when we're drinking wine and watching old videotapes of the NBA Finals.
Finals are very important to the season.
Season comes and goes, but the finals last forever.
Forever and ever and ever, it will last and go on.
Yes, on and on, like a Twinkie. Here's a Twinkie.
Twinkies are so yummy.
Yummy is good, especially when we're just hanging out, eating stuff in our faces.
Faces should be full of food at all times.
Times like this lovely time right now with you, my beautiful woman.
Women, I think that you are a wonderful man.
And we'll go seeing. All right, so great job. So put that to the side, and we'll do this one more time before we go to the next long form style thing, which we'll mention afterwards. But Evan, can you give a suggestion for Julie and myself? And Julie will start, please.
Yes, refrigerator.
We have to keep it colder in here.
Here is too cold for me. I think we need to go somewhere else where it's warmer.
Warmer is not always better.
Better usually is better, though warmer is better when I'm too cold.
Cold, it's really cold in here.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying it's better to go warmer. You're complaining that you're cold.
Cold and warm, I mean, I guess it doesn't make that much of a difference.
Difference between cold and... So why are you complaining that you're cold if it doesn't make a difference?
Difference in time and space, who knows?
Nose. My nose is a bit stuffy. I do think it is too cold in here. So you know what? I need to blow it.
Blow away the cold and the warm, and the weather is blowing us away.
Oh, wait. To be honest with you, I do wish we were on this other side of the planet where it's a bit warmer.
Warmer than here? Anything's warmer than here.
Here really does suck. It's just too freezing. It sucks.
Sucks. Everything sucks all the time in this house.
House? Yeah, we should buy the house that we were talking about over in Florida, because that would be a lot nicer.
Nicer? Anything's nicer than here.
Here does really suck. It's way too cold.
Cold. It's colder every minute.
Minute, second. I don't even know. I think we're going to freeze to death if we don't get out.
Out of here would be wonderful.
Wonderful. You know, I think, yeah, if me and you could be on the beach in the sun, it would be spectacular. I miss the sun.
The sun is so amazing. I love the way it beats down and makes me feel great.
Great. Yeah, the beach in a nice hot weather would be perfect. Not now.
Now is a rough time.
Time. Yeah, time flies by. Don't have much time.
Time is of the essence.
Essence sucks. We need to move very soon. And we'll call scene. So give a hand. So we'll knock that out the door. So that is last word, first word. So we're going to do, and I do want to let the improv team here know they're doing an amazing job. We did have an improv team pull out the last thing. So we are going to run this a little longer. If you need to go, you definitely can. I just want to let you know because we are going to go on a little longer. We were supposed to be, I'm just looking at here. So we're going to be on for a half hour longer than what we were supposed to, which actually time flies by. So we don't actually have that much time left, but time did sneak by. We did stretch that out, which was perfect. So we're going to do what we did a long form style game, it's kind of like living room, but it's not living room. So I might be like, okay, this makes me think of blah, blah, blah. And then you can talk back and forth with the person. We're not going into scenes, but kind of like me and Evan, we're going to stay away from the Knicks and his wannabe team. But yeah, we're going to stay. No, I'm just saying just because we're not going to do the exact same thing we've done, but we're going to have fun with it and it's spectacular. So, you know what I'm just looking at here, just looking at right now. So I'm going to start with voicemail. Voicemail, because I have a voicemail that I haven't answered or listened to. So voicemail is our suggestion, whatever that makes us think.
So I hate leaving voicemails. Maybe it's just a generation thing, but anytime I have to leave a voicemail, it's like I forget how to speak. And it's like, and I know I'm being recorded for all posterity. Not that they'll save it. Most people don't save voicemails. At least I hope they don't. But I just forget how to use the English language when I have to give a voicemail.
I will say, just with all honesty, that makes me think of when my father, you know, I love him with all my heart. He calls me and leaves a voice message, he's like this, Andy, pick up. Are you there? Pick up. And it's like, voicemails don't work that way no more. But he does it like the old school, which he thinks it's a landline, which is like pretty hysterical. And he still does it. It's just like, not sure, but it is.
That reminds me of my dad has a collection of old rotary phones that he likes to pull out every once in a while to like confuse children, because of course most kids have not seen a rotary phone at this point. So he pulls it out as like a party trick, which he's got a lot of those, but one of his party tricks is the rotary phone. And like, he tells them like, oh, try and like dial your phone number.
So Caroline, just curious, are you thinking about maybe setting up a new cell phone where it's a rotary cell phone?
Yeah, you know, I want to attach one to my hip, and that way I can walk around, you know, and just like dial. I think like texting on that would be really easy.
This reminds me of when I was going to camp in 6th grade and I had no cell phone up until that point. And I went to the Motorola store with my grandmother, who was like in her 80s at the time. And she also didn't have a cell phone. And we both bought a cell phone at the same time. And we both bought the exact same cell phone. And I remember like bonding with her over this cell phone because we were.
That reminds me of one time my friends and I got the exact same outfit, like you got the exact same phone, and we looked ridiculous, but we were together and we said we were twins, even though we looked nothing alike. And everybody thought it was like really fun. But
Julianne, just kind of curious with that, why do women, when they dress the same, have a problem, yet men in general really don't? Why is that?
You know, it's because you don't want to look exactly the same. You want one of you to look hotter than the other one.
Okay.
Usually when girls like in a group, you just gotta like everybody is like dressing to their best because they want to be the hottest girl in the group. There's always that subtle competitions among girls group to say who is the most popular. Like this is very high school thing, but girls love to dress up and just making sure like they are somehow getting more attentions from the boys in the club. And
I think it's also getting compared though, because I remember when I was going to my high school prom, me and this other girl had pretty much the same dress. And like, it wasn't so much, oh, I want to look better, but I was like, I don't want to get compared to this other girl. Like,
but when it's guys, the guys kind of celebrate it. They say, hey, you got good taste too. You have the same thing I'm wearing. Yeah, they bond over it. But women, they seem to fight. It's weird. You should celebrate that they chose the same. They think it's good looking.
Yes, I agree. Well, one time I went to Disney World and another guy was wearing the same Purdue shirt. And we said, you got Purdue, you went to Purdue. And we became best friends. We talked.
It's a small world after all.
That reminds me of one time I was in the store and I was wearing a t-shirt that had a picture from the Breakfast Club on it. And I saw somebody else another woman was wearing a Breakfast Club picture on her shirt. So I was like, hey! And she was like, oh, good taste, but I probably saw it before you did. So like even then there's like this competition. Like what in the world? We're just wearing the same t-shirt to the grocery store. Let's just celebrate this moment. Why are we competing?
That's right. Women like to fight. There'd be less war in the world if the world was raised by men.
That's
I don't know if I agree with that part, but I think it is raised by men, and that's why the world is so crazy. I think women in general know what they're talking about in general, but definitely not about same clothes. Oh, that's great. Where men see it, where women, no, I gotta go home and change because I look the same. What the hell? You don't look the same. Your outfit looks the same, but you look different.
Yeah.
All of this battle of the sexes kind of reminds me of the Barbie movie because that was like a big plot point. I went and saw it, which was great. I didn't get to sit in the Barbie car. They had a Barbie car at the theater and it was gone by the time I got there. But I did get to see it, and I loved the movie, and it was really on point. Like one thing they did was when guys serenade a woman, it gets really awkward because it's like it goes on too long. And they'll stare into your eyes and expect you to swoon and stuff. And
I'm curious, Mel, have you ever been serenaded? Any of the women here ever been serenaded? Because I thought that was like really, really old school.
Not serenaded, but I had a guy read his poetry to me once while looking me in the eyes, and it was really awkward.
Didn't work, huh?
Restaurants. Do you remember any of the poem?
I do not. I wish I could recite some of it for you while awkwardly staring you in the eyes for 4 minutes to recreate.
So you know what? We are going to pause this for 1 second because I'm very curious. We're going to each one go around for 30 seconds. We're going to give Mel we're going to read a poem to Mel.
What have I done? Oh, we
I'm
make
gonna
up, or
read
are we
it off.
supposed to go find a poem?
And we'll go back to what we're doing, but for 30 seconds. So I'm going to time each person and I'll pass it over.
Wow.
So Mel, you know, your personality is amazing and so are your looks. I love that you're just so smart and intelligent that you're like right there. It takes you no time to think. It seems like you're not searching for an answer. You know the answer, which I love. You're one that you're just so confident. You have an amazing look. Again, everything about you, your outfits always match. You always do an amazing job. And just to be honest, you are a great individual, which is spectacular. And it is awesome. Caroline.
You always look pretty in pink. And when I look at you, it makes me think how darling it'd be to be around you, you see, in person instead of virtually. I adore when I see you on Zoom, but I'd love to be in the same room. How wonderful it'd be to be on your knee and to see you when you would just swoon. I adore how you sing when you do. And I wonder.
Perfect. You know what? Caroline's great to get the lyrics. Go for it, Nelson.
You are in the same state as me. That really makes things perfect, you see, because we will get together and perform. And I'm telling you, it's going to be amazing being with you. So hopefully we will have a show that everybody would want to come and
Melody, go for it.
Mel, you have the most beautiful names in the world because I know it's short for Melody. Because I know my name is the most beautiful in the world. But I love your glasses. It makes you look very professional and very smart. I love your smile. You have the most beautiful smile that always lighten up the world. And I love your.
All right, great job. I think Melody was reading to herself, but okay, go ahead, Nora.
Oh, my darlings, Mel, I remember the day you fell. I went down and when I knelt down to pick you up, I noticed how nice you smell. And that made my heart swell. Next time I'll come from above and rappel to pick you up. Now I'm staring in your eyes. Awkwardly.
All right, interesting. Go ahead, Saran.
Dearest Mel, you are a genius and very smart, and you are very good at art. could you please share some of your skills with the others who are ill?
How can your time short? Continue.
Oh,
I need more. Give me more. more awkward poetry. Bring it
could you
on.
please bring me some food because I am in the mood and I
All
cannot.
right. I mean, Evan, go for it, Evan.
Who's just that scars? I heard you're from Oklahoma. I hate Oklahoma because that's where the Oklahoma Thunder's from. Us being together will be a complete blunder. I wonder, can I love someone who's from a state that I hate? Never, never, never. I want to say, I don't want to talk to you. I don't even want to do poems anymore about you. I'm feeling physically ill from the inside. I'm
All right,
decaying
Julianne.
like seeds.
Mel, I don't know you that well, but what I know is really swell. I'm glad to be on this team. Maybe we can make a really great meme. I was once serenaded to Hey Jude because it's really Jules. He was a weird Jude. I'm going to stop the rhyme because I think it's time for me to just say that this is a great way for us to meet, and hopefully we will see a time when we are closer friends. Because
all right, so great job. So now we're gonna ask you, Mel. I want you to recite a poem to yourself. Go for it. You got 30 seconds.
It's great to be me, especially when I see that all of these people on the team are making this a dream. Except when I have to study, I sure wish I had a buddy. Sometimes it gets old, but I know the result will be gold. If I make it to the end, I think it'll be a great way to mend my broken brain after all of that pain, but I'm going to keep performing.
Perfect. So just saying that, I will say everybody overall did a very good job. The women did dominate what the guys said. The women need to serenade over what the guys can because it's ridiculous.
So clearly, I just need women to recite poetry to me. That was the problem.
It seems to be that way. Now, some of the women, I don't know about, like, I'm like, what's going on? You need to stop talking. And how you doing? But they were doing too much talking. But and some of the guys went South Park. Like again, Evan, great individual, very talented individual, terrible poem person. How is that so? Somebody. I hate where you live. You live in a sucky place. What's going on? But
I do hate poetry. I don't do love. What's love? Got to do it.
What is love?
What? Well, we could continue. We're back to this game. But now what I will say, Caroline actually was funny because she started singing earlier and she knows we get copyright nonsense. So, but she did it limited style, which was at least good. But hopefully that doesn't screw us. But
I think the rule is
it's like,
under 30 seconds.
oh, is that right?
At least I think it is on like YouTube, I think.
Yeah, well, YouTube and Facebook are two different animals. Again, we got
Nobody knows what Facebook wants.
Yeah, Facebook plays its own games. Like I've gotten banned from Facebook for 7 hours, 20 hours for liking videos. It's like, what the hell? And it's improv videos. It's like, so it's just mind-boggling, but it's what it is.
What if you sing it like really out of tune, so bad that nobody can recognize it? Loophole.
Well, see, that would be great if they said, listen, you can't sing, never sing online. That's different. But they don't give you a reason why they're banning you. And it's like, what's going on? And again, we've been banned from other teams, but we've also been banned from what I think is copyright, whatever, doing the video, which was sad, but.
We fought the law and the law won. I didn't sing it, I quoted it. Loophole.
That is true.
Well, okay.
Oh, well,
go ahead.
Oh yeah, when it comes to serenading someone, I think you should do a double album. I serenaded someone with the Load album from Metallica. I was outside her home. The police came, but at least I got all the songs out. That's the only thing that mattered.
So I'm kind of curious, Evan, when the police came out, did they come out because the girl was like, this guy's stalking me. Can you help me? I'm getting
Oh no, it's more like it was a noise audiences, and I can't say that word, but then they were chasing me and they said, "Hey, do not sing songs from an awful drummer like Lost Ori." They actually said, so I got arrested for that. But I'm out. I'm out. My mom bailed me out. Don't worry about it.
Well, that's great. Yeah, I didn't see the bars in the thing. I could see maybe you don't have to putting your hands out the bars. So, but and you could all join in. We're talking. This is our chat thing we're doing, but it's always a lot of fun. Melody looks like she's bored out of her mind. Like, Melody, you're in deep space. I first saw. I'm thinking she's frozen. I'm like, no, she's not freezing. She blinks every like 77 seconds or so. But it's like,
Well, you said deep space, so now. What was that?
Is Andy timing people blinking?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Do you put the timer on everybody?
No, well, I got the timer going because I got to know what's what. But
Oh,
I'm just
I
like, look,
see.
she's like in deep space, and I'm like, she's not blinking. Is she frozen? Is she frozen? Then I see her blink, and I'm like, did she blink? Then you got to wait another approximately 77. Then she blinks her eyes again. I'm like, okay.
So every time you say deep space, I'm going to think of Star Trek.
Yeah.
So now we have to talk about Star Trek. Wouldn't it be awesome if you had a holodeck and you could just you could play video games, but like with your real body? Like that would be so much better than even the VR stuff that's going on now.
So that does make me. I want to ask. I'm going to ask each one of you. Caroline, Star Wars or Star Trek? She's going to say nothing but Star Wars. Star Wars. No, obviously Star Trek. Nelson.
Star Trek.
Melody.
Star Wars.
Norm.
Star Trek, probably, but I do both.
Saraya.
Star Wars.
Evan.
Battlestar Galactica.
What?
Combo breaker.
Julianne.
Star Wars.
I prefer Star Wars, but Star Trek is definitely doable. What I would say, just in general, I'm going to ask each one of you because I'm guessing none of the above. But Caroline, have you ever heard of the Star Wars Holiday Special?
No.
No. Have you ever heard of the Star Wars Holiday Special?
Yes, just now.
Okay. Nelson, have you ever heard of the Star Wars Holiday Special?
No.
Melody, have you ever heard of the Star Wars Holiday Special? What about you, Norm? Have you ever heard of the Holiday Christmas Special?
The special I have not heard.
You said, I'm
I
sorry.
have not.
You have not. And Saraya, have you ever heard of the Star Wars Holiday Special?
No, but please tell us, Andy.
Evan, have you ever heard of the Star Wars Holiday Christmas Special?
I have it on beta tape. I watch it every day. I have heard of it.
No, but you have? Really?
I have heard of it. Yes, I have.
Julianne, have you ever heard of the Star Wars Holiday Special?
No, is it a cartoon?
No, it's actually, well, they do have some cartoon in it, but what I'll say is I never heard of this. We were doing the extreme improv, doing this whole thing in the nerdy battle, whatever, geek battle. And somebody's talking about the holiday. It was actually after Star Wars, before Return of the Jedi. So it was like 1978 or 77 that it was, I think it was 78 that it was out. It's on YouTube. So I want to see it. It was terrible. So nobody ever talks about it, which is mind boggling from what I heard. That's why I was telling the one guy that was doing our, I'm so bad with this stuff, Kaplan, because he's a reviewer at a lot of this stuff. So I said to him, listen, you need to review that, which was funny because he was in that show that we were doing. I need to see it. It's on YouTube. I want to see it, but like it's supposed to be horrendous. And it's a musical too. Like not all musical, but some of it's musical. But you have Darth Vader, you have C-3PO, Chewbacca, Luke Skywalker's in it, who's Mark Hamill, and Harrison Ford's it. So it's the real people, which is mind-boggling.
Chewbacca sang. He was serenading Princess Leia. He really did. It was wonderful. Oh, yes.
No, I mean, but to me, it amazed me. I'm like, how did I never hear that? And I'm just like, I saw, it just blew me away. I'm like, it was real. And it's the actual actors and actresses. I'm like, wow, I think Princess Leia was in it too. I didn't see it, but I do want to watch it on YouTube. Carrie Fisher, but yeah.
Was it on TV?
It was on television. Yeah.
Oh, was it a TV made movie? I thought it was in the movies originally and then it went to TV. Am I wrong?
Oh, well, it was like a special on TV. They re-aired it. I was like 4 or 5 years old. It was 85. So I'd seen it. It was long time
85?
ago.
No, it was after Star Wars.
They re-aired it. They re-aired it.
Okay. Okay. That's I like Evan's trying to make himself look younger. Okay, you already told us that you already copped yourself out, but no, you can't change it.
I'm 80.
You wish.
But to me, again, a legendary, franchise. It amazes me how many little people know about it, because I'm like, how did I not hear of this? I mean, even if it's terrible, you would think people would hear about it, that people would be talking about the same cast and stuff. It just blows me away. Nobody wants to answer that. Nobody wants to interrupt that. That's what's going on. It's like Soraya's got nothing to say here, huh? What's going on, Soraya?
The musical Star Wars thing, I just can't help but think of the bad lip reading version, Seagulls, Stop It Now. And if you haven't seen it, watch it. It's hilarious. Obviously, I can't sing it, but they basically dub the show and make a song out of it with just bad lip reading.
But what is it you're talking about?
Star Wars bad lip reading. And the song was called Seagulls. It'll make sense when you watch it.
But if you go to YouTube, if I go to bad Star Wars lip syncing, they're gonna.
If you type it correctly, yes.
So what do I have to type correctly? I don't.
Bad lip reading.
Oh, bad. Okay, I'm gonna write that down.
Lip reading.
You'll love it. You'll thank me later.
Very funny. Very funny.
Oh, you know what that is too?
Yep.
Wow, I don't all know this.
And the song was actually low-key a bop too. Like, it was actually kind of good. It gets stuck in your head.
It does.
Earworm.
Earworm.
Why do they call it an earworm? That just makes me think of worms going in my ear, and that's gross. And that actually makes me think of earwigs, which we have a ton of in Oklahoma. I'm sure Nelson knows all about that too.
Earwigs?
Earwigs. That's what these bugs are called. They're called earwigs.
Yeah.
And when I first
bugs?
moved here, there was like tons of them all over the house. It was like the infestation, the plague of the earwigs. And the neighbors told us, yeah, that just happens every 5 years or so. We get these waves of earwigs, and you happen to move here during one.
What do they look like? Like, I'm wondering if I've seen them in another state.
Definitely, they're native to New York.
They are? Oh my gosh.
They have like little pincers, and it really freaks me out.
They fly too?
No, they're just crawlers.
You said they look like little pissers? Is that what you said?
On their butt.
Oh my gosh, it looks like a slug.
Yeah, yeah, it's like a slug with pincers. And yes, I've called them pissers before, but yes.
Oh, wait a minute. Do they call it earwigs? Earwigs because people put it on their ears because they want ear hair?
Oh.
I can't grow ear
They
hair.
crawl into your ears, right?
Oh, wow.
They stop them up.
Oh, well, I will let them go in there. They can have a home. I'm lonely. My earlobe is lonely. Please get in my ear. Put that picture closer.
Yeah, I grew corn once, and when I shucked it, there was tons of earwigs fell out. But they didn't touch the corn. They just went there for the cool, moist environment.
Oh no, Caroline, I'm gonna vomit at the photo.
But my wife wouldn't eat any of the corn.
So apparently it's a superstition that got them their name.
I have to.
Earwigs derive from the Anglo-Saxon word meaning ear creature, probably because of widespread ancient superstition that they crawl into your ears.
They look like cockroaches, but like a thin, skinny, long version.
They're a lot smaller than a cockroach.
And lots slower.
You said smaller?
Smaller.
Yes.
Oh, that thing looked enormous. Oh, okay. I thought they were enormous. No.
You can do that.
Like they're maybe this.
Not even, yeah. Just a bit short.
Are they the kind of bug that if they get, like cut, they still crawl around? Like you can't really kill them.
I have never tried cutting them in half. I don't know.
They'll die. They die.
You need a little guillotine.
Yeah.
Tell you what, you all are like, it's not that small. I mean, how big are your freaking roaches? I mean, this is the size of a freaking water bug in my mind. This ain't
That's
roach.
what you are gesturing to is a German cockroach. This is the size of a German cockroach. A water bug is about that big.
How do you know what a German cockroach is?
Right?
What's a German cockroach? It speaks
They have
German.
an accent.
The German cockroach is a smaller kind of cockroach. They're probably comparable to the size of an earwig, whereas the Australian cockroach, also known as the water bug or the palmetto bug, depending on what part of the country you're in, are
that's
a lot larger and fly.
You're an
Bug
entomologist.
is like less crazy looking. It's not like it's still a kind of cockroach, but it's like a yellow kind of color. They have them in Florida. That they're not like as gross as real cockroach as like a water bug or anything.
You guys are real buggy.
I agree. I mean, I didn't know Caroline was such an expert in bugs and cockroaches. And
I don't like cockroaches, so I study them. Because the only way you can kill something is if you know what it does.
That's why she bugs you.
What is everyone's bug, their most common bug where they are?
Go ahead, Caroline. What's your most common bug that you think of?
I have ants. My house, the little tiny ants. My house has been plagued by them all summer.
Mel?
So here it depends on the season. We have all kinds of bug seasons here in Oklahoma. Honestly, that's the best way to group seasons. So right now, I feel like it's flies. I get a fly in my room almost every day. So yeah, flies.
At least that's a decent bug if it needs to be a bug in my eyes. But go ahead, Nelson.
Moths.
Moths?
Yeah, moths are big in Oklahoma too.
Oh, you must have a bunch of holy shirts and old pants, but
no, I keep them away from the house.
Melody?
I don't know what's because I hate bugs and this whole conversation freaks me out and I'm like purposely half listening because like I am getting I can't deal with bugs. So like as a result, I'm like most of my apartments are high rises, so I can get away from bugs.
Okay,
So
I didn't know that was the case, but Norm?
In the basement will be millipedes, but outside will be ants and bees and lightning bugs and all these.
Lightning bugs.
Yeah.
Saraya?
Yeah, I would say in New York, not in my apartment, luckily. I'm going to jinx myself. Cockroaches, but here in my apartment, fruit flies. And I don't even have fruit.
In New York, the worst thing is bed bugs, which I had it.
Oh, bed bugs.
I had that.
Yes.
Oh,
nothing. Oh, yes. I've been told. Never mind. I've been told I'm the biggest bug around. But I would say fireflies. Fireflies are popular. They love it.
Interesting, Julianne.
Yeah, I think New York City, where I live now, and I think cockroaches. So.
Roaches.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that's what I would say. Cockroaches. I'm actually very happy where I live right now. There's been no roaches since I came here. Very grateful. Try not to. I keep cleaning the place up so they don't come. They're like magnets of food and stuff. So I toss it immediately, which is spectacular. So we still got a few minutes. We're almost out of our time, but we can continue. We don't have to talk about the roaches no more because we don't want to get Melody pissed off. If she comes back to New York, she might give me a neck choke and put me out. But I do see Saraya. Okay, he's still going to show it, but Saraya.
That's the millipedes we get in the house.
I've seen millipedes on Long Island. Yeah.
They eat other bugs, so that's a good thing.
I just imagined us all running together on a team like this.
Do you run, Saraya? Do you run?
I do, but I haven't for the last couple weeks, but I'm going to get back into it.
Okay, that's spectacular. Okay, I'm seeing this thing. I'm just clicking that. So Caroline shows me a whole bunch of these enormous bugs. I'm not sure why, but okay. So just kind of like what to me it's funny because my sister's kind of like acts like Melody especially when you talk about spiders. She's don't talk about spiders. Even though Arachnophobia was a decent movie with John Goodman back in the heyday, but looks like Mel's making a face or nodding her head.
I also cannot stand spiders.
Yeah, I always felt like if it didn't fly, it was dangerous. I was like, if it flies, okay, good. It's not going to crawl into my body.
What about Spider-Man? Is he acceptable?
He's acceptable. Take it. I'm okay with Spider-Man. Yes.
Spider-Man. Oh.
And see what I do love. Again, I always say the greatest sitcom of all time, and I will talk about sitcoms forever, but Everybody Loves Raymond. Brilliant sitcom, but the one kid is bothering Ray, and he's like, "Oh no, you're wrong. The spiders do fly. They do their little," which is hysterical. But
Oh, I love that moment. That kid had such attitude. Like he's like,
he was a piece of crap.
"Don't fly," and the kid's like, "Actually, they do." It's like the delivery on that was impeccable.
Yeah, no, that was a great. Yeah, the kid driving Raymond bananas, which was hysterical, and they're like, "Oh, don't worry about it." His wife and oh no, that's like a kid you want to strangle. You're like, okay, this kid needs to.
Oh, I had to deal with a kid like that one time when I was moving. I was like 13 years old, and the movers came, and one of the movers had their little girl with them, and naturally, because I was the kid, I was the youngest, and I was a girl, I was meant to babysit the kid. And this kid was such a brat. She was like, "Do this, sit down over here, throw me the ball." "No, not like that." And I was like, by the end of the day, I was ready to throw this kid over the fence. I was like, I was so done. And then I understood at that moment what adults meant when they said I need a drink. I never knew.
You missed an opportunity to teach her dodgeball.
And Mel, that was your start?
That was my start. And that's why I am where I am today.
Alcoholic at a young age. I mean, again, Mel's
14.
like unbelievable. Just with her character, what's what. She's amazing with her personality. What's what. So whatever she's doing right. So are you saying that for people to drink? No, just kidding. Don't start with that.
Wine or beer, though.
Are you whining? Are you whining?
I am whining a bit, yes, but not like that kid was whining. You haven't heard whining.
Well, you should give the kid some alcohol. The kid will feel better, get a drunk, will be quiet. I don't recommend that, but
Yeah, I kind of didn't want to go to jail yet either. So.
Yeah.
Oh,
not yet anyway. I have a
Hey,
bit
Evan.
first.
Evan, are you speaking, out of because you've been there?
Oh, well, I have an ankle brace right now, so that's why I'm like.
The Metallica incident. We talked about this.
Yes, and I actually, my mother, because I sang so much to my mother that she called the police on me, and they said he can only go to jail 10 times a year. So I'm back home for a little bit before.
But so we're gonna call this our set just about, but before we call it our set, just again, we're the Improfessionals, and you all did an amazing job for especially the long time. So I do appreciate you all in there and just making it. But I like to go around just to see what in general did you like, because again, we were on for a long time. So we'll just go with you, Caroline, right off the bat. What did you like? Like, again, I hope you liked everything, but what did you like in general overall in art?
I always love a good guessing game.
You love a good guess game, and you and Mel did an amazing job guessing it, and they all did an amazing job doing the charades. How about yourself, Miss Mel?
I also loved the guessing game. Those are great. And I loved everyone's poetry. Great ego boost. So thanks for that.
No, well, you did an amazing job, Mel, and I agree with partially some of the poetry. Some of that poetry, like, what the heck? Toss that out. But you did a great job, Mel. Nelson.
I like last word, first word. That's always a challenge to keep that going and to be thinking about that. So yeah, last word, first word.
And you did a great job. Thank you so much, Nelson. Definitely appreciate that. Melody.
I like objection.
Objection.
I disagree.
Do you object?
See, what I love is, I made sure that I asked what's her favorite, because we already know what was her least favorite of Melody, but Norm.
I was amazed at Caroline and Mel's performance guessing. How you got Snow White and Captain Crunch, I would like to know. I would never guess those.
Nah, but you did.
You didn't know? I was giving them sign language. They both know sign language, and I was spelling out words for them.
Oh.
And Saraya, Norm did a great job with that, but your charades was brilliant. Go ahead, Saraya.
I liked a lot of things, but one thing that I liked that I'm thinking of now is how you switched up pun style games in the middle of it. So we did a lot of different ones, which was fun.
Oh, and you did a great job. Thank you. And you, again, did an amazing job with the puns. And Evan, yourself.
Oh, yes, I liked everything, but last word, first word was very fun. And also my poem, I'm going to get it published. Someone called me. Already.
Yeah, definitely. Evan's very talented, but definitely not winning nothing in his poetry readings by any stretch. But great job, Evan and Julianne.
I really like the game Objection also. I like making up ridiculous arguments.
And you did a great job. And oh, well, before I say who I am, I should say what I liked or disliked. I liked everything everybody here done. I love the good, the bad, the ugly. Again, I was expecting Werewolf to last a bit longer, but Nelson got busted immediately. Like, oh yeah, I see you 1,001 wolves every other night. And you're like,
Yeah.
what the hell is
I
going
have
on?
wolf parties every night.
But overall, you all did an amazing job. It was very entertaining. So thank you all. The Improvisers Week, Caroline Dunn, Mel Post, Nelson Morgan, Melody Mon, Norm, Saraya Ahmed, Evan Leslie, and Julianne Park. And I'm Andy Abramson. Thank you all, everybody. Have an amazing night and appreciate y'all. Definitely.
Great job, everybody.
Great job. Okay, Loin. Oh yeah, so actually I keep doing a good job at least staying away from putting that down, but yeah, so basically because I keep on like wanting to mess with my video. Evan's coming back. It goes down to what I will say, just because I want to advertise this tomorrow, because I'm getting people canceling on me already for tomorrow, which is a bummer that I'm just seeing it up on my phone, which is I'm like, okay, let's not check. The prediction of the weather is kind of up in the air tomorrow, but I am doing a Central Park improv thing from 1 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. For those in New York City and New Jersey, you want to come over. So at this point, it's still going. That's the goal. And what I will say is, it's nothing else to say, right? Is there something I'm supposed to say, Caroline?
I'll wait till people find out if you end up canceling it due to the weather.
Oh yeah, that's a great question. So yeah, so basically I will message it up, see here and there if it gets canceled, just on all the websites and all the, the going here, because some people did already pay and what's what. So I'm not even sure who canceled officially, because I'm just seeing the wording and all that. I don't want to mess up the show by doing that. But again, the goal is try not to cancel. I think we're gonna be okay, but never know until you know. But Caroline, would you like to introduce the next individual that's going to do some
Sure.
stand-up?
Up next, we have one of the smartest men in the world, Joshua
Oh,
Previn.
yeah, fourth smartest individual on the planet.
Fourth,
There we go.
still at 4. All right, holding strong, holding strong.
Joshua, Paige and Joshua Previn. Is he going up?
There we go.
All right,
Here I am. Thank you. Let me just fix this. How's the rain over there?
It's not too bad right now, but it's on and off constantly.
Good. Well, building north. Hey, good news. You might have heard I'm up one level. I'm third. It's a long story. I can't really get into it, but we're just Steve and Lucy and I have just been chilling, margaritas, hot dogs, little pizzas. Been grilling some corn on the cob and big fondue with chocolate with bananas and pineapples and just daiquiris, and we have one of those pigs on a spit. We've been roasting that thing for, what is it, Steve? Yeah, like 2 days now. So it's getting pretty good. But we feel, more than anything else, we feel grateful for the bump. And we've been working hard at it, obviously, but so having said that, a couple things which in the chat people have wanted to address, and we wanted to get right to that. Again, there was a question about what were the special items that you would get if you signed up, and there was some confusion about that, and that's on me. Initially, we had said there would be gold doubloons and pirate treasure, and that was wrong. It was Cracker Jacks in a little box. And so we will be issuing refunds to everybody. And I guess that's just Bob, because you're the only one who did that. We have a lot of things in the chat. It's been a big month. It's great to see you guys again. We're overhauling the operation. We are moving most of our operations to Paris, France. And we are going to take a little spot in the Eiffel Tower. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a very tall tower, and they're not expecting us, but we will be setting up a little shop on the first level up, because we want to, keep it fresh, keep it real for you guys. Steve will be working part-time. He is a driver's ed instructor. He has a car that has 2 steering wheels and 2 brakes, and that's really cool. So we're going to try and work that into everything. What else? What else do we have? Lucy, what else is on the docket? Oh, yeah, we're going to be playing. We started a band. I didn't even mention that. We, with a couple of the other top 10 smartest people, I've started a band. And we'll be playing most of the. Are we playing SoFi Stadium, or is that still on, or is Paul McCartney? Oh, good. We're a tentative on. We might be opening for McCartney at the SoFi Stadium. It's the band is mainly. What do you call that? What do you call the instrument that we? Oh, it's a banjo, and it's great stuff. It's a lot of banjo music. It's a lot of pots and pans and stuff. And we have an electric guitar. We have Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine. We have Lady Gaga is in. She's a hard maybe. And it's going to be amazing. It's going to be really amazing. It is fall, and it is getting cold out. I do want to. We have quite a lot of people in Australia who apparently are big fans of our podcast TED Talk. And I just want to tell them that, Andy said it's getting cold, but in your area, in Australia, it's just the opposite. Because the Earth, Lucy, why is that again? It doesn't matter. It's something, I could explain it, but it's a very highly intelligent thing. But the amazing thing is that it's getting warmer, not colder down there. They are standing upside down, not right side up. And their toilets are also upside down. And so when you flush them, the water goes, it's a different place. It's called Australia. And it's a continent and an island. Is it a continent and an island? It's an isthmus. I believe it's an isthmus or an archipelago. Isthmus. Isthmuses. Isthmuses are really the main thing I wanted to talk about today, because they're important. Archipelagos are great. A series of small islands in a row. That's really useful if you have a small boat and you want to move from one to the next. That's great. If you're being chased, for example, and you have a little boat and the other person does not, you can, and he'll be, and if he's a swimmer, but he can't catch you. So an archipelago, do not get me wrong, it's great. But an isthmus, on Christmas is heavenly. I don't know what an isthmus. Yes, I do. An isthmus is a small piece of land connecting two larger pieces of land, like the Panama Canal. That's kind of an isthmus. An isthmus is good if you're being chased, also because you can. What I would do is I would get into a little kind of funny clown car and just drive quickly down the isthmus. And then when the people are trying to get you, try to follow you, they will laugh and hopefully fall in, because an isthmus is very nice. An isthmus is isthmus. Anyway, it's a part of land. It's not an island archipelago. There's other there's canyons. Canyons are great. Ravines or fjords. These are all synonyms. Synonyms. Synonyms are words that sound that mean the same thing but sound different. Like, for example, cinnamon, nutmeg, pumpkin spice. All of those taste weird, and it's not good to put a lot of them in a pie. You can ruin a pie. Since it is fall and we're coming up on Thanksgiving, there's nothing worse than nutmeg. Like too much nutmeg in a delicious pie, that's not good. That tastes bad. And that pisses me off because it's unnecessary. A nutmeg, by the way, is also when you kick the ball between a defender when you're playing soccer. Soccer is a fall sport for men, I think. The point is that all of these things are connected, like an isthmus connects continents and stuff like that. Look, it's all a cycle of life among Australia, the isthmus of Canada. How's our viewership, Steve? Are we going up or down? Because I need to know, I need some feedback. Oh, okay. We've been doing some research, audience research, to try and figure out how to best augment our signal. Because right now we're broadcast through all 5 continents. And are we through, what do we got, Mars, Venus, or I think we're in most of the inner solar system, but we're trying to broaden out, try to because the YouTube is catching up. TikTok is bad. Is TikTok bad or good? TikTok is bad. I think they're spying on us. They might not be, but the point is, you never know. So you what I'm trying to say is that we need to meet more frequently. We need to share ideas. We need to be taking each other's TED Talk classes, or we're never going to learn anything. I want to know what you have to learn. You have to know what I want to learn. Some of you are probably smart. And, I'm not the kind of third or second smartest man in the world who looks down his nose at anybody. I mean, for one thing, a lot of people are taller than me and I look up my nose at them. So let's not pussyfoot around. Time is running short, right? I believe the sun will explode at some point. Is that correct, Lucy? Can you look that up? And let me put it this way. When the sun explodes, we're not going to want to put a fall sweater on. It's going to be hot as hell. You're going to want to go to the beach, whatever, get in your pool, because that's going to be fucking hot. Excuse me. Fudging hot. And that would be a good time to go to an isthmus because there's water on either side of you. At any moment, you can just jump in to your favorite side or your least favorite side. The side that you're not being chased by a robber, or the other side. Either way, you should be wearing sunscreen. You should be wearing a bathing suit. You should be wearing a bathing cap if you can afford one. You should be wearing flippers, and you should be wearing little funny floaties that are Christmas themed. Christmas is coming up, but we don't want to jump thing. We still have Halloween. We still have Thanksgiving. These are all going to be themes in the upcoming extravaganza. I hope the word extravaganza is an amazing word. It's I think it's Italian, extravaganza. I believe that's what it must be from. Either that or not. It could be Celtic. Because the Celtics are a basketball team. The Celtics are a race of small, tiny people running around in Ireland, I believe. Or maybe they're no, they're not small. They're just Celtic. Celtish? No. We need to stay focused because what's happening is we're keep veering off the isthmus into the archipelago. This is not the time to lower standards or cut corners or pinch pennies or jip each other down. This is the time we have to pull together. 2024 is going to be a mother effing weird year. I think it's one for the history books because I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. Excuse me. I got it. Hey, Lucy and Steve, can you please post me a reminder not to cuss on the live waves? It's an FTC thing. SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, will monitor that, and they do not like it when you curse on publicly available broadcasting channels, I believe. Sometimes we stray from our main point. The main point is to tell you what happened in this day in history, and we always forget, we always get sidetracked, and not anything good happened on this day at any point in history. Literally everything. There was a stock market crash. There were several horrible massacres of people, literally multiple. The Allies did break through the German Hindenburg line, so that's good. So let's leave it at there. That's great. Whew. Exercise is important. I have been exercising because it makes you smarter and stronger. It sharpens your ears, your eyes, and your mouth. It heightens your senses. Some people think we have a sixth sense. That's ridiculous. We don't have a sixth sense because we only have 5 senses. So those people are idiots, and you should not listen to them. And they are trying to sell you a bill of goods. That's bullshit. Once again, I've cursed. Guys, I need to post it or something. We need to. The other thing I was going to say is that apparently as you guys know, there's a lot of rain in New York. And when there's a lot of rain in one city, that means there's a lot less rain in another city, because at any given time in the world, there's only a certain amount of rain allocated to cities. And it's very simple. It's a physics mathematical thing, which I don't expect you to understand. But so right now I'm in Los Angeles and it's not raining because it's raining in New York. And in the rainforest in Brazil, also close to an isthmus, it is, I assume, raining all the time, or wouldn't be called a rainforest. Would I like to go to a rainforest? Ever? No. Why? Because it is teeming with bugs and snakes. I do not want to go there. I do not want to go there. I will watch videos of really cool birds and animals. I love it. YouTube, whatever. I don't want to go there. Don't make me go there. I'd rather go to France and visit myself in the Eiffel Tower, where we'll be set up. We'll have some espresso on the fire, some baguettes, some chocolate croissant, some frog's legs, some saucisson et fromage. We will have all the things that they do in France. We will be wearing chapeaux, little berets. We will be painting each other, not painting on each other, but painting portraits of each other. We'll be smoking cigarettes. We will be getting invaded by Germany twice. We will fight the first time and we will capitulate like a total pussy the second time. That's not the point. We're going to be there. We're not going to try to alienate the locals. The Eiffel Tower is a great symbol of it's unclear, but mainly of France, I would say. But it's a great tower. I don't know if you've ever climbed on it at night when you're not supposed to. I have. It's fun. I wear a headlamp. It's safer. But if you're in Paris, please stop by. We'll be there. We'll be playing guitar. We'll be singing French songs. We'll be singing the Marseillaise. Holy shit. We will be roasting marshmallows. And most of all, we'll be trying to keep warm because unlike other places, Paris has seasons. So that's why we're going to bring our coats, put our sweaters on, head down to the rainforest, look around for a couple months till we really soak it all in. Then we'll head back to France, and then we will be broadcasting live. And I will hopefully at that point be the smartest person in the world. That's sounds like a plan. So God bless as usual. Hey guys.
That's Joshua. Thank you, Joshua Previn.
You're welcome.
So, Joshua.
Yes.
Do you have a question for Joshua, Caroline?
Yeah, where can we find the list of the smartest people?
Oh, you know what? I will let me text that to you a little later because I don't want it to we'll just keep it on the QG, but it's a great question and I will definitely. Do you have a fax machine? Because I'm still doing faxes, but we're going to switch to emails pretty soon, I think. So.
Okay. Well, I'll wait for you to get into email.
Okay.
My fax machine.
Great. Good question, though. Very good question.
So yeah, just kind of curious, Joshua, are you performing anywhere in person or online? You know, in the near.
No, I'm not. Not at this point. Except for in online jams.
Okay, well, so that's online, so that's a thing, but that's not a show, but that's with the jams.
Totally. I'm with the Cartoony Jam and also with the Cyber Jam on Mondays. It's a lot of fun. Also, you know, my dad lives in New York, so someday I'm going to be in New York and I want to come see your guys, you know, show live. I would love to do that and meet you.
No, that would be spectacular. Yeah, we actually have a new member that is in New York City, which makes it more of a opportunity that we get to perform back in New York, which we used to do.
Awesome.
But yeah, do you have a website that people can follow you when you do stuff in person or online?
I'm on Facebook. That's the easiest way.
Thank you so much. And next month, which is going to be our 39th month in a row performing, is our 4th Halloween extravaganza, because it was our third month. That's why it's been that. So we would love to have you. And, you know, we'd love for you to dress up, even though every time we say dress up, brings his dolls, but he goes down to.
That's true. Yeah, I'm going to find a costume this time.
All right. Well, thank you so much. The 4th smartest individual on the planet, Joshua Previn. All right. Thank you so much. So, Caroline, would you like to introduce the next gentleman that's waiting in the wing?
Sure. Up next, we have Alan Enlow.
It's one of those. Just take your pick. Alan Enlow. All right. I know it's a tough name. It's a tough name. Anyway, it's coming to you live from Brooklyn. I should be talking like this. Coming to you live from Brooklyn. A lot of rain here today. We did have some some floods going on. But we happen to be in a lucky neighborhood, and you can see this is an old picture. Otherwise, there would be water here. But I love Brooklyn. I really do. And because you have all kinds of people here. There's a lot of ex-mafia people here. They're always fun to hang out with. You can always tell an ex-mafia person because they have those raspy voices. You run into them on the street. They're like, "Hey, buddy, get the hell off my car. You're leaning on my car." You know, I always apologize immediately. I'm sorry, Maria. I won't let that happen again. I have an old Italian landlord. He's one of those old world Italian landlords who screams everything. Yeah, he actually came running up to me in the lobby of my building once, just screaming at the top of his lungs. He's like, you break the front door. I know, because every day you come into the door, you come out of the door." And I looked at him, I said, "Hey, pal, take a look at me. I didn't break the front door. I can barely break my wife's hymen." You know, and you can tell he didn't know what a hymen was, because as he walked away, he was mumbling to himself, "Hey, you break the hymen, you pay for that too." Yeah. That's why Brooklyn is fun. I'm actually ubiquitous in my neighborhood. Look it up, because I have no idea what it means. No, actually, I'm very popular. I'm a minor celebrity because I eat at the same restaurants and fast food places, and I always order the same thing. So they have a nickname for me according to what I order. For instance, when I go into the local taco place, they call me Fish Taco. They're like, "Hey, Fish Taco. Hey, what's going on, man?" Now, if I were a woman, I think I'd be insulted with that. "You call me a fish taco? How dare you?" But I'm fine with it. Now, when I go to the Greek place, Nico's, Greeks are notorious for having really long names, and it usually ends with a Greek town. And I don't think Nico likes me very much because it takes him like 5 minutes to say my name. He's like, "Oh, look, here comes Liz." "Oh, Demir, driving me crazy. I swear to God, if you don't shut up, I'm going to beat your butt, tan your hide, make your backbone slide, start to cry." Hey, absolutely true. I turned 71. This week shows at the nursing homes, and study off and on for 20, 30 years long. Literally everybody famous. I worked with Chris Rock, John Stewart, and that way there'll be no triggers. I never had a sex talk. Would have been the same speech. "Boys, this is a picture of your genitals, and after today, don't ever touch them again, and especially don't show them to your friends." I never understood hunting. That I never understood. Why would you shoot an innocent animal and put its head up on a wall? You know, how'd you like it if you walked into a forest and all of a sudden one of your relatives is up on a tree? It's like, "Uncle Bob, how many times have I told you, if you're going to go hunting, don't wear the Bambi t-shirt?" And wouldn't you love it if one of those animals that you mounted on a wall all of a sudden could talk? It's like, "Hey, fella, come here. Yeah, it's me, Bullwinkle. Yeah. You didn't shoot me. It was Smokey the Bear. He lopped off my head. That fucker needs a manicure." But we have many problems, as I said. Our planet is just going to pieces. I love how we talk about Mother Earth like she's a real person, and then we treat her like crap. If Mother Earth were a real person, she'd be roaming the planet with a hole in her neck, like, "Hey, somebody give me a cigarette. Hey, mister, let me suck your car exhaust pipe for $1. Come on." Yeah, she would be in bad shape. But I have the solution to the pollution. And that is, we need to do what the government does when they can't solve a problem. They hire the mafia. Yeah, we should hire a guy named Vinny to do commercials. Say, "Hey, how you doing? My name's Vincenzo, and if you pollute or throw any garbage in the street whatsoever, I will rip off your arm, shove it up your ass, and use you like a hand puppet to apologize. I'm sorry, Vinny, I'll never do it again." "You're damn right you won't. Remember, kids, give a hoot, don't pollute, or I'll freaking whack you." Yeah, I know that doesn't rhyme, but hey, it's the best I can do, okay? Yeah. But what's coming up? What's coming up in 24? Scary, isn't it, folks? Very scary. It's called the presidential election. Who are we going to vote for? I was thinking maybe Cardi B, because she makes all those weird sound effects. I mean, that's as intelligent as any the other candidates are making. You know, we've got Joe Biden, who's basically doing his Joe Biden dance. Demand cha-cha, demand cha-cha. Yeah. And of course, we all know the guy that didn't show up for the Republican debates, Trump. He never really wanted to be president. It's true. He just wanted to be on TV all the time. So I think, why doesn't he just do that already? He's like, hi, it's me. Donald Trump. That's right. It's Trump TV 24/7, 24/7 of moi, moi, moi. By the way, moi stands for me in Spanish. Thank you. Now, I think the scariest candidate of all of them, and of course, is Ron DeSantis. Quick impression. This is Ron DeSantis as a vampire. I suck. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, because let's face it, if he becomes president, Disney World is screwed. He hates Disney World. If he becomes president, there'll be no more fireworks at night at Disney World. There'll just be book burnings. The rides will literally become goofy. Hey, boys and girls, climb aboard the immigration plane and we'll never see you again. And of course, he'll have misogynist dwarves. Instead of 7 dwarves, there'll be 8. The new one will be sleazy. They'll be singing misogynist songs. Hi ho, it's $50 a ho, hi ho. All right, let me end with a quick impression here for you. As most of you know, my favorite comic has always been, one of my favorites has always been Gilbert Gottfried. If you're not familiar with Gilbert, he talks very loudly and told old jokes. You know, these 2 Jews walked into a bar. They started bleeding because you don't walk into the bar, you walk inside of it. But now, if you've never met Gilbert, he doesn't really talk like that. He wouldn't be able to be married if he had a voice like that. You know, hey, honey, you get the wine, I'll get the hot dogs. Okay, let's make love. No, all right. So we're gonna do a quick impression here. I know you out there in virtual land can yell back. This is Gilbert telling a knock-knock joke. Knock, knock. Who's there? Not me, 'cause I'm dead. Thank you. Thank you for participating. If you did, that's it for me. And now back to our hosts.
Thank you, Alan and Lo.
Thank you.
So I'll click on my buttons over
Or in Lao.
Oh, and Lao.
Every single time I kept on saying to myself, "Oh, you're gonna get it right this time. You're gonna get it right this time."
You know, you've had a good average.
And then what comes out of my mouth?
You've had a good average, you know.
Yeah.
Dinah, Carolina, and
Someone's in my kitchen, you know.
and I.
It's in low, isn't it? In low?
It is in low, yeah. But
oh, okay. So it's right. Okay.
And every single time I look at it and go, it's end low, and then my brain goes, no, it's not. You're wrong. Go end loud.
Sorry, it gives us something to talk about.
Yeah, you know.
So
it's funny just because nobody hears, and they're coming from the other side, but they're all putting up their video instead of putting it down from the breakout room. Didn't know what was coming on, but it's so just sort of
more the merrier, more the merrier, right?
Just curious, do you have a question for Alan, Caroline, besides asking him how to pronunciate his name?
Yeah, where can we see you performing next?
I will be up in Dobbs Ferry this next month. At the they actually have a library show up there, and I put everything I do on Facebook and Instagram, and plus you can go onto my website alaninlow.com. In fact, if you want to donate to Gilbert Gottfried's favorite charity, there's a link on my homepage, and I actually did that because of what you guys suggested that we do that. So I put that on my website, and you can click on that and it takes you to Rochester University, and they're working on a cure for the disease that Gilbert died of. I can't even pronounce it. It's like a weird name.
No,
it's something like muscular dystrophy, but it's something else. So
no, well, that's definitely great. I mean, I like that you do that, and we need to get back into kind of just a little bit busy, and you know, there's many diseases obviously that can use the charity. And
but I attribute that to you guys because you're the ones that suggested that at one of our shows.
Yeah, so I need to get back into that. I keep forgetting, but I'm writing it down here. But again, that's one that I'm going to end up crubbling and tossing over. But that's
I know we all have a to-do list, and things just keep going down the page.
Maybe he has a to-do desk
with darts, and you just kind of throw them. And
yeah, the mind-boggling thing is how I keep it. Everything that I'm supposed to keep, I toss and kringle up, toss it in the garbage, and I come over here and I kept the wrong stuff and the other stuff. It's mind-boggling, but
well, the to-do list never ends, so never ends.
Have to do it, but yeah. So basically, are you? Though you kind of gave Caroline the rundown, are you performing in person that people could see you in person? That not maybe your website, but if you are, that people.
No, so I said in Dobbs Ferry this next month, I'll be performing. In
Oh,
Dobbs
that.
Ferry.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
saw something with the Dobbs Fair. I didn't realize that's actually a spot, but okay.
That's all right. Yeah, no, it's an actual live show.
Oh,
And-
okay, awesome.
And I might be doing Pangea, and I do the comic strip occasionally as well. So, but I always post it on Facebook and Instagram.
Dobbs Ferry, is that Jersey?
No.
Oh, where is it?
Dobbs Ferry is upstate New York. It's trying to think what I would say it was near. It's near Nyack and Valley Cottage, sort of Westchester, and and sometimes we did outdoor shows, but this time it's going to be an indoor show.
That sounds great. And again, I'm a New York City person, so upstate, same as Jersey. What the heck's the difference? I don't know.
I know. I found it out because I did a Zoom show, and then he said, "Well, we're going to do a live show," and so that's how I went up there. I would have never found out where it was. So anyway,
perfect. Thank you so much, Alan.
It was great to see you all. Where's Mo? Where's Mo tonight?
She wasn't able to make it, and for being here as long as we are, because we've been on for a long time. But what I will say is next month, which is Friday, October 27th, we do ask everybody to dress up if they can perform, because we're getting all the stand-up improv, people to perform, and we did it last year where it was good. So we would love to have you. You can let me know. But yep, if you don't
I'm
mind,
going to show up as Steve Buscemi's brother.
That's. But thank you so much, Alan Inlow.
All right, thank you all. Good to see you again. Say hi to Mo.
Have
a great rest of the night.
You too. Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Good boy. So what I would say is, of course, I knock everything down when I do that. But basically, tomorrow in the afternoon, if you're in New York City or New Jersey, doing an improv show. Not improv show, improv class. So it's from 1 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. The weather report's kind of making it sound like we're going to be good. And again, trust me, you won't do it if the weather's raining, but we will do it if it's not. So to me, it should be spectacular. Have fun. Message me again if you haven't already here and there, but should be a lot of fun. Next month is the Friday, October 27th, 2023. We do have shows. So if you're a stand-up comedian or improviser and you want to perform and you don't mind dressing up, please reach out to me because we would love to have you. Caroline, do you have any questions or something? What's what?
No.
Okay, well, straight to the point. So would you like to introduce the next in the finale of our extravaganza?
Yes, up next we have Timeless.
Aging Timeless, perfect.
Yeah, no. So Engelbert Humperdinck, he makes song. He makes song from reggae.
I don't know about you guys, but in Florida, all those counties that were not allowing pit bulls are going to allow pit bulls.
They probably have rooster fighting too, don't they?
No, but
I wasn't going to call it by its other name.
Okay.
Guys, I was just, all I was trying to do was meet with all of you to talk about our fall drink specials, not about animal fighting. Frida, I'm a vegan and that's upsetting to me. And you know that I don't know who Engelbert Humperdinck. He's like a legend.
World famous.
So like the featherless bird, is that one of the drinks?
He was born in India, you know.
Yeah, well,
not the featherless bird, Engelbert Humperdinck. I can't even say it.
Are you aware of this like TLC chicken vodka, Jimmy D? Is that who brought this?
I don't know. We used to make it when I was in the big house, We would make, of course we had to make it in the toilet, and they didn't look fondly on that. I don't
Jimmy,
want to talk about
would you try to be less graphic about some of your descriptions about life in the big house?
I'm gonna organize this. I have influencers coming here to get a slice of Iowa Davenport's exotic fall special that I've been advertising in the Davenport sofa. So I need to get on with this, guys.
What is exotic in Davenport, Iowa?
Nothing.
Gin from a toilet.
You should have come to the Ripe Tomato when I was dancing there, D. That was exotic.
Yeah, well, I couldn't because I was locked away, and now I got an ankle bracelet on. But you know what? I'll slip out of it later. You can make me a cocktail. I'll see you guys later.
Okay. Bye, Jimmy.
You know, Frida.
Yes, Howie.
Now it seems like you're talking much more about your past. Is this
A
true?
little bit. I don't.
Something's opening for you.
But I'm feeling like I can open up to you a little bit, Howie.
It seems you're opening up from everybody. Like maybe it's not just you and I personal. Hoo-hoo. Now it's you talk from everybody about it, which is good.
It was a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
But you know, if it wasn't for Frank, I wouldn't even be here.
This is true. This is true.
And look at me now.
Look at you now. Why?
Because I'm the manager of this place.
Oh,
And
yes.
I never
yes.
would have imagined that 15 years ago. Never.
It's like you're coming into your own, sort of.
Yeah, this is like my second chance for life.
Hey, Frida.
Yes.
Why don't you tell us a little bit more about that time you were driving out in the woods and you were with a couple of people and, you had a chicken in the back seat?
I think I've heard that one before.
Yeah, she started it and she never finished the story.
Oh my gosh. I
my.
was trying to forget that one.
Well, you want to tell us all about your dancing days? I figure we ought to learn some more.
Oh, I can't talk about chickens, Genevieve.
I remember, Frida.
Yes.
You told me about the chicken in the back. Just tell him.
That was my pet chicken.
It laid an egg.
It
While
did.
you guys were driving. Squeezed
did.
it right out.
It did.
Yeah.
I thought she wasn't feeling well. I was trying to take her to the vet, but she laid an egg.
So how did that translate into a new drink?
Well, when I got back to the bar, I said, we ought to create a drink called the chicken and the egg.
Yeah,
It
so
was
which
like a
came
new
first?
beginning. It was like, the new beginning. Yes. The people who raise chickens, part of this chicken community.
This afternoon.
Yeah. And so
Oh, I'm going to go hope to open up the door for those representatives.
yes,
Hey,
live
make
chicken.
make sure I can get into your
Dee, I'll save you some leftovers, okay?
Okay.
These are like people into farming, we're kind of city flair for making like country cool chic. And so you got me this hat to wear and I actually like it.
Yeah, I think I
it's not-
charged you how are we supposed to make spending money?
No, I know. And you do a great job. And as the editor of Davenport Sofa, I need for all of us. So
So
here,
if somebody happened to bet on which chicken was going to run around the ring first and
oh
then
my God.
in the back, I mean, that wouldn't hurt anything.
Okay. But Frida mentioned that I overheard you in the beginning saying you were into cockfighting. We're not doing that. These are people who raise chickens because they're into eggs, and we're not doing cockfighting at this.
What am I supposed to do with the bets that people already put?
I just do it in the back, okay? Keep it in the back. We're gonna keep it on the down low, but we got to impress these people because this is one of our biggest events we've ever had.
Okay.
Just don't kill any animals, though. Could I just? Is that like the one request I have? I mean, I love the hat. Maybe you could make more of these hats. I don't know. Maybe you could make money doing this.
Well, maybe we'll do a family-friendly version.
Oh gosh.
All
Sounds
right, I'll see you guys a little later. Hey,
I
Alex.
I spoke from the 4-H people,
Okay.
and they say everything from the chicken you can use, and from the egg you can drink the egg. You put it in, and I made a drink for our bar. So maybe when it tastes, it has a raw egg,
Ooh.
and I don't tell you what else is in there before you
I'm
taste.
glad you didn't. Oh, Howie, that's not going to work. We can. I tell you what, if we
vile.
mix the egg up,
Yeah,
you know, like we beat the egg
we
and
can have
put a little
breakfast.
bit of right, like eggnog. You know, you put a little bit of milk in it, you put a little bit of nutmeg in it, and then you put some alcohol in it, and it'll be like spiked eggnog. That we can do.
What? Who invented eggnog? How did that work? A person he's drinking milk and then goes, "Oh, I'm going to put an egg in there." Who does that?
Like that. We'll have
Maybe
to
that's how
look that
it
up.
started.
It could have been. Somebody was trying to have their breakfast and their milk at the same time, and they didn't want to cook it.
I make mangoes that way because I don't want to cut the rind off of it. So I just put it into a glass with some soda water.
All right. Well, see if you can mix that up, and I'll taste it then. Okay. Mix the egg first.
Mix
Put
the
some
egg.
milk in, just a half a cup maybe, some nutmeg, and then pour some rum or brandy in it, and we'll try
Hey
that.
guys.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hey. So you know, I wanted to talk to you about some drinks that were maybe I'm lactose intolerant. I don't like to talk about it, but maybe something
Mhm.
without milk, something that could
Okay.
be like, you know, milk
How about
free.
almond milk? Does that work?
Yeah, I can do that. You know, I
Okay.
kind of want to keep it on the down low because I don't want people here to know that, you know.
Yeah. I won't tell anybody.
You know, when you're in the big house and you show weakness, you get shivved.
Yeah.
You know, you get stuck inside. I don't want that. So
All right.
I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't share that.
We won't share that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Who invented almond milk and how did that happen? Someone is eating almonds and then goes, "Oh, I know what. We can make milk from this." Who does that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Huh?
Yes, you
Gwyneth Paltrow. She
all right.
on her Goop podcast, and she makes her own organic almond milk because she grows it in her orchard, and she has an almond press, and so she's basically utilizing vegan resources.
How did she find to do that?
I'm gonna go try the meatloaf. See ya.
Don't take too much.
How did she milk an almond?
I better go keep an eye on him.
I mean, did she have a bag of almonds and say, "Oh, I know, I like to take milk from cow from the udder, so now I'm going to squeeze the almond from the bottom and pff, there's milk." I mean, who does that?
I don't, you know, it's a really, I'm stumped, Howie, and sometimes it's just like I wonder, well, then who decided to stomp grapes and make wine?
Genevieve, you may be the same page here. I don't.
We
Who
are.
does this? I don't understand. You take grapes. You're eating grapes, huh?
Right.
And they go, "Oh, I know what. I'm
Hey,
going to
guys.
stomp on them."
Wait,
Look,
we're not.
I was
Jimmy.
walking by and you guys were talking about stomping grapes. You know I'm Italian. It's in your blood if you're Italian. You walk on the grapes. It's just something you do. You were born with it.
So
Especially if
Italian
it's
babies
good.
just stomp grapes and make wine, and that's
They
how
don't
wine started.
stop them. Yeah, something like that.
When you
But
were
hey, I
when
wanted
you
to
were a
talk to you.
baby,
Yes.
did you dream of stomping grapes?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
I dreamed about toys and
Ah.
you know, acquiring stuff. And now I like to acquire stuff as a grown-up. Look, I wanted to ask you guys a question. I was a little bit concerned about Frida. She's running the bar now, but she's getting a little wild. You know?
Well, she used to be a stripper at the Ripe Tomato, Hot Tomato, that whole
Yeah,
chain of.
but that's a whole new thing. I'm like, I don't know how to handle this.
She's opening up, I think.
Yeah.
Us. But I
I
think
don't know.
she's
I
opening
liked it.
up to everybody.
I liked it better when I could just steal some meatloaf and we didn't have any kind of, you know, wildness going on. I feel like out of place.
You're running a cockfight in the back and you feel out of place because Frida's having fun making exotic drinks in a bikini?
That's his business decision in the back. That's business.
Oh.
You know,
Howie, by the way, Howie, did you clean your toilet yet? Because we're going to need to mix some of that new stuff that I was working on in it.
I have a question for you, Jimmy. Who invented toilet and how did that happen? Someone went, oh my gosh, I gotta poop, I gotta poop, I gotta poop. I don't know where to poop. Oh, I'm going to make porcelain and I'm going to make a gauging thing and I'm going to press a lever. Who thinks
you guys
way?
Thinks that way.
You guys think I have all the answers, but I don't know. You know, when I was down in South America, they used a hole in the ground. They don't have porcelain toilets.
Right.
In
Yeah, when I
Chicago,
was-
the same way sometimes.
Yeah, well, I was down in South America enjoying art, running a few weapons, but I really feel like I was.
I don't want to hear this. I'm going to get.
It gets her very upset when you talk about weapons.
Oh, I guess that was the wrong word.
It's what it is in the big house.
Yeah, Howie, I feel like we're getting closer.
I think we are in some ways.
Yeah,
I like you,
maybe we
Jimmy.
should be closer in more ways. I like you, Howie.
I like you very much. You and we have had same experiences in some ways.
You're so wise. I think that maybe we have.
Maybe in this life or maybe from other life.
Yeah, I could believe that. Of course, I don't want anybody else to know that. That's just for in here,
I don't know why that has to be a secret, but okay, I keep a secret that we think that maybe we know each other from old lives.
Some people see that as a weakness. But I like the connection. Hey.
Yes, I think it's a very good connection.
Yeah, good.
Don't tell anybody else now because it's our private secret, which we only share between the two of us. Sometimes when someone says to me, oh, I need to talk with you and you hold from secret good and all that, and then they tell me something and they say, don't tell anyone, I find out that they told many other people.
Yeah, well, I'm not telling anybody else.
Okay.
But I will tell you this. I think we should celebrate our kinship with one of those cold beers in your fridge.
How did you know I have a cold beer in my fridge?
I
That
went
was a
to make sure
secret
your
between me
TV
and
was connected, and I happened to open the fridge.
That was a secret between me and Frida.
Oh, so you're keeping secrets with Frida now?
Well, you're keeping secrets with people, even though it's me.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. I'll talk to you later.
I have a new
Me
drink.
too. I gotta go. I don't want to tell anybody.
Yeah, come to the bar. Come to the bar and show me the drink, please. Please
Yes.
come.
It's really good. It's mango eggnog. Can you believe that?
Mango eggnog. Frida, you're getting so tropical.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, yes. Yes. Oh, look, oh, I want to try this. This is, oh, look at you with umbrellas, Frida. Oh my God.
What do you think? Try it.
It's not bad. It's got a zip of rum.
Of course. That's the ingredient.
Oh, Frida. Frida, you've gotten a little feisty lately. You've been dancing a lot, you know, taking us back to the days of the hot tomatoes. I mean, you worked at all the branches of the tomatoes. Was it like Hooters, but it's like tomatoes?
Oh, baby, it was better than Hooters. Hooters is just a tease.
Really? Oh man, it's wow.
You know, I was head of the pole dancers union back then.
It's amazing that they had a union.
We
and
had to protect the girls.
Yeah, of course, and now, like, I mean, they really do need a union because they could have like AI girls, like those fake ones, and it's kind of like the writers' strike where they didn't want AI filling in, so like they don't want like AI pole dancers.
It's taking over everything.
Yeah, it's scary. I mean, but this is like this is a set job. I mean, they can't have AI bartenders, right?
No, it's an experiential job. You can't do it with computers.
There's no way like there's going to be like a robot bartender. That's no fun. Like he'll be like, "Here is your drink." No.
Not on my watch.
No, we're not doing that. No, this is so much fun. Jimmy D got me this hat. I'm really set for this group. I think this is one of our best groups ever, these chicken.
You know why? Because they're down home Iowa folks.
Down home Iowa folks.
No pretense, no airs. Just regular people.
And that's why you're kind of mixing it up, giving them a little spice when they come to the double nickel, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So smart. Frida, so I just want to tell you that I'm really glad you're feeling relaxed lately and having a little more fun. It's nice to see you like this.
Yeah, I've been too stressed out before, and I decided it's just time to loosen up a little bit.
Yeah, it's like kind of like you feel like you have like the second chance to have some fun again. You know, we got you. We have your back. You know that, right?
I do now.
Yeah.
You guys are pretty awesome, you know?
You know, even though I'm like from New York and I came here, I'm staying. Like, I'm not going back there. I'm staying. So I have your back, Frida, just so you know. And I mean,
I was always worried that you missed New York so much you wanted to go back.
No, this is kind of more interesting. You know, it's fun here. I really like not having all the stress of New York, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm excited. Where would I meet all these chicken people from?
Mostly Iowa State. There's a few coming in from some of the surrounding states like, you know, Illinois, Wisconsin, a few others. Mostly Iowa, though.
So, Frida, the real reason, though, just get real with me a second.
Okay, I'll try.
So that tomatoes, hot tomatoes, tamales, strip clubs, right? You met a lot of guys there, right? Could there be any old flames coming here, Frida?
I certainly hope not, actually.
You hope not?
Maybe one or two.
Hey guys, there's somebody at the front door who's asking for Frida. And
what's his name? Knew it. Frida, you're telling us you're holding out on us. Frida has a guy coming. I'm telling you.
I gotta check this out.
I see it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But he's insisting that he came a long way. And
all right, I'm gonna check this out. Thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Oh, Jimmy, this is exciting.
Yeah, it's a real thrill. Look, this game needs to work out in the back tonight, you know?
I know you get off on doing this. You know what? I mean, is it legal here to do chicken fighting in Iowa?
We'll just make it sound like it's a little more of a wrestle. But I'll tell you what, we'll just go a couple rounds and then I'll pull everything and we'll work it like that. But you know what? We've only got a couple minutes, and since we've only got a couple minutes till the bar closes,
Let me go get it ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Go talk to Howie. I got your back.
Right.
I got your
All
back.
right. Thank you.
Jimmy, so
yeah, Howie.
So you want to make from a fight with roosters, yeah?
Yeah, but you know what? Everybody's kind of coming down on me, and I'm feeling
So
bad about it.
I'm thinking maybe you could make one from AI.
I don't know
And
that
that
that's going to work. That's not.
it
gonna
wouldn't
be
offend
received
people.
the same way. You know.
Guys,
maybe-
get ready. We've got to get things ready for the.
I know. I think we all need to get to work to clean up the place. So I'm going to sign off, and you know, I will talk to you guys later. I don't know about the AI, but I appreciate you. Thanks for having my back.
Oh, Jimmy, here's some Lactaid. Here's
Oh,
some
thank you.
Lactaid. I know you're lactose intolerant, so
I
picked
am.
them up at Walmart.
And here's a raw egg if you want.
Yeah.
Here, you can
You'll be
put
fine.
And I've got some almond milk in the fridge for you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Yep. All right.
Right.
I'm out.
We'll see you
Me
later.
too. I'm
Later.
out.
All right, I'm out. Bye.
And that's our show.
Oh, you put that one up, Timeless. Give yourselves our applause. Agent Timeless is going. So, yeah. Caroline, do you have a question for a Timeless out of curiosities?
Yes. So we already know you guys are the double nickel, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any rival bar in the?
Yes.
Oh.
What?
Yes, it's across the street. The Squeaky Wheel.
Yeah, there
I
are.
hope you're not frequenting it.
You have something with the squeaky wheel?
I have been called a squeaky wheel, but I do not have anything with that particular squeaky wheel.
Oh, there's the other one down the street, the Greasy Pig.
Oh, I don't like it, so.
We're lucky that there's so many so close, being that it's in Iowa.
Davenport is a happening city.
Happening.
But we're the best.
We're the best.
Because
For sure, we're the best.
We're the place for second chances.
We are.
We
And we
are
have
the
a new
place for
slogan. You want to show them our new slogan? Ready? 1, 2, 3. High five from the 55.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very new.
It's so new that I didn't remember it.
I didn't know it.
We made a commercial, actually. We have a commercial that we filmed where we do that at the end, and it airs on our local Davenport, but we do have the video. It's if you check out Timeless Troop on Facebook, you can view that commercial.
Right.
It was
So-
on public access television, and
Yeah.
then, and then after public access, we got it on one of the local channels, which was a big leap for us.
It was a
And
huge.
that's it was a huge leap.
But
And
the
if
whole idea is that we're a place that's like a family, and we'll take anybody in because it is a place for second chances.
And
So that's why
families
we get so
are,
many odd characters coming by.
And families are dysfunctional.
But ours is better than our usual families.
Yes. It's our chosen family.
Very interesting, very cool. So do you have a website? I'll go around to each person because again, you may perform with other teams also. So I'll go around just to see. But And I apologize. And what I will say, Geneva Jones, editor, I do love that you were going to say cockfighting, but you were in between. You go chicken fighting, which was very funny. But do you have a website that people could follow you in person or online?
Well, basically, I'm on the troop page, the Facebook, and we have an Insta, right, Greg? My real name is not Genevieve; it's Robbie Foss. But I perform with different troops. These are my main family, and it's awesome to be here. I love coming to this extravaganza.
I don't perform anymore. I'm on strike. I'm SAG-AFTRA.
Well, you did a great job. Thank you so much. And how about yourself, Frida? Do you have
I'm from Boston area. We're all from different parts, actually. I think everyone should tell you where they're from, and you'll see the diversity. We've never met in person, except I have met Don. The rest of us have not met in person, but hopefully someday will. So anyway, I'm from Boston area, and I'm also a clown. It's one of my other hobbies.
Okay, awesome, perfect.
They used to call me a clown in junior high, but I spent a lot of time sitting in the hall.
Greg, do you have a website that you want people to know whether person
not
online?
really. I'll tell you what. I do have a website for people who are interested in learning improv in the South Florida area. But the website I want to promote is gregphillippeauthor.com. You can go there and check out
your book.
Yeah, check out my book. I also I'm working on a new one, and I do an improv newsletter, which is the armadillolab.substack.com.
Perfect. And Don, how about yourself?
Who invented clowns? Who thinks that way? What happened? One day someone said, oh, you know what? I want to make my child laugh, and then puts on a funny nose, and then they start crying terribly. Who thinks this way? That's what I'm promoting.
Stephen King thinks that way.
I know most of you, or maybe not even any of you know, but does anyone here know who Obnoxio the Clown was?
Who?
Obnoxio the Clown?
No.
He was a comic strip, but he was spectacular. He was either Mad or Cracked, which was a great magazine back in the heyday, but Obnoxio the Clown, and I do remember with him a lot of times, it was either Cracked or Mad Magazine. I know you know what Mad is, but
yeah, I know Mad Magazine. Oh, sure.
I'm Mad Magazine for sure.
You don't remember Cracked Magazine?
I do.
It was like a spin-off.
Andy, was Alfred E. Newman your hero too?
Alfred E. Newman's awesome. Listen, he was spectacular. Anytime you could, magazines back in the day were awesome, especially when you're a kid. It was like a reward. Okay, you know what? You're a pest, so here, there you go.
Spy versus spy versus spy.
Obnoxio the Clown is a Marvel character.
Right.
Okay.
And he was in the humor magazine Crazy.
Oh, that's another one. Oh, wow. Wow, it's so crazy. Wow, it's been a long time, but Crazy was a great magazine. But yeah, it was Obnoxio Clown done Crazy, which was another one that not such a long life, but
he was created to host that magazine by Marvel. So you never know when Marvel may bring him back.
Yes, he's definitely, to me, the best clown. You know, Bozo's all right, but bring back Obnoxio.
Just as a point of trivia, wait, just one cool thing. When I was in college, I went to University of Pennsylvania and I was in Philly. I was an intern on the Bozo the Clown show, the Bozo of Philadelphia. And I looked so young in college. And if they didn't have enough children in the audience, as the intern, they would put me with the little kids to cheer on Bozo the Clown.
How old were you?
College student. I was like 19.
I was at NYU, and we used to go to the University of Pennsylvania campus to try and pick up girls in the dorms, and it didn't work.
As clowns?
Yeah, no. Okay, all right. That's because I lived in Philly, actually outside.
So William Gaines' childhood friend was Alfred E. Newman.
Oh.
Okay.
William Gaines was the publisher of Mad Magazine.
So what I would say, I mean, Timeless next month, which is Friday, October 27th, is our next extravaganza. We do ask everybody to dress up, even though you all look amazing, but we do ask all performers to dress up in costume or what's what. So we would love to have you back. You'll let us know. I'll reach out to Don and he'll tell me what's what. He'll give me one of these things like, well, I'm not sure, I'll get back to you, and then never get back to me and then say, oh, I don't remember if I got back to you or not.
Oh, that's not true, Andy. You're going to get me in trouble with the rest of the troop. I worked very hard for this.
He does work very hard.
No, he does a great job, but responding things that make you go home. But you all are, listen,
Well, he
great
responds
job.
to us. He says, don't forget, don't forget.
Well, that's great job. So
Anyway,
thank
I just
you
want to say,
all.
I was
I'll
in
take that left-handed compliment.
I was in a parade last Sunday, and tomorrow night we're supposed to go to a clown karaoke costume party. So it's all the clowns from Shriners are having this party, but we're supposed to not come as clowns. We're supposed to come as costumes so that none of the other clowns will recognize us.
Okay, interesting. Well,
I have
thank
a
you so much.
Shriners hat.
Timeless, and it's going. So thank you, Timeless. You know, again, we'll reach out to Don, seeing what's what. Tomorrow in New York City, I do have an improv class in Central Park, 1 to 3:15 p.m. Most
Aren't
of
you
are
guys
not in
having
New York
flooding?
City.
Aren't
Yeah,
you guys
well,
having?
Yeah, bring your own kayak.
Besides that, zip it. Nobody of you here, no New York people should not say that. No, that's false info. But thank you all. Have a great day.
All right.
Down to me.
Thank you, Andy.
Bye.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
Everybody.
Bye.
Good seeing you, Mo.
Bye.
Yeah.
Cheers.
So, cheers. Have a great one. So, so basically,
That
I'm gonna
wraps it.
say just for, just the rapid refund is, Caroline, thank you for helping me host this. She was here from the beginning to the end. I did a whole great interview with her. She did an amazing job, which she always seems to do. She's just a pro, great individual. So thank you all. Tomorrow, like I said, Central Park, New York City. Don't listen to people outside New York City. We'll know for training. When you go outside, you can tell. You'll know what the deal is if your jersey, what's what. But from 1 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. improv class, and for those that want to hang out afterwards, we'll get a bite or a drink to eat. And thank you all. And that is our show. And next month, Friday, October 27th, is our Halloween extravaganza, which should go extremely well. So thank you all. Thank you, Caroline, so much. Thank everyone. Have an amazing night, and